Major 3 is here, and Florida is about to feel the heat.
Writing is on the green wall.
Round 1 offense. They might just be on fire today. A 5 spree. Nice name combination there. Scrap, give me all.
The first series win for the Vegas Falcons.
They got it, Miles. They're gonna get it, Miles. Super lines them all up. Give him the ace to close it out.
Doesn't go down to the 1v1.
Oh, he makes the play, finds all 3.
Seconds for game 5. Dashing front line. We're going all the way.
This has been perfect. They are cutting them down.
Getting the 1v1. Oh, what a win!
Major 3 begins now in Boca Raton. He's almost able to
Two in the water.
We're trying to chase it down because Purge is
Oh my God,
so
he's in the
weak.
He second guessed it.
I'm gonna puke.
He's a great swimmer.
There is no f***ing way, bro. There
15
is
seconds
no
ago.
way, bro.
Oh, it's Michael Phelps.
Oh my God, he just did the most burger shit, pulled it off.
Oh my God.
Oh my. He just did the most burger shit I've ever seen.
You saw him kind of like snap right. I don't know if it was a teammate comm or what. His first instinct was check one.
Yeah, I think you hear the water. I mean, we hear the water.
That shit never works when anyone does it. It just worked on a f***ing land
Yeah,
match.
maybe he gets a comm from a teammate.
What the
You go against that.
Just keep swimming, buddy. That's what our old friend Dory once told us. Welcome back. We are in Eleanor's hometown, the Baldwin Arena. It's full of Call of Duty fans in Boca Raton, Florida. You thought it was a retirement facility. No, it's a party house. We're here for Call of Duty alongside all of our friends here in the headquarters. We have an epic crew. Study, what do you think about that trophy that's on the line this week?
That might be the best trophy I've ever seen. I would talk about the creativity behind it. Obviously, we're at the Miami home event, and that trophy, without question, is going to look beautiful wherever it's going to be at the end of this.
Yeah, Allie, I saw some iguanas this morning. What did you see this weekend?
I saw some really cute birds. I don't know what they're called. They have the long necks, but they're tiny. And I said I was going to call Scrap It this weekend, so I'm sorry.
Egret. And let's keep this moving because we got to talk about our teams here. Some have had ups. Others have had downs. Optic Texas let me down yesterday after I picked them to take down Boston Breach. Let's take a look at what happened because Purge's crew, they took care of business, but Optic did strike first in the hardpoint win.
I mean, listen, Boston, this was probably the most dominant series of the day. When you look at Boston, it should have been a hardpoint win for Optic, but unfortunately they threw at the very end. Chris Shotzi just throwing away his life, and that's been the story of this Optic team, right? It's like, are they going to figure it out? And the fans are starting to turn on them a little bit. You heard the crowd starting to chant, Optic sucks. Like, this is unusual territory for them. They're always usually hovering in that top 4 area. Well, now they're in the bottom of the pack. They're on the bubble, and they might not make it to champs. They need to figure it out ASAP.
Jay, I convinced myself they got a map win yesterday. It didn't happen. Do they get one today?
I think they stand a pretty good chance. Obviously, you're going up against the Falcons, who recently have just been unbelievable in the respawns. I think if you're Optic, though, as long as we don't play hero ball today, we're going to stand a pretty good chance
But they
of
don't
making
even know
the
what
run.
maps they want to play, right?
Yeah, that's tough.
It's tough, and you just lost these guys. It's going to be a hard match.
A lot of people watching the NFL draft gained a new favorite player. If you have been watching Call of Duty recently, you may have a new favorite player who plays for the Falcons. He goes by the name of Xnid, and this is how he reacted to winning against Optic the first time around. Welcome, Xnid, to the winner's circle on the Call of Duty League.
I feel so better now. This is my first win in the league. We deserve this.
Excellent, man. How much fun are you How much fun are you having right now?
I'm so happy. I am so, like, I feel everything now.
I love that, man. Hey, good luck in your guys' matches, and hopefully you guys can make a run for winners bracket.
Thank you so much.
Jay, my guy lost his voice in 4 maps. That was an online series. You gotta think he's gonna be playing with even more energy today on land.
Oh yeah, without question, man. You're going up against a team you got your first ever win in the CDL against, and it's Optic Texas. You know the energy is gonna be very, very high, and the more that we've been able to see this Vegas Falcons spawn in versus the other teams, they have played tighter and tighter in every series. I just know if you're Optic Texas and you put Skyline in the mix, you already took an L.
I think the most impressive thing about Exit is like he's consistently done this, right? Like even with the original iteration of the Falcons roster, like he was still putting up good numbers against these top teams, and obviously now coming to LAN and your best opportunity to finally win a match, like it's against a team you've already beat, right? So Exit, he's feeling incredibly confident. He already knows how these guys plays. Like, I'm very much looking forward to this match.
Yeah, he feels good. And I think the biggest thing for him was getting a guy like Pred sit next to him that is willing to play bully ball, play aggressive, and high energy, right? Because Exit plays off that. He thrives off it. And when Pred demands attention, Exit is making plays and vice versa. Falcons, they're on the rise.
Now, there's 100 points up for grabs if you win a tournament, but if you don't win one, you're thinking Falcons are out of champs. But we never thought we would be saying that about an Optic Texas team that is currently in 8th place. They're only 25 ahead of Cloud9, a team that will also be in action today in that losers bracket.
Man, that's going to be so tough because obviously Cloud9, you're looking to make up points. You didn't have the best stage 3 qualifiers. You go 1-4. You had your only W being a reverse sweep. You just haven't really found consistency besides Sib. Like, if he's not doing it all, you're not going to stand a chance versus any of these top teams. So everyone needs to play their part today.
And I just don't know any other teams that live and die by one player. You know what I mean, Ann?
Yeah. I 100% agree with that. Allie, we talk about that all the time, where it's like they need Sib to have takeover moments. And even when he's having those series, which we saw a lot this stage, they were still losing. And, you know, we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about some of the players who are underperforming on this team. And Mac has had one of the worst stages we've ever seen from him. I mean, he's got a 0.7 in Hardpoint and in Search and Destroy.
We need the Mac Daddy back.
We need him back from stage 1, right? Because we're getting a better Sib, and we've been getting a better Krem, right? We know kind of what we're going to get from Dylan Attach. He's not going to go out there and be the game record that takes over games. So if you get a marginal increase from Mac, you have a chance, especially with how bad Atlanta's been in Hardpoint.
Question, though, doesn't Mac have, like, this aura around him for being a selfless player, the guy who's going to do the dirty work?
Yeah.
Or is he getting caught with his gun down?
I don't know. It's one of those weird situations because when they were struggling, it was Mac putting them on their back. But now that Sib and Cramp are kind of stepping up to their roles, it's like, okay, Mac needs to fall back to that second SMG role, right? He needs to fall back into that role filler. And maybe that's why his KD has taken such a hit.
There's a bit of a surprise for everybody who is looking at that bracket and judging by the numbers to see that Atlanta Faze was knocked down early by Vancouver. Today, they find themselves against Cloud9. We just saw Celium backstage. We asked him, bro, you're going to win this, right? You're going up against C9. He's like, yeah, I got this.
Yeah, you better. If you're Atlanta Faze, trying to go for the 4P, you definitely don't want to show up to an event and get eliminated basically day 1. Yeah. Obviously, you struggled yesterday. You came out slow in every single map besides the opening hardpoint, and that's different now because Atlanta, so far throughout this stage, hardpoint hasn't been the best. But yesterday, the Hacienda control is also hurting them. They only have protocol, so that's going to be tough for them this tournament.
Allie, this team has won 3 straight LANs. They're looking for a 4th LAN tournament win in a row. Have you ever seen Atlanta Faze come from a loser's bracket and win an event?
So that was my follow-up. It's kind of like this is almost unknown territory because it's so rare for this to happen, for Atlanta Faze to fall in day 1. Typically, they slam the first 3 days, and then they get to Sunday, and sometimes that's when they fall short. We talk about the year they got second place after second place after second place. For them to fall in day number 1, I genuinely have no idea what Atlanta Faze we're going to get.
Yeah, this is also one of those rare opportunities, though, because, you know, people like to put a knock on their legacy saying it's so easy to win a tournament now. You don't have to win a couple games in your grand finals, right? Well, now they're in losers round 1. If they were to make this run, it would dispel a lot of those haters out there.
Shut up all of the haters who are grasping at straws.
It would.
Okay,
Literal
let's take
straws.
a look here at what we have in front of us, because it's not just the big name crews. We also have Nameless's favorite teams like Minnesota. The question is there any ice left in Minnesota? So many round 11s, only 1 win.
I think so. I mean, this is a Minnesota team, guys. They just made this roster change. And they improved in a lot of key areas. The hardpoint got so much better. They went 1-3 in Game 5. Like, let's just call it what it is. They didn't have Ice, Chris. You lost a lot of Game 5s, and now you find yourself very precarious position where now you have to win matches in this lower bracket or you're going to not make champs, right? This is a Minnesota team that I think we all can agree, we feel like they should be at champs. They have the talent.
Oh, yeah, they definitely have the talent. The only thing is they probably don't have the time to be where they want to be prepared for champs, because right now you figured it out in hardpoint. That was a big asterisk for the roster previously with Paul Lex just getting more consistent in that game mode. But when I watch them in Search and Destroy, it's like they have the same post, copy and paste setups every single time. You need to have new strategies, and you only develop that with time. So hopefully with the practice over like the last week, they can be better in Search and Destroy because they're going to need it.
I was just looking at the numbers. They're not even 9th. Minnesota is in 10th place, the lowest we have seen from them this season. How important is this weekend for them?
I mean, this is everything.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like if you get bopped out here, you're probably not making it to champs. And for Minnesota, it's a lot of winnable games. I mean, 1-3 in Game 5 this split alone. You only had 5 matches, so just got to seize the opportunity that you have on land.
We got to take a look at our schedule because we have 5 matches coming your way. It is an epic Friday. I have 4 eliminations kick things off, and then we got a bonus round. We go into that round 2 to find out who the winner of New York or Atlanta will be playing. Is it Vegas or is it Optic Texas? They could be in action twice tonight, so lock in, everybody. We're starting, though, right now as we have our first matchup ready to go. It's Cloud9, it's Atlanta Faze, and we got to start with the team on the struggle bus. They gave us hope out of the gates, but Attach's crew has been off the bus recently. What is happening with Cloud9?
It feels like they live or die by one player, and even then they are still losing when each dropping 40 bombs. So everybody's asking where the team went that was pushing that top 4 conversation, and it's just been everywhere. They haven't been very good in respawn. Their fundamentals have been lacking, and then in search and destroy, they're giving themselves man-up positions, and then they're just not playing the trade game. So for Cloud9, it's a couple of glaring issues.
I mean, we've seen the Cloud9 come out that we know is a good team. It was versus Vancouver, it was a Game 5, or the reverse sweep that we saw versus Minnesota. It's just extremely inconsistent, and that is because of Mac and Attach. They have to find consistency. Sib is at the top of his game. Sib was a monster throughout this split. Yes, Sib is frying. One of the better ARs that we have in this league. Just got to be able to capitalize on it.
Sib and Kismet together once again, but not till the end of this weekend. Jay, let's jump in with what we expect to see from this squad. You're a Cloud9 super fan. Expectations?
Expectations, it's not going to be high because you're going up against Atlanta Faze off of an L. Like, this only gets tougher for you. You know that you need to make up points here. You know that you can't afford any mistakes, and the inconsistencies of just how they play the game sometimes. Atlanta are able to capitalize on those moments. So everyone just has to be on point if you want Cloud9 to stand a chance versus these top dogs.
It kind of just depends on obviously the performance of Mac, like we talked about, but also the maps that you get. Like if there's a Hacienda hardpoint, real chance they have an opportunity. We've seen some thunderous Haciendas
between these
from
two
the side
teams
of
too.
Exactly. So I really think it depends on the map set, and then obviously Mac.
That is Cloud9. They are the huge underdogs. Why? You are playing the team that has won 3 straight events going back to EWC, the $1.8 million tournament. This team has cashed in, not once, but twice, and they even won a minor along the way, Allie.
Listen, we knew it was going to happen with the way that their hardpoint was looking throughout this stage, is it's taken a huge dip. S&Ds and controls will only get them so far because we have a lot of really good search and destroy and control teams this split. And for Atlanta, their breaks are awful. They're #1 roto team this split right now, so the fundamentals are on point. But the issue is that they're in the bottom half of the league when it comes up to those setups once they get there early. So for Atlanta Faze, it's almost just about kind of waking them up and getting the ARs and SMGs to be frying at the same time, because right now it's DIRs, and we're waiting for Simp and Abizi.
I have never seen what we saw yesterday in a Faze series.
Never seen
Like, they rolled over and just looked like they gave up in the middle of that control, getting spawn trap back-to-back rounds, just thunderously cooked. And then we go into that next map. They got destroyed in that hardpoint. Like, it was not close. They could not keep pace. When have we ever said Atlanta Faze could not keep pace against the team?
Individual, team issue, who do you call out from day one?
Team issue 100%. Not a single individual, I think, underperformed massively. I look at that, and it's just the team as a whole just gave up in the middle of the series.
Maps and modes. Let's take a look. We got 5 of them. Do we get to a Game 5 today, Allie Cat? Let's take a look at the numbers across Hacienda, Red Card, Protocol for your first 3. I want to start with the negative, Nancy. Jay, why do you not like this?
It's not going 5. I think the Hacienda is going to be a grueler. Like, every single time they play, it's within 20 points. They always have a square up. It ends at the B4. But the Red Card, Search and Destroy, Atlanta Faze, they're going to be able to outclass them there. And then the Protocol, they have actually their best control.
Wait, but
this is the only one that they're looking for.
C9?
The respawns are Faze.
Wait, Jay, C9's map 1 and 3 are phenomenal for them.
Yeah, but that's if they're all playing consistent.
1 and 5 are phenomenal. Protocol's weird, though, because Atlanta's 12 and 4 on it. So you give them their best
C9's
control,
7
so
and
it's a
3.
battle.
They never get to play Protocol.
I'll take 12 and 4 over 7 and 3 for the record. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. I was just saying it's a battle. Atlanta's going for that middle, that 2, 3, 4, and then on the outside, it's going to be Cloud9, 1 and 5.
Little Cloud9 sandwich?
Little Cloud9 sandwich.
Do you think we get both ends of that sandwich?
Nope.
No.
No, me neither.
I love this map set for Cloud9.
I think we have the bottom button, and then we have all the filling, and then we're missing our hat.
Atlanta Faze going out 9th through 12th. We haven't seen it. Will it happen right now? Let's first take a look at our players to watch in this one. Celium was a tournament MVP. Will he be able to put the team on his back as he takes on Sib? You were highlighting Sib earlier. 72.1 versus a 72.6. It doesn't get closer.
Yeah, that's cool. You can match up with that one guy, but who's going to match Simp? Who's going to match Abizi? And who's going to match Straza at a consistent level? I just think this is going to be a little bit of a skill diff in this situation.
Depends if we got the Atlanta Faze from yesterday, though. If we get the one from yesterday,
exactly,
there's some opportunity
Allie.
from Cloud9 because, I mean, the ceilings are there. Cloud9 plays them close, especially Respawn.
Can I ask a real question, though, Ann? As a former player, what do you have to gain today as an Atlanta Faze member?
I mean, well, I kind of just talked about it, right? When everybody knocks on their legacy, it's always about, it's so easy to win a tournament nowadays. If you're Atlanta Faze, you find yourself in a situation where you're losers round one. You can join the ranks of some of the greatest teams ever to do that multiple times, make a run all the way to the final, and just kind of dispel, like, it doesn't matter how difficult a tournament is, we can still come out on top even if we stumble along our way. So you got opportunity to make your legacy look a little bit better, and then obviously get some more cash in your pocket.
Jay, I'm looking at something way simpler. They don't have any points to play for. No. They've already locked them up. Let's take a look at our season standings and show you just exactly how far Atlanta is over the rest of the pack. Champs, you are guaranteed in. Cloud9, if you get knocked out here, you have no opportunity to score. You only have 5 matches left before Major 4. You are running out of opportunity to score points towards that COD Champs top 8 placement.
Oh, yeah, you don't have time. You don't have time to waste at all. So if you're Cloud9, you need to be playing some of these top dogs very, very tight and potentially winning a couple of them and just having this series in front of you. You just start your tournament. If you take that Atlanta Faze, you imagine what that does to your momentum. We probably take down the best team in the tournament. We can win this thing now. It just has to start with this one match.
Not only that, like you look at the surrounding teams, Boston Breach is getting better. Miami Heretics is still in winners. So you're looking at like Optic Texas is kind of who you're battling against right now. Even Minnesota Rock or Carolina Royal Ravens, like it's kind of out of those 3 to 4 teams of who can make a run in this elimination bracket and who's going to kind of become the favorite in that bubble to come out on top.
So what Allie's saying, like, if they were to upset Faze right here, their bracket is phenomenal.
You control your destiny.
Yes, like their bracket looks phenomenal going forward the next couple of rounds. So this is the Cloud9 season. This series right here on the stage, like this is, if they win this, I think they can make it to champs. If they lose, I think it's chalk, completely done.
All right, we've given the players a few extra moments to get ready. Jay, break it down for me, though. Give me hope. I want a Cloud9 win. I want to see them back in the race for champs.
It's over with.
We're getting it done 1-3-5.
Why are you that
1-2-3.
Why have you didn't watch the Faze match yesterday? They looked terrible.
Atlanta Faze have only been eliminated or at least knocked down to losers round 1 4 times.
I don't care about all this lore. I'm talking about what we saw them do on the map.
Today's a different day, bro. Today's a different day.
You patiently have raised your hand. Go ahead.
I have an answer for you. It's the same thing I said yesterday when Atlanta needed to be beat. It's in this Hacienda map number 1. They need to early rotate, and they need to kind of snuff out the Atlanta Faze's fundamentals because they are the worst breaking team on Hacienda. They are the worst breaking team in the league right now during stage 3. If they can get a map 1 win to kind of rocket themselves to push the series
So
to
map
5.
1, but then how else am I closing it out? Do I have to wait till that game 5?
You have
game
to win
3,
4 and 5.
Protocol control. You have to steal that from Atlanta Faze. Atlanta Faze has been feeling like their controls have been lockups throughout this season. And we saw yesterday what happens when you lose a control like that. They lost Hossie. They were dominant at Hossie control. They lost that, and then the series gets away from them, right? With the hard point dipping off, they can't afford to be losing control. So if you're a Cloud9, that has to be a huge focus. You got your best control. You got to win.
Production says, Jay, take a look at these one more time. Yeah. They have more faith than you do. Maybe it's Easy Mac in the Discord saying, look at the digits. Yeah. Cloud9 has hope.
And last time they played, they played the protocol control, and Cloud9 3-0'd them.
Cloud9 got their best
Allie.
They got their best control. But Faze had beaten them multi-times on Hasi. Their protocol is their best control. They auto-veto vault, and their Hacienda is up in the air. So they have their best control. They have a map that they consistently play on every single time they square up on a series. And if they take that map number 1 going into a search and destroy up 1-0, I think it's 3-0.
Selim, I'm going to buy you another 60 seconds as we jump in to our scuff pick'ems. Nameless, I would like you to take 30 seconds and tell me why Cloud9 is moving to the next round. Do you believe it?
I mean, I think Atlanta Faze have not looked good, I'll be honest. One of the worst hardpoint teams to split, legitimately. And yesterday was not a good showing. And when you talk about the C9 team, they're playing for their season. And I've seen Sib rise to the occasion many times. I think Mac's going to have a better tournament. I'm going to go with Cloud9 to win this. It's going to make for an amazing storyline.
That's crazy.
I was trying to bait him in, but he actually had ammo to back that one up. Allie?
Oh, this is tough. I think if Cloud9 plays to their potential, we could be in for a banger, but I have to stick with the Faze boys. I don't think they go down here. I'm going with Atlanta Faze.
They got to win map 1, bro.
Study, just go ahead and stare into that camera while you break the New York Cloud9
I
heart.
don't got to break none. Y'all heard me the whole entire time. Faze up. 3-0. This is 3-0.
This guy's from the Bronx.
3-0.
Jay's always been a fair weather fan, though, for real.
Nice try, bro.
Cloud9,
Lakers fan,
Game
Cowboy
5,
fan.
Atlanta. Faze takes this one.
Just
Guy
fixed
Blaze. Let's get
iconic
this party started.
Best organizations and everything.
I'm ready to get this one
Lakers,
going,
literally.
Chris.
Cowboys.
The sun is beaming
we're
today
talking about.
here
Real
in
Madrid.
Florida. And here on this Elimination Friday, the players know that they got to shine even brighter on the stage. Florida, you guys ready to get this thing started today? Coming to the stage first, get ready, because here comes the back-to-back-to-back champions.
Who really stopping me? I did not come for apologies. I am not here for the politics. Your confidence started with common sense. They gonna cry for acknowledgement. I got the team to conglomerate. Give it to Austin, not stopping it. I am the one, they not stopping him. No.
That one is a different situation. Black tents when I pull up in the latest one-on-one,
So they never can replace them. This is not the attic, now we live in spaces. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Laser focus in the comments, all canary. I try to tell them, but they didn't get the message.
Ladies and gentlemen, get loud for Atlanta Faze! Draza, Abizi, Sip, and Salium. Atlanta Faze doing his time to make a historic run yet again.
I used to say death taxes and Atlanta Faze placing second for a year. That's how consistent and dominant this team can be. Now this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience of them falling to the elimination bracket this early. This is a team that is looking to make the most insane back-to-back story. And I can't wait to watch it unfold. Let's bring out the other team, guy.
I'm ready to bring out these next boys coming to the stage from the concrete jungle with big dreams. Get ready for New York.
Nah, for real. They be talking tough, but they won't get up in that field. ARPs and 223s get hit up in your grill. Iron on me like I'm Tony, like an orange eye pill. Come and get your shorty, cause she tryna cop a feel. She know look chaotic, keep it hot before the deal. And you steady talking out your neck, it's never real. So I say nah for real. So I say nah for real. Nah for real. Yeah.
Florida, show some love to Cloud9 New York. Crip, Mac, Sim, and Attach. Cloud9 know that they got to take down the big dogs to get back on top.
This match could very well be their season. They need to turn up. They got to go up against the back-to-back-to-back champs. This will be a massive win for confidence and for CDL points, because these boys right now on the outside looking in know they should be at champs. They got to get it done, guy. Let's get this match going.
I'm ready to get this one started. And but Florida, help me set the stage ablaze one more time. You guys ready to get this Friday started? Miles Chance, take it away.
Thank you very much, Blaze. Thank you very much, Des. Thank you very much, Florida. Oh boy, we have got ourselves a Faze Friday, Chance, and we're bursting bubbles today.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting time. 3 wise men and 1 moron always say that Dylan Attach always gets his piece of the pie. This might be the series to settle it. Create that opportunity. 25 points down away from 8th place. You bottom out in this tournament, it might be an insurmountable lead. You keep your dreams alive. This is, I mean, literally, might be playing for careers.
Yeah, this is a big one, folks. We cannot understate or overstate how important today is for these players. Faze as well, looking to keep their run alive, and it all begins here against Cloud9 for C9 as well. The run towards champs, the bigger picture for them. A championship would be ideal, but for now, let's get to winners round 2, shall we, chaps? This is going to be a very, very tough matchup. The Des broke it down perfectly And I think, relatively even split across the board. I don't know how we're dressing. An angry Faze is a tough Faze to play against, but C9, you have to expect them to know a weakness there.
I mean, we say angry, but honestly, smiles on their face.
You know what I'm saying.
Sweat. They get bottled out, but they're just looking at it and be like, we can make a loser's run. Like, absolutely not a problem. We can go on and tear it. On the flip side, you know what you're going against. We've said the word back too many times in regards to Faze because of how good they've been. C9 know they got to be cut out for it. But we've watched the Surge organization, even with the curse of Nikki D, occasionally able to take Atlanta Faze down. They need that juice right here.
There's some real C9 fans in the crowd, excited to see how this one goes down. And I know that there's not a huge supporting cast for Atlanta Faze here, but those fans travel well, and you may be small, online you're huge. You may be small in crowd, but you are absolutely heard. Here we go, folks. Map number 1, a Hacienda. Should be a square-up fight between both our teams. And we touched upon Sib before, as well as Celium. Absolutely outstanding when it comes to those duels, when it comes to those non-traded kills. They're the shooters.
Yeah, I mean, one of the finest shooters in Call of Duty history is Sib. When he's on point, some of the snaps that we have seen from him, wicked. His production, incredibly valuable. The damage he's always dishing out. You need the cast, though. Everybody needs to be at their Sunday best. And it is losers round 1.
It's only Friday. Here we go. Open hallway. Spotted out. And we're not going to exchange anything more than lethals and tacticals. Here comes Sib. And it's a great start. The big 2, Faze find themselves in the hill.
Great start for Sib. Rest of his teammates died. You're not getting that time just yet. And that was a very patient break as well. And the shots continue. Finally traded out. And in the meantime, Mac has made it to his brand new home inside of P1. A battle around the time. And Atlanta Faze repositioning for the break.
Yeah, lovely kill there on time. Not an easy thing to do. There's a lot of angles to watch here from that hard point. You have to make sure you're ideally where your teammates are and what you can put yourself in between cover. On board now with Sib again. The rotation towards P2 is not going to be great as Draz catches out a few. Now pressure onto Krem. But here comes Attach and Mac in the feed. They provide some space. They get the cover going. And Attach, a 5 spree for the young captain.
Hey, they got the spawns blocked as well. So Kremp going to block and Attach, winning those gunfights. That is key. That is lovely aggression coming through from C9 on the break as well. 2 players from the front. Attach had well, and now you get it collapse.
Woo. Shots in there from Sib. Brings the right gun to that fight. Only 1 member left of C9 right now in the back parking lot. It's going to be Attach. How many can he spot out on the cross? He's playing it safe and slow. Shot's going to be in from behind, and it's another 2-piece.
Beautifully patient. Abizi, last man standing, needs to get the kills, and he can't get it done. Looking for the pie. Attaches 8 and 2.
2 lovely holes so far. C9. P2's treating them very well. 20 seconds to go here. At some point, we are going to vacate and move over towards Fence's face. One last hit of this. 3 dead. Last man left alive. Attach. Can he keep this spree going? He cannot, but that's going to be spawns to the backline. 10 seconds to go. Not an ideal situation for C9.
I mean, you want the re-break and you want it quick. At least get the kills to force the spawn out, and they get them both in short order. Trade out the final guy and hit that roto, and he is going to be dead. Atlanta Faze will have the full setup around the new time, but a 40-point deficit they're working for. C9, you're not in a hurry. You want to break. You got 15 seconds to make it happen.
They're trying to get it done. It's been a costly journey towards the new hardpoint. They've won a few trade battles. Can Abizi keep the reinforcements from getting towards the hardpoint? Right now, the answer is yes. On Sib, just above him. Angel on his shoulder, trying to make sure no one gets in close. But look at this suppression there from C9. They've marched forward. They've got the hill.
And that's what you needed. You can take your time to make it happen. The lead, the deficit got cut down by just a bit, but now you're trying to run it up. Draza open his eyes eventually and finds the kills in Atlanta Faze. They snap it right back.
Right back in there. They're fighting tooth and nail here by Fences. Pulling this game back. They've got the bull by the horns right now, but as do C9, who have made their way over towards time. Kremp is the man on the new hard point. Coverage from Attach in the middle. What a map Attach is having so far.
I mean, listen, if you're C9, you traded out a P2 for a P3, so the time is going to be nearly even going into new. You get here first, and P4 is the money hill. You're looking for the good hold, and Matt, good shots, good entry. Sib wins a gunfight as well, and everybody's got the Jackal in hand. So beautiful stuff. The pressure on the time, not here just yet, but the pinch is developing.
It's a war on 2 fronts. And Attach once again in the feed. 3 dead, all down for Faze, C9.
And that's as good as it gets. Now you're spawning out towards Lambo. Number 2 blocking both. C9, they are cooking.
They're cooking indeed. On board with Kremp, pushing the front line forward while his teammates soak the hill. And Kremp can't get any more of that life. Now Faze attack the hard point. A 3-pronged assault. The trident of Atlanta. drives deep. The hard point is theirs.
I mean, dude, the Jackal's out of control right now. Draza understanding the land meta as well. You want the breaks, use the God gun, and they flood on through. It's a little bit of a fight now for the scrap time, but if you're C9, you're just happy for the contest. The longer Kremp is alive in this moment, the better things get. And even as he falls, it's only for 5 seconds. So first set of rotations, and for C9, things are looking great. Attach shooting hot. He's outperforming Sid for the moment as well. He got a 20-point lead.
Great start for C9. Second set of hard points on us and Faze. It's all red so far. Opportunity now for Mac to find 2 there in the feed, and an open hard point. You stopped the gas for Faze.
Yeah, now you're just trying to roam the hallways, right? You lose the time, lose a couple bodies, and Sim knows. Just needs to fry. He's got the moves, but he got welcome to the grave. A Beezy there for the trade, but now multiple battles. Selling Wind's a big one. You want the right side spawns for P2. Might be 30 seconds left on the old time, but Atlanta Faze in the long term, now we're going to have the edge.
On Sim's got a great position here. Can he find the second? No, Attach once again. Hot on the trades. 20 to go here on P1. Again, right-hand side of the mini-map so far, all Faze. That's where they want it to be for now, but watch out for Attach. He's making a play.
Yeah, I mean, Attach has already got the time to get through. Gets the first kill as well, but the trades you expect to be quick from Sim, and they are indeed. Now, a little bit of scrap time there for C9 is a little bit of buffering space, but 14 seconds is not a lot. And P2, with the level of distance and space that Atlanta Faze have on this map, this lead might change hands.
Yeah, this is a massive opportunity right now for Faze. A slow attack right now from C9. No one in position to make anything happen just yet. They're going to group up, try to get going, but Celium, oh, what a foil this is. 6 spree right now. Eyes on the next avenue of attack from C9. Can't get any more. Now we get towards the point. Sim holding it down.
Oh, this is just brutal. I mean, this is slow gameplay too. Atlanta Faze has just completely killed their pace. They finally lost the back spawns, but that's after 30 seconds, and Atlanta Faze happy to trade that away.
Faze on the trade, Faze in full control. Let's go for a listen in with Atlanta Faze.
I'm holding Sparrow. Sparrow dead. Sparrow weak. Nothing going mid back. I don't know the fight yet. I'm spot out. Give me the back. Yo, I reply. Get out of hill if you need to. Get out of hill if you need to. Get out of hill if you need to. I'll see him pop, bro. I'll see him on the fence. Top back. Jump down 10. In 10. I am. Nice. Good job. Watch out. Weak. We can pass after that. I have your help. I'll take out of fence, crap, and then we're there. Yeah, we might flip too. Yeah. Chris behind him. Go, Chris. Alright, all three shot. Yeah, two plat. They're gonna jump out. Yes. They might be punching too. I'm trying to watch it. Yeah, come might be fire. They have open. I'll push out. I'm holding open. Yo, hold your open. Some two open. Help baby, come on. Someone go rogue. I'm open already. I'm taking shot. I'm trying to fire. Fire on me. I don't see anything. Got one. Another one. Chill. Fire pinch. Nice! Falcons, you block! I'm blocking. It might be small. I didn't see Mac though. I didn't see Mac. He's mid somewhere, I think.
What a fiery listening from Atlanta Faze. It's Captain Abizi calling the shots right now that I am thoroughly enjoying from that one.
Yeah, he's setting up his boys for just the ultimate firing squad. I feel like C9 just got stuffed out. Can't remember the last time they got a kill and how the lead has changed. 80-point difference now between these two teams, and if Abizi's roaring like that, they might not be stopped.
On the roar, but now third set of hard points. And C9 are in position for this one. Let's see if they can't pull this back. Faze, a lot of pressure upstairs, and now a bit of a flank from Honest Aim as he tries to find a few more kills. We're on board with Celium. He's keeping the time open right now, and what a play there from Faze. No one in time, but they want to keep that position as well.
Yeah, this is their time. You just want to slay. You don't have to overcommit on P1. You just want to keep them out of time to set yourself up in the rotation. They lose a couple gunfights, so C9 is going to get bodies inside the hill, and honestly, that's a really good final 20 seconds for C9 to get. Faze might not want them to have it. They're going for some wide flanks, and maybe a little bit risky, maybe an opportunity for C9, but that's only if they get the kills.
Oh, they get a single kill. Well, the last time we saw them try to break pre-2, it didn't happen. This time you're doing it against half of the members of Faze. Get moving, C9. The break is yours.
Yeah, they took the risk, so 2 players on Faze spawn out. C9, this is your opportunity to get back in the game, and there it went. Simp shut it all down.
And just like that, a dream died. What a play from Simp. Celium now roaming the middle of the map, looking for these errant kills. C9 trying to get anything going. Celium playing with his food. Simp now from time. One water out played out by Kremp, but it's a read. He has made it in. No more kills though. A BZ to the front. Celium on the time as well. Faze are going to close it out.
Yeah, they're going to walk away on this Hacienda, and you're just going to flood into the blender because if you're C9, you simply have to. A small window of opportunity with those Faze players spawning out, and that door simply got slammed shut. 10 seconds away. Faze get map number 1.
They're trying very hard for it. BZ cut down. Through the front is done. 10 seconds for it. You have to get in there. Come on, C9. One more push at this. It's not going to happen. Faze. They come out real hot on Hacienda. A square up. It was not after the first set of hard points.
For all the pressure C9 must be feeling in this moment, I know it's only Major 3, but they're treating this series like it might be their year. You need the CDL points, you need the win, and they just got stunned on map number 1. They had the hot start. They had attached starting off 8-2. You got the P2, you come away, you got a 50-second lead, and then just slowly Atlanta Faze creeping up on you, and then at some point, I mean, they flip the switch, go on an 80-point run, and never look back. I mean, undeniable. In a scoreboard, we are accustomed to seeing SIB positive. No one else on the board close to him.
I'm more impressed by these 16 objective kills that BZ got. Tons of time as well there from everyone across Faze, and as frantic and as energetic as the comms were, it was some of the cleaner comms I've heard from Atlanta Faze. A mastery and a control over Hacienda that we haven't seen them necessarily have in a really long time. They had spawns, they had it all, you name it. Once they hit the comeback, there was no return there. 3-4. Absolutely perfect stuff.
And look at the money hills. You see the P4 for Faze where they had the massive spike, the 153 to 208. Look at the first P4 coming through for C9. They won that rotation. They got there first, and that ended up being an even battle where the lead, they got a little bit extra points, walked away with a bonus 20, but not anywhere near comparable to how well Atlanta Faze played that hill. And that was a communication. That is a BZ directing traffic. That is saying, Selling, go block these spawns. Here's where I'm chowing. Here's the flanks coming through. They're all going to be spiral. They were dialed in. They were on point. C9, they were dialed in for 3 hills.
3 good hills, but only 3 as we look across highlights and what highlights they were. The first set was so good there from C9. A strong start for them, but a very, very soft finish as you see Faze starting to get things going here in this elimination matchup. Again, one of these teams will be going home at the end of this series, so you have just joined us, boys and girls, but right now, C9, a bounce back in the search and destroy is paramount.
And, well, it is worth mentioning, the path to success for Vancouver against Atlanta Faze, it started in the map number 2. So Atlanta Faze might have had a hot start. They have slowed down previously, albeit just yesterday. Obviously, that's what they're trying to make up for their losses and get their S&D back into form. And frankly, if Simp is shooting like that, well, I have high expectations. He dropped, what, 15 kills yesterday for the loss in S&D, but that just means the rest of the players need to be there.
Yeah, well, looking across our series, we've still got a long campaign towards this one before we can ring the bell and end this series, but right now, Faze have come to play in a big, big way. A loss for Faze always turns them into a dangerous beast indeed, and they've got to be feeling great after that with red card S&D. We saw this go down yesterday as well, Chance. It should be good.
Yeah, I mean, a beautiful thing for C9 is that means you're going to be able to sort of get that intel. I mean, all the VOD and research and preparation you've done, you have throughout the qualifying stages, and now you get the intel from yesterday. You know how Atlanta Faze are going to want to play it, and we've been learning brand new things for red card S&D as well. We have found some cheeky spots, whether it be the window jump up or standing on top of the door that Neptune showed, or Hydra's X-ray vision. If there's anyone that can match that level of nerdiness, it's the man at the bottom of your screen, or middle of your screen right there, in Celium. If there's walls to be seen through, he's gonna do it. I will never forget him waggling the aim assist through the trains on Desert Siege. I have a PTSD. I wish I forgot that.
Oh, you couldn't if you tried, mate. Well, Celium, a master of the game, in and out. I wonder what the mind games are looking right now. If Atlanta Faze, if anything, a man who's known for not only finding the nerdy spots in the match, but using game chat, using the text system we have here in BO6 to his advantage, trying to get in the head of his competitors. He followed Joe Deceives around at the Texas Major for about 15-20 minutes, didn't say anything to him, just followed him around.
Yeah, it's well,
that's genius. That's evil genius. It's a psyop.
Gotta be careful what we say these days. There's a lot of words to describe Celium. Some of those might get me in trouble, but yeah, absolutely demonic in game and a very comfortable Faze. Fist pumps out and about, getting ready and locked and loaded for this map number 2. Looking to make amends for the red card loss and keep things going. And if that listening was any indication of Beezy is that guy that wants to be the man on the team to turn this ship around and get their losers bracket run going.
It starts here. Simp 14-5 yesterday against Vancouver Surge, who did bring them down in the end. And this was for the loss, so a keen 1,400 damage. We'll see if he can do even close to that, or if he'll need to. The rest of the team coming out hot, coming out swinging. A very focused and dangerous Faze now. C9 on the bounce back. Here we go.
No opportunity for mishaps. You need the first bloods, you need to execute. You can never throw away a single man advantage. That stun connects on everybody. So Mac got all the intel, but they've given up a little bit of space in towards the B side. But Krep, there you go, gets the cob. Here's for the first blood. He knows there's 3, aggressive through ticket, and already a 4 versus 2 in favor of C9.
They're missing 1 man. They've got eyes on another here, so the math has been done. Faze are trapped. And now they're in trouble. Draza, last man. Whew, Mac shooting damn hard. A lightning fast round from C9, strike first.
Yeah, dialed in, absolutely perfect. Again, Mac lands that stun. He connects for 3. He comes that to his teammates, and they jump all over it. Prep, 0 time wasted. Floods in through ticket, catches the timing, shoots a player in the back. Max wins his gunfight as well, and then you simply collapse. No hesitation, great execution. Type around C9 needs to see.
Yeah, Faze, what do you do in that situation? You know you've all been stunned, you know you've all been called out. They commit to the bomb site and no one watches the flank there. So a tiny, tiny error. Not necessarily knowing where all the members of C9 are. You can't blame them for it. But that is the difference we are looking at here in this search and destroy. C9 on attack.
It's looking like a much slower round on the approach. The stun still connects, and that's just going to slow him down even further. But as you say, Miles, full pockets from the C9 boys, still plenty of stuns, plenty of nades that they can work with. They get back down from the A site, but they're just repositioning. This is the tell. The bomb's leaning this direction. And as you see it actually wrapping out to attach a final bit of noise as they're squaring up towards B.
That's a great nade for anyone who could have been on the hedge in the middle there or by Glow. But alas, no one to be found. 2 defenders here for Faze on the inside of their site. Celium and Abizi will now reposition and find themselves a sweet corner, but wait, it's a double bluff. We might be going back to A.
They're playing like a little bit of Moscow S&D. And on the A site, Simp is still spotting out for information, so Atlanta Faze still have the right sort of puzzle pieces. And Sib gets beautiful Call of Duty timing. That is incredible for the first blood.
That is a winner, folks. 25 seconds to go. Got to get that bomb planted as well. But Krep sends it forward, wins the snap onto Abizi. And now you've got an opportunity to get this bomb down. Wait a minute, Simp is gone as well. Celium trying to maneuver into position. Can he get anywhere near this to stop the plant? Oh, no, the timing would have been good. It's a 1v3, now a 1v2. I'm waiting for it. Kremp regen. And the round is done.
When Celium is last live, you pucker up, you get more focused than even before. What could have gone away if Krentz ends up falling, but Cel, a few missed shots coming through, and that's all Kremp needed to hit the reposition, but I think a lot of that round is off the back of Sib. That is just crazy. I mean, even just before this, Draza's arrow was looking for that exact push. He turns around for just a moment as Sib goes through. And a little bit of Call of Duty timing like that turns into a 2-kill round there from Sib. The little things, you love them in God.
Simp bomb in hand now on the attacking round for Faze. Whereabouts are we going? Heavy A stack right now for C9. They're all outdoors enjoying the stuns and nades right now, and it's hit a lot. So with no trophies in play, intel passed over. The guessing game is on, but at this point in time, oh wow, what a tactical retreat. Under great coverage from Draza.
Well, Draza's got the intel on too. Now Faze is starting to make moves, maybe through the middle of the map, but it is just going to be mind games. Trying to bait out rotations, see when you can sort of catch a player off guard. In an information exchange battle as the A site commences. Mac, they're looking for him, and they got him. Abizi shreds him, Selim finds his pick, and just like that, C9, you slip for a moment, you're in a 2v4.
Yeah, they lose all the presence they had by the A side. Ah, that's another big one out of Cell. Even less presence now in the form of Sib. A 1v4, a 1v none. Faze, what a bounce back.
And that's just good comms. This is how Red Card has sort of developed, over the past few months, the past few stages. It is just mind games, decisions about which bomb site you want to go to. I'd imagine that's Draza communicating, hey, you know, guys by stage, someone was out by Globe, we can work these players, and Mac just completely caught off guard on Abizi, repositioning from the big steps. Atlanta Faze on the board, and the first bloods have been the decider so far in these rounds.
Not always the case here in the CDL. Another attack now for C9. Attach will be your carrier. Scuff controller cam. You see Sid doing his thing and jiggling.
I did not know about that angle. I gotta steal that.
A lot of damage, a lot of information gained, and Mac springs to life! They can't get the second. Cell does though. 3v2.
And Kremp wants that trade. He's a little bit too late to get it though. Gotta try to find the bailout in 2v3. You do have the bomb down, so it's clutchable. This is not easy. You want to catch a player for free. I don't know if Faze is gonna give it to him.
There's so many angles that Attach has got to worry about from this position. Oh, and even more worry now as he's gone. He's been riddled. And Selim looking for one hell of a round. If he brings down Kremp, it's the ace, and the timing, ladies and gentlemen, and a firing squad. Selim does find his fourth. It's 6 in a row, an ace to his name, and we're all tied up 2-2.
That is a lovely ace and the defuse. He is going to be creeping up on that hellstorm. Maybe another 3 kills away, maybe a bomb plant, but we'll see how the round develops. Either way, Selim, that is a nice little takeover moment, tied up 2-2.
Unreal. He finds himself sitting at 7-2 now after 4 rounds of play. Yesterday it was Simp, today Cell, but this is still anyone search and destroy. And the pressure is certainly starting to feel real for both of these teams. Stun check, nobody home. In the middle of the map, but both teams have let it rip. Here we go over towards B right now. And Abizi looks for a first blood, catches out Kremp, and Simp is going to pump the brakes and hope that the 50-50 plays out his way. Oh dear, what a battle that was. Man advantage C9 in a big way. The bang out towards B goes their way.
Yeah, that's just another collapse on that approach as well. So Atlanta Faze trying to get aggressive that direction. I don't know what type of information that Abizi had, but he was full committed, expecting no one to be inside of Mail. And just guesses wrong, and as soon as that first blood rang out, the trade's perfect. Mac there for the coverage on Kremp for the trades, and again, just instant collapse on that B site. Everybody getting involved. Attach might still be sitting on a donut, but if you got the lead, you're happy for it, and you see how quick he was there to try to be in the mix. You like to see the activity from C9.
1 round advantage for C9. Attach still on the donut, but that's absolutely fine. Committing to all the plays here. Great nade. That one had Kremp's name all over it, and he ate it for breakfast. Slows down the play. The Faze don't necessarily take any ground from that.
10 feet out of spawn.
What an arm, whoever that was. Could have been Sim. A slow march towards A. Got to watch out for those open doors. Nobody home just yet. Mac putting himself in a dangerous position.
And Draza is more or less isolated. Selim up top really can't cover him too much. And you see Draza actually feels the pressure and backs all the way down. And Attach once again over towards the stage. Just gets shredded by Cell. So with 3v4 now from C9 and Abizi, I mean, he's been trying to make this B site his own. He's ready.
There's the door bang. Abizi pulled. His attention now split. But his focus is resolute as he finds another. The spray now in from Sim. Can he find any more kills? Traps players. The stun connects. Info gained.
That stun is brutal, and he's staring right at that bomb. Good luck on this one. You're going to have to slide out and just win some insane ones. And you're winning nothing. Trades, easy. Self for the first blood. Abizi for the follow-up. No effectiveness on the mind games. Atlanta Faze not caught off guard. And now that donut for me has become concerning from Attach. You had the lead, it's fine, but giving away a free kill like that at a moment where I'm thinking you go and isolate Draza by the site. C9 have had success in their aggression when they're decisive, doing something as a team, playing for picks. They've gotten punished.
Yeah, the moment they give any of that initiative to Faze, it hurts bad. Sibs. 7-3 out of Sib, though. He's still trying to bring as much noise as he possibly can. Kremp is the damage dealer right now for C9. Even with that Jackal on a map like this, he's looking fantastic. A bit more aggressive right now for Faze, and what an opening! Celio absolutely lights up too. Unable to close out.
That's all the damage. You want to try to get these trades as quick as you can, but those players are healed up, so no dice there. But once again, towards the B site, they've gotten slammed every time they've come this direction, but now they actually have the control, so there is clutch potential. And Draza catches Attach again, so who cares about the man advantage? It's gone.
Big damage, huge damage. Can anyone capitalize on this? Abizi trying to get the heal. Sim with the perfect cover. The two pieces there. What a crossfire from the terrorists. Krem now trying to battle forward in the 1v3.
Looking for the bailout, looking for the bailout. He's got everybody weak, but so is he. Done and dusted. C9 sold that round. And I'll call it out, Attach 0-5. He has done 87 damage in this game. Has yet to really shoot his gun. Not enough damage to get a kill. The next lowest in the lobby is Abizi at 300. And giving away a freebie. A painful one for C9.
I mean, let's talk about that crossfire setup. Abe at 18 HP. Takes 2 nades, huge amount of damage, and then crosses that B-bomb site to get in position to cover Sim. That is immaculate teamwork, and that is some of the finest chemistry you can find in the league. Two of the longest running teammates we have. RC out. RC most likely gone.
Yeah, it feels like every round for C9, they walk out of spawn and just get met by frag grenades. It's so difficult to take space when that level of pressure is being applied, but B-site, Abizi, the lone defender, maybe has Self for a little bit of backup, but you still have the extra odds here. Krempthel tagged up, one shot. Matt looking for the kills.
Send him in. Can he get 2? Shots there from Abizi. The trade complete, though. You've got a man advantage right now for C9. Pressure now towards the site. A bad nade, an unfortunate moment for Attach. He's been forced out of position, and Krem has yet to get the bomb planted. Sim now getting pressure in through the double doors.
Just can't give it away for free, and he gave it away for free. 2v2.
The flank is now wide open. A 2v2, and now an option to go over towards A. Is this going to be read by Sim? He spots him out. Gets away with his life as well.
Trying to be active, though. Get the bomb down as quick as he can. Play in a safe spot. And now you have Sib. He's just going to be watching the cross. He's actually down low. What kind of tech? Dude, Sib and his timings have been on point. Leaving Draza last alive. And he grinds for these moments.
A 1v2. Sib goes wide. Krem deep on the site. Guns up. Surely that's it. Draza getting ready for the next man. No intel as Sib strikes again.
And that is massive. That is Sib bailing them out of that round, and Krem making moves as well. A round they nearly tossed away, but from map 1, Sib the top slayer for his team and in the lobby. 10-4 for the moment. You got at least 2 more rounds to play.
4-4. We go again, folks. Faze on attack. We haven't seen any B-bombs like plants this match so far. It has been ruthless aggression for both of our teams. Straight shooters on either side. Attach yet to get involved in the kills department. You know how it goes. You find one and it's basically done. Opening gambit once again. This time Attach is a trophy. Pressure on. Abizi trying to tighten the noose around C9.
Oh, they're trying to hunt him down. Get rid of the trophy too. High IQ, and look at that first blood from Cell. Just finds it, rips it, and BZ's one shot as well. Kremp gets the trades, 3v3. Everybody's trading, and Attach makes some noise. A 3v2 for C9.
He had to finish it, and now he's got on the board. One man left alive. Sim has the bomb to his name as well. Caught out in the C9 crossfire. Map point.
Huge.
Energy starting to shift now. C9 getting it going.
In the previous round, you had Kremp and Sib bailing out Attach, and Attach picked him up in this one. Looking out for the captain, and now Kremp getting active in the comms, looking for the play call. We'll be back on the attacking round, looking to get on the board and tie this series up.
And that was a huge round for Attach as well, not only for the kill, but he dealt 400 damage in that round alone. The man was putting in the work. So, bomb in hand. Could be the moment of the match right now for C9.
And we saw in a previous round, Draza seemingly the lone defender, selling him a little bit of support from a pop. You can isolate Draza in these types of situations, but you have to be aggressive to find them. And those blue arrows are starting to swarm, and Atlanta Faze is not yet repositioned.
They're going for it. Draz pulls two! Unbelievable. Sib then not relinquishing the A-bomb site attack. He has been spotted out. There's the plant. Draza takes care of another! Can't get the ace, and a swarm from Faze. They collapse upon C9, and the defuse is theirs. Oh, it's a round 11.
Kremp felt the play call, and he was absolutely perfect. Draza, you can isolate him back behind that bomb site. That is exactly what they did, and Draza dragged them all to hell. Around 11. C9, the pressure is on.
This is Draza's three-piece. What a moment, and they line up for a fraction of a second, and he deals that damage. The next man in. This was such a crucial kill. Attached there on the bomb site, gets the plant. And what a tight angle from the forklift. He is surely certified, and he would have loved that ace. What a highlight that would have been. Round 11, here we go. Right back at it with C9 on attack.
I mean, Atlanta Faze, they can just trust Draza. Full and complete trust on that setup. The Terrors can play over towards B. Atlanta Faze confident, C9 need to find a way to crack this code.
C9 is still, they've got their options open for B as well as A. But again, Faze, resolute defense. No one moving just yet. No signs of activity, no doors open, no glass broken.
And Atlanta Faze reading this. Draza's right back towards the B site. They're ahead of the game.
Bang! Abizi traded immediately. Sim up next. Kremp with the bomb recovery. We might be going towards A. There are no guns up in position for this one, but Faze, again, much closer to the site.
Well, Cell spotting out the information towards the middle of the map. They're taking the deep route, though, to go all the way around. But that just means that Atlanta Faze have a little bit of time to wrap back, and that's exactly what all of them are doing. And you might be able to leave Sib out of the picture.
Damage in from Attach. Wonderful coverage from Draza. It's going to get hits in a Kremp, so he's going to be able to plant the bomb, but wait for the nades. Cell finds Attach once again. Kremp forward. What coverage? The overwatch for MC. Last man Sib. Fighting for his life, and it is not enough. Faze. Two disgusting rounds back to back under the watchful eye of Celium. No one makes it to the A-bomb site without a little bit of love.
The play calls perfect in some of those rounds coming in from C9. The execution, though, not quite there. Atlanta Faze, their reads are on point. They dialed in their red card, and even that final round, they just always knew where to be. Credit to Draza. 1,700 damage, 4 assists, 10 kills, and the first bloods to boot. He wasn't everything on that map, but a few key rounds, he was indeed everything, taking over in the final two. Atlanta Faze on point. Atlanta Faze up 2-0.
That last stand he had over by round 10, absolutely unbelievable. Double digits for two players there on Faze and Protocol Control rolling into this one. Again, for C9, it was a good look for them in the picks. Can they turn it into something special here? The comeback has to start now, or the campaign at Major 3 ends in a big old red face up, folks. Wow. Well, Sib put the numbers up there in the search and destroy for us. Chance, how are we feeling about the control before we throw it to the beach?
A protocol control for Atlanta Faze when they're playing like this. I have seen them dominate teams on this map. That's my expectation for map 3.
Let's go to the beach. Take it away, Desk.
Welcome back poolside, everybody. We've got Study alongside Alley Cat and Nameless, and well, 2-0's feeling pretty good, Stud.
Come on, man. It's like I've been around the block once or twice. I know ball, man. Atlanta Faze, they iced up in the Hacienda. We're able to dominate the second half of the game, and in the Search and Destroy, you go blow for blow. It's just some of these rounds, you just can't get isolated when you have the numbers advantage of your Cloud9.
C9 is playing a 3v5.
Atlanta Faze getting the job done so far, but 2 very close games. So let's take a look at the highlights here, because I came out a little early. I thought Cloud9 had this game locked up. How did we get to a round 11? Walk me through this, Allie.
I was just trading a lot of defenses. After Cloud9 goes up a couple, Atlanta Faze answer its own. We end up 3-3, and then it's just trading defenses from there on out. I personally go back to that round 7. I'm trying to slow down talking so that we have the visual when I talk about it. But basically, for the side of Cloud9, they sent nobody into B. Cloud9 is the worst retake team in the league right now. They sent absolutely nobody into B around round 7, and that just gave Atlanta a literal free round, which is just so unfortunate, because you go all the way to around 11, you send somebody in B, maybe play for that first pick, you win your defense, you know, the one defense that they lost almost this entire game, and you're looking at a different result.
There you can see the graphic at the bottom, man. What do you see?
Yeah, I mean, I just think some of the decision-making a little wonky here. Attach died by himself way too many times.
Yeah.
I mean, and they're just on the same page. I mean, you think about second to last round, Chris, right? They get the bomb down in that situation. You got the subs running at Draza, and then Attach had just finished planting bomb. They already died. In that moment, the communication needs to be like, when I get bombed down, we fight together.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then we get to that final round. It's another one of those things. We already did the heavy lift. We killed Abizi. We're either going to challenge B right away, or we're going to get over there, plant, and the AR cannot die before the sub gets challenged on bomb. The AR dies before the sub gets challenged on bomb, and we lose the round. So if you're Cloud9, you're just making small mistakes, man, where you could have equalized the series, and you know it's in the grasp of your hands.
Quick question on the Attach comment. You said he's dying alone. Is that he's playing confident and overchalling, or is he on an island, not enough teammates to help him out?
He is not playing confident. I mean, there were a couple situations where at the B site, he was the guy tasked with watching pinch, gets challenged and just starts strafing left and right. He just looks like not confident in being able to actually take that challenge. And, you know, just a couple rounds, he just got caught either like standing out too far in the open or challenging something he shouldn't have. He's got to lock in.
I mean, even at round 11, like, you send Mac in first with the bomb. Like, fine, we're going to send Mac first, but don't send him with the bomb. Like, you got lucky that Crump was able to pick it up. Any other situation that doesn't work out. And you even go back to the hard point, though, like Cloud9. They were kind of in the driver's seat in the first set of this rotation to Atlanta Faze. They were doing what I said to do. They needed to get that early rotation, that early setup, make it as hard as possible for Atlanta Faze, who's already bad at breaking, especially on this map. And what do? They stopped rotating. Rest of the game, all of the second set of rotations, it was all Atlanta Faze, where it's always minimum 2-member setup early with about 20 seconds left at old. Cloud9 New York, just not enough priority out of them.
Yeah, and this is the issue with Cloud9. This is why I had them not really having a chance here versus Atlanta, because you just never know from a consistency point what they're going to bring to you. The first half of the game, you're winning every rotation. Every single gunfight is a lot easier. But the second half, everyone's just playing at a different pace. You're not there early on. You're fighting from the front side. You're not having the preferred gunfights, and you're just never going to be in a position to win.
They just don't have, like, recovery. I mean, that map comes down to 2 plays. It was the Abizi 2-piece in top middle spiral when we're on rotation defenses, and then Celium got 2, and there was a team kill. He basically got 3 on the very next rotation to Rock, right? So these maps, sometimes they come down to the smallest things, but you just have to be so rehearsed and ready for these moments. Somebody's going to be playing your spiral if they are a good team. We have to find him, kill him. We cannot be getting pieced in that situation.
On the other side, positive ends of Atlanta, you picked them to win this. Who so far is your MVP?
It's got to be Celium. He's been unreal in map 1 and map 2. I mean, 3 first bloods, 10-7, and then even that map 1. I almost want to lean Abizi. I want to see how the rest of the series goes, because he also had a really good respawn.
It's going to come down to Abizi or Draza for me. We take a look at our control numbers so far in this stage. Abizi, a 1-2-3. He's 4th overall. Draza right behind him at number 6.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be a field day for them, because they're spawning against their best control map on protocol. Obviously, control for them throughout this stage is like hit or miss, 50-50. And those guys are consistently putting up those numbers. Yeah, you're going to have your hands full here if you see none.
Ali, I saw you eyeing some numbers. What's jumping out before we get to the casters?
That graphic is so funny, considering just that all of them are rocking like a 1.2 control.
Casters are ready to rock, so are we. Is Atlanta finishing it right here, Chance?
More than likely, Puckett. I'm feeling the vibe. You guys are looking great on the desk.
You guys,
are you calling it a desk?
It's the beach.
I'm glad they cut Anant, though. Tired of that guy.
Here we go to map number 3, friends. We're going to protocol to play control. And yeah, if you've just joined us, Faze are up 2-0 here at the half. And let's face it, C9 close but no cigar. The hard point started out nice, didn't end very well. And around 11, they're in the search and destroy. Literally seconds ago. It feels like a lifetime, though, if you are those players.
I mean, for C9 in-game, it's probably feeling like a lifetime because they are putting the emphasis on potential champs run. You're 25 points down from that 8th seed. A run here in the loser's bracket means you can honestly build yourself a cushion. You can leapfrog Optic potentially because the 2 teams next to them also in elimination round 1. Problem is down 2-0 against Atlanta Faze on a protocol control. For Atlanta Faze, they have been the best offensive team on this map. That is pre and post patch. The guys have been lights out, and obviously the game mode, Atlanta Faze across the board have been better.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, statistically, not a tremendous different. Is the ranking that hurts me, though. 3rd to 7th, that is a big lead. Let's see how we go, though. C9. Last chance, your lives are on the line here at Major 3. We'll start things off with Faze on attack. And so far, it looks like a little bit of love towards B, but anything can change here on Protocol.
I mean, it's open. If it's open, why not take it? How many segments of progress can you get before C9 are even here to defend? I mean, that's the first one gone for absolute free. First gunfight of Easy's taken, and he is full HP. Now Simp for 2. 2 segments gone, and where's the defense?
Oh, it was Mac. He managed to get 1 of that life, but the second stack there as the Terrors complete the job at B. Eyes towards A. 2 minutes and 15 on the clock. C9 on the turtle. They are doing their very best to set up some form of defense here. Mac and Krem still shooting. Mac find out spawn. A little bit of space to play with now, but their capture is on.
I mean, if we don't want to win the map, it's all good. Move along. God. Don't shoot back. Don't get trades. Don't worry about it. Another 3 in the feed there for Atlanta Faze. A segment of progress gone on A, and we're going to speed run this protocol.
We will find out what breaks first, the bodies or the minds of C9 here. As the struggle continues, the second segment is now in the bag.
There we go.
Faze battling now from spawn. Here we go, C9. Time to turn it up.
This is where you drain the lives. Go absolutely crazy. 2 minutes left to play. Do not let Atlanta Faze get out. And from a 4-piece in the feed, and now everybody is dead. They get out in an instant.
It was 1 kill for Mac there on the counterattack. Faze. An immaculate return to the middle of the field. And now the battle towards time draws a pixel-perfect play. Trades are done. Last man on time. And Abizi should be brought out of play here, so get rid of him somehow. Faze fighting now from spawn again, but they're already out towards mid.
I mean, C9, you just have to keep the pressure up as well, and I don't know if Simp is going to let you. Number 3, Simp, going to be going for the flank,
That's
but
it.
No one is there even remotely in time. And that was a round that took maybe a minute and 50 seconds. There you go, less than 2 minutes to win a round of attack. They made that look easy.
Faze, their aggression only matched by their lethality here on Protocol.
And with how fast that round went, you think Atlanta Faze just outslayed them by 10, 15 kills. No, they outslayed them by like 4. So the kills column was absolutely close. Just none of the kills where it absolutely mattered. C9, they got a perfect 4-man wipe in the feed, and they got rebroken 10 seconds later. Unacceptable at this level.
Well, C9 time to turn it all around. A couple of hits there with the opening nades. Just going to soften up the players in the middle of the map again. Not enough time really for anyone to get trophies. So that's how fast this round went. Cell and Simp find their opening kills. And Matt get it done now on time. The test is going to end very, very quickly. And Faze, a slight bit of work to do here. Simp is now behind enemy lines.
Yeah, this is the more protocol standard where you get players in your spawn and it's incredibly difficult to root them out. Simp by himself got 2 kills before he got traded. All 4 players on C9 couldn't get an extra one. Yeah, this is tough.
Sid to time. No help to be found. Whoa, selling him with a knife in the bedroom. That is nearly how the murder went down, but Abizi there from time with the aims gets his. A zone, full of Faze right now. Simp once again hits the back line. Those 2 players now sent towards him, for the feeding frenzy will soon begin.
And you're just trying to find any degree of opening. Civ typically on point for this team. Now 3 and 8. He's the one struggling. And you're trying to bail out, trying to work out of your spawn. And Krem, that's a nice 2. Doing it by himself to actually make a few moves. But if you look at the idea, if you try to go to the A site, Dross is posted up over towards the helicopter. Faze has presence over towards the B zone as well. So difficult opportunities to attack, and you've at least taken care of Kraza. So A's a little bit more open. You keep the guns forward.
Yeah, so up. Trophies, not doing enough work there. Still eating a couple of stuns. Sib, good stuff. The second segment on its way out. Here we go. C9 have got themselves going, but wait, Drata finds the angle and he cuts down 2 from top mid. Stops the capture in its tracks, stops the segment going through, and that could be the round.
Miles, I tell you, I love when teams actually play defense and show a little bit of fight, a little bit of spirit. It looks good. It's clean Call of Duty. Atlanta Faze delivering, and now just 7 seconds left in the round. You're gonna have to dive out onto this point. Attach, leave the window, move towards the zone, and with 0.0 is when we get there. GG, go next.
Something seems to be amiss with the Faze boys there on stage, where they're simply surprised by what they are seeing, what they're experiencing, or if there is in fact an issue. A referee is going to be in place there, but regardless, an absolutely disgusting showing so far from Atlanta Faze. 3 minutes and 50 seconds now elapsed in game time, and they are 2-0 up. Match point for Atlanta Faze once again, as we've got a technical pause to give C9 a moment to recover themselves, because it is certainly pressure time.
Well, this is interesting. The reset cheese yesterday in the Atlanta Faze series, they ended up getting steamrolled after we come back from any type of tech delay. So if I'm Atlanta Faze, I'm trying to, there's nothing wrong. No, my monitor's fine. Keep it going.
No,
but clearly not.
There's something with Abizi's monitor, so we're going to get that resolved ASAP.
Maybe he was yelling dead too much at it.
He like sonic boomed it off the stand.
Where's Ray when you need him? Ray and his napkins.
Rambo Ray and his napkins. For those who know, yesterday he Nasty had an issue with his. Ray took it upon himself to fix it with a napkin underneath it. And it worked.
The stories I've heard from players about how particular they can be about their setups, bringing out levelers. Crim6 has some insane stories, and then meanwhile someone like Super will sit 8 feet away from him and be like, this is fun. I see everything. I don't have to turn my head to see the minimap at all. I see everything at all times.
Super's in a different state, still picking up pieces. Here we go, Mac, first blood, C9. Reset cheese, how does it smell so far? Not great, Selim's getting 9 kills, but Mac and Attach, they get theirs. Coverage there from top mid against Selim doing what he can.
MC Myers out for blood. And he just gets to peruse the top windows and make it his bread and butter. You ever try to approach him, he will literally cut you down. So he's just waiting. No players are down low. Know that they made noise towards Spiral, and his teammates fell. So Atlanta Faze, much slower on this approach. C9 actually fighting back now on the defensive end. A 1v1 fight for the time, but it wasn't a 1v1. Mac there for the coverage. Sim wins his gunfight as well, and Sim reduced to 1 HP, but it doesn't look like there's going to be any trades just yet. The slow A cap continues.
So dodging it all, still proving to be an incredible pain point right now for New York. Oh man, yeah, C9, A zone gone. This is it. The final point on the map for them. The B zone. The quick reaction on defense. Can they get involved? Selim, the trap is set and it is now sprung. Trophies, shots are in. Last man left alive on that side of the map is going to be Attach, and he's now gone. The B zone is now within their reach.
Selim he just has his spots, man. Either the top windows or he stayed by the stairs. He's waiting for the clearance and the call before he jump on it, and now the points start to fall.
The last hopes of C9 now in this battle. Tags are in, Mac over the top. A single member of Faze left, and reinforcements from over the side. Here we go. Crimp to save it for his squad. No, a 3-0. Atlanta Faze. Their march through the lower bracket has begun.
Cloud9 New York out with a whimper. And Atlanta Faze, their losers bracket run commences.
One round at a time, it now begins. The fight of Faze's tournament. The first one, not necessarily the most brutal. Cloud9, commiserations, their run here at Major 3 barely began. They have been our first team eliminated here at the tournament. And at an incredibly precarious time in their careers, this is the run towards champs now in contest.
Wow. And I mean, Max 60, he had 30 engagements. Some of his teammates at 20. He was trying to do everything he could in that final map, but I think the team just got flatlined. And there for Atlanta Faze, Tears completely on point. Simp 29 and BZ 19 and 12. And if that listening, we only caught maybe a minute of it on that Hacienda, but BZ was roaring. Looking like he wants to be the player that sort of takes it upon himself to turn things around through the loser's bracket run, and things are looking good for Faze. Draws on point as well those final 2 rounds of the S&D. I think C9 had the right play call. Isolate Draza, he's by himself back behind B, and Draza said, thank you very much. I'm daddy over here. I'll take him down.
Well, he dug his heels in. He didn't let anything go there in that red card. The S&D, absolutely the shining point of the series. That protocol, an absolute blowout. No, nothing. No prisoners, no nothing there. C9, thank you very much. We'll see you guys next weekend for some games.
And not to steal the desk job, and now this is a massive opportunity for both Optic and Minnesota Rocker to try to leapfrog them in the standings and see how many CDL points they can get.
Unbelievable stuff. Well, that's that, folks. We say goodbye to C9. We say hello to Celium on the stage with Blaze.
Florida Faze up as Atlanta Faze comes out on top in this big time matchup. I got the man himself, Celium, with me on the main stage. And Cel, you guys come out this 3-0 in this series. Just initially, how you feeling? Because, you know, looking at your hard point today compared to yesterday, I see a lot of changes happening. What's going on?
I mean, yesterday was just a tough day. It was Resurge, you know, a tough team. So, I mean, if we just focus on the fundamentals, and I honestly think our team won't lose like a map. So.
There you go, okay? Focusing on the fundamentals, all right? And sometimes it just has to be that. You got a team full of 4 talented players here on the stage, and you guys can do anything, okay?
Yeah.
3-time champions in the losers bracket right now, looking to make that a 4P, which is something that we've rarely seen. How are you preparing to get that done?
I mean, just going hard every day, you know, just like putting that effort in and just trying to win.
Yep, and just trying to win right there, okay? Florida, do you guys think that they can make this run in the losers bracket? Definitely can, okay? Now talk to me about how proud you are of your teammates, okay? You playing with some talented people right here when it comes down to this team. How proud are you for the boys and how they locked in there in this series?
I mean, I have the best teammates in the world. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. I'm playing with the 3 best players in the world, in my opinion. So, I mean, it's a blessing, you know? It's a blessing.
It is a blessing, okay? Cel, I'm gonna let you go get ready for this next matchup, all right? This ain't gonna be the first time we talk today, I'm pretty sure. One more time here for Atlanta Faze, everybody. That's gonna do it for me and Cel on the stage. Take us away, Chris.
Atlanta fans hoping this is a 4-day event for them as Faze now moves on into round 2 of the elimination bracket. We say goodbye to our first team. And Nameless, since you went ahead and chose Cloud9 to win this, will you do us the honor?
Yeah, will you
put this squad on
retire?
ice.
Let's put them on ice.
Let them cool down a little bit.
Don't break it.
See you guys.
Put them on ice for now.
On ice.
Yeah, all right. We say goodbye to Cloud9
Peace.
for now.
Shutting
Let's
its diabolical.
highlight Atlanta Faze, though, because the 3 of us saw this one coming. Rosalie, walk me through the control, because we went to the green room, we saw the scoreboard, and we started walking right back to the set.
Yeah. Do I really gotta walk you through it? It's just a highlight montage reel of Atlanta Faze, and I can't tell you, if I can tell you anything about this map number 3, Simp and Abizi, Tiny Terrors, had the time of their life in this map number 3, and that is really important for Atlanta Faze moving forward, because again, they haven't necessarily had a bad stage, it's just been more about the ARs, and we know when Atlanta Faze is having a good time and when they're winning championships, it's not only when they're all playing well, but specifically when the Tiny Terrors are taking over.
Simp drops 20 kills, 9 deaths. Combined, your ARs for Cloud9 put up 16. They got rolled in this game 3.
Oh, yeah, it's just too much to handle, man.
Good
Atlanta
shot.
Faze go into a series up 2-0. They see protocol control as the map number 3. They are happy as hell that they don't have to play off the timings on like a map like Hacienda. And this is where you just allow the Tiny Terrors to win their timings, clutch up in their one-on-one, and just make their lives a living hell on the opponent's side. Cloud9 just literally could get nothing going.
You got to remember, Cloud9 was in the lead multiple times. It was moments like this, though, that turned the tide. Let's take a look at the ace from Celium. Just got to play the game, Alley Cat.
Yeah, I mean, in case the 3 first bloods and the 10-7 wasn't enough, he gives you an ace on top of it all, just like a cherry. I mean, this guy is unreal. And what's crazy is, like, he just keeps getting better, and it's really annoying. Like, every single game, he does this.
He's just so hard to kill. I mean, you saw them trying to challenge from escalators. Somebody slided him, and he's like, no, no, no. I'm going to reposition fine, too. I'm going to wall bang the 3rd guy, and then, yeah, you're going to try to chow me. The Obi-Wan Kenobi. You didn't learn? You didn't learn? I got the high ground.
I got the high ground. And this was also a momentum swing, right? Because this was when Cloud9 was having a really good time the first couple of rounds of the Search and Destroy. So for Cel, I mean, he gets that swing round just for the Atlanta Faze to roll right through him.
Never a doubt, Faze survived in the losers bracket. What is waiting for them? The winner of our next match, Optic Texas. Vegas Falcons. And a reminder, this matchup happens tonight.
It happens next.
It's next
Pretty
up.
wild.
It's literally our next match.
But Faze versus the winner happens tonight.
All above. You guys are fantastic human beings. We're going to a break. When we come back, we have so much more. Call of Duty.
Think fast, Puckett.
Black Ops 6.
Oh my God.
I saved you this time.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Can you even believe this place?
Sit your slimy ass down. The sizzle sells itself. Someone give me a 10-gallon hat. I'm going full cowboy on these bastards.
You're not sure you have the right floor?
It is so nice to meet you face to face, Plate.
trust me, fine. But you cannot trust her.
I'm ready to fly by now. You should know I got that crown on my mind. Top, get on your feet, feel the passion. Big bang coming through, blast like a cannon. Blast like a cannon. Big bang coming through, blast like a cannon.
The 2025 Optic Texas Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this vinyl proving your membership in the Alien Task Force. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
It's all smiles in Vegas. This was a celebration following their first ever win in the CDL. The Falcons taking down Optic Texas. It was a bit of a surprise. Unless you're Alley Cat. You called that win, Al.
I did call that win. You know what? I also went 4 for 4 yesterday. I'm on a roll right
Did you get the first one right, too?
I got the first one right, too.
I got the first one right.
You
And
did.
did you?
No, you guys just picked the favorites.
All right, we'll let you catch up here. Let's
I
talk
tip it.
about the Falcons, though, because this has become one of our favorite teams to watch in the green room. Yes, they only have 10 points on the entire season, but Pred's crew is looking like they have potential. We finally have a match every time they take the stage. Was it Arcitys? Was it the Priest Edition? Was it Pred? What has turned this team around most for you, Miles?
It's a lot of energy. It's a lot of change in the camp. Obviously, it's a dramatic departure from the previous players we saw there. You add World Championship, caliber players, literal ring bearers. You expect some results. It has been there. I think Clace has obviously made some serious quote-unquote money moves to make this happen, and I think it's paying off so far. A measly 10, but it could change after today.
A measly 10. But I will say I'm probably leaning Pred. Obviously, that's going to be the biggest change. He's just brought so much energy to this team and also a lot of slang. And the only thing for Vegas Falcons right now is kind of just like the control in S&D. Where is that going to be sitting at?
Optic Texas was apparently crushing in scrims. Unfortunately, they weren't able to pull off any dubs yesterday. Boston sends them back into the elimination bracket. And you have to think the team currently in 8th place, you don't have Cloud9 knocking on the door, but Minnesota's very much still in this tournament, and LAG not mathematically out of champs run either. How important is this matchup for Optic Texas today?
I mean, this is everything. I mean, you've just been going through hell. I mean, last stage was terrible. This one, they got in by the skin of their teeth, like 2-3 record, and they lost to Pred, the guy that they just released. Now you have to play him once again. Can you guys imagine Optic not being at champs, that organization?
No.
These players, they have to figure it out, and really what it is like, they play some of the worst Call of Duty that we've seen. Like, strategically, fundamentally, it's just not there. And, in this matchup, they lost all the respawns last time. Keep in mind, this is a Vegas team that, they made some good pickups. They're still not one of the best teams. This is a bottom-of-the-barrel team that they got cooked by.
As fun as it is to revisit past mistakes, I would like to move us forward with my favorite segment. It's Allie's favorite segment, I should say.
Yeah.
We call it Hidden Heroes, and she's crushing it in this game mode. What do? We give you 3 facts and 4 players to choose from. Allie, big hint. The players on this list, double confirm production, are in this match.
Right.
Correct.
Easy.
3 CDL
Oh, I'm going first.
event wins.
Sorry. I'm going first. Oh, man. We're doing 3. You want me to do one of the top ones?
Yep.
SMG or AR. I'm going to go with one of the ARs in this series, and I'm going to go with Priest to top right.
3 CDL events.
Oh, I got this one. Top left is Pred. Yeah. 3 event wins. He wins 1 with Seattle.
That's a good one.
Yeah, he wins a major, and he gets obviously champs. That's Pred.
Come on! Miles, the Ross boss, gets it done. Nameless, your turn.
I'm going to go bottom right. I'm going to go shots.
Ooh, show me a Shotsy.
Hey!
Bottom left. Al, you want to go again?
It's got to be Prisa or Alec.
I'm going to say he's probably Alec.
Yeah.
I'm leaning
I think
RC just
Alec.
because of 6.
That's a lot of wins.
I'm trusting you guys.
0.88. It's Arcitys right now.
We did pretty
6
good.
CDL event wins. And I was asking you guys before we started, how close to being a millionaire do you think Arcitys is right now? The guy's got 2 rings. He's won multiple events in the past. He's played for a number of different jerseys. and most recently he gets scooped up by the Falcons, who are known to have some bags.
Yeah, probably close. I ain't pocket watching. Listen, Alec, go out there and get your bag. I tip it.
Get your bag. Let's take a look at your maps and modes. If you want to get the bag, you got to get 3 wins across these miles. The Ross Boss, who has the best opportunity in our first 3 as we see Vault, Hardpoint, Rewind, Search and Destroy is back for game 2, and we'll see Protocol for Control.
Well, Vault's always an exciting one. I think Rewind is the biggest question mark for me, man. I mean, I really don't know who has the edge there, but that is the one map that I'm spicy about.
We saw Vegas, their one search one was a 6-0 Rewind over Boston, so they feel good there. I mean, this is hell if you're Optic. The Vault Hardpoint, you got cooked last time. It was 250 to 180.
Yeah.
It's just tough start to the series if you're Optic.
It's tough, but I do tip my hat and get rid of that skyline. You get rid of Vegas Falcons, best hardpoint map, kind of set yourself up for success early. So we'll see, man.
We got some parents in the venue, and for those who don't know the drama, one of these players is playing against his former team. Fred got dropped by Optic Texas. Now he faces off against the guy who probably was in charge of a lot of decisions on this roster.
That's crazy.
Shotzi has been there since the beginning, and he used to have ridiculous numbers. Right now, though, his Slayer rating is down to a 90.5. In All-Star, still with some pretty good numbers coming in.
Yeah, he's putting up kills, but I mean, you look at the end of the hardpoint yesterday, and it was his fault. I mean, he pushes out, probably shouldn't have, just not on the same page. And, you know, a lot of people like to say that they play hero ball, and he's the literal definition of that, right? You're going to live or die by him a lot of the times, but for Optic, they need Shotzi to have a good performance once again.
On the other side of the matchup, we, of course, have the Falcons with just one match victory. It was over Optic. So as we take a look back at what happened the first time, Allie, who do you think deserves credit for the win here? Because it was 3 respawns in a round 11 of Search and Destroy.
That's tough, dude. I feel like everybody had their moments in this series, but you got to give it to Fred. I mean, he was in monster takeover mode the entirety of this series.
Monster takeover mode is such a good call. I honestly think it was Priest and Nasties. I think they're the most amazing run in both those hard points.
That's true.
We wound the clock back in a big way, man. I mean, time
especially on that skyline, they were moving.
It was the most beautiful card I've seen both of those players play in.
Alec had 13,000 damage. Like, he really did turn the clock back. He was super fine in that one.
If they could turn back time.
It's high tide. Let's get into our Scuff Pick'em, shall we? It's time to find out. Can Nameless make it to 103? Now, Ant, you're down a bit. In fact, it's more than double digits. It's 11 points.
Do we give him another double?
I feel like it's a daily double time.
I think daily double.
Yeah,
do we even give him the ball chance, or we just give it to Free?
Give me the ball.
You got to hit it this time, bro.
Now, the rules
I hit it before you did. You got to hit it this time, bro.
Hit the lens, must cover up lens with ball, and get the correct pick.
All right.
I'm manifesting this
and
for you
then
right
the
now.
caveat is, if I break the camera, Christopher Puckett pays for it.
Fact.
All right. So I got Optic Texas. They got me in this situation. They're gonna
get you out. They got to get you out.
I've been saying this for 2 stages.
You've been saying this for
and one, ladies and gentlemen.
You got to hit this first. Oh my God.
I mean, bro, it just
it is a lot on the TV.
Guys, all right, we got to speed it up. Allie, go. Allie, go.
All right. I'm going up to Texas. There's no way they go out here, right? They got to make chance.
Yeah, one more on your way out.
It's way harder than it looks.
You're giving him another?
Optic Texas out of miles?
Hey, we're going to break this camera, bro.
He's not going to break it.
Optic
Nothing's
Texas.
getting broken.
Vegas Falcons.
Look, as far as my pick goes.
Yo, Nate's real mad right now.
As far as my pick goes, you know, they've done it before, and they'll do it again. I think the Vegas Falcons walk away with the dub here.
Oh, that's crazy. I think you should throw the plant.
Vegas Falcons, Optic Texas. Optic got me here. I'm going Vegas Falcons today. Guy Blaze, let's get it going.
All right. Well, we know where the desk is, the legions lie, but Vegas, well, not Vegas, Florida, what do you guys think? Who do you think is going to come out on top with this matchup right now? It's kind of split. Let us know in the chat who you guys think going to win, but I kind of already know what the chat is saying right now. So get ready, Green Wall, because here comes Optic Texas. Hook, Shotzi, Skies, and Dashy, ready to get it done for the Green Wall yet again. Optic Texas is ready to play.
Listen, it's been a very sad story and journey for Optic Texas throughout this season, but hey, man, they're still alive. They're still in this tournament. They got to make the run. They find themselves on the bubble. Everybody gunning for their spot, trying to knock them out of champs. Let's see if Shotzi and Dash, you got something to say about that.
Let's see, because the next squad coming to the stage knowing that anything is possible with the new squad. It's a new dawn, it's a new day. Get ready for Las Vegas. Florida, make some noise for the Las Vegas Falcons! Brista, Exnid, Pred, and Arcides. These new Falcons know that the sky is the limit, and they ready for whatever.
New vid, new team, new vibes across the board if you are the Vegas Falcons. I mean, you got 3 players on this roster with not only rings under their belt, but also redemption on the mind. Exit, a new star in the making. Vegas Falcons are given an opportunity to not only get revenge once, but to get it a second time to cause some serious upsets. Hopefully this is gonna be a banger, and I can't wait to get it started, Blaze.
I think it's gonna be a banger, Allie. Florida, are you guys ready? Because you've been wild today. Jim Study, take it away.
Ooh, after the desk predictions, the venue seems way more split than I would have thought. You even saw Exit cheese a little bit like, whoa, people are cheering for us. Let's get this.
Yeah, you saw Exit looking like that and Pred looking the way that he is. He is coming out from the thunder from down under, trying to put the green wall in the dirt.
I mean, we saw him yesterday walking around the venue. He's just like, I want Optic so bad.
I know.
He wants this matchup so bad. And if you're hitting the overs, you might be in for a good one. Here's the thing, though. Let's reflect back on the last time these two teams played, because it wasn't all that long ago. Vegas's first overall series win. Their hardpoint has looked really solid this stage, and that's in the midst of a qualifier schedule that has had them facing some really tough hardpoint teams. So they've really kicked it up a gear with this new roster.
Oh yeah, the new roster's treated them well. Obviously, the old roster couldn't find success in basically anything, but you bring in some world champions, and you're instantly able to turn some things around. Hardpoint has been their bread and butter. Search and Destroy, at least in their final matchup, they were able to get a dominant 6-0, and the way that they played that was just with tremendous amount of pacing. So you're gonna have to try to continue that today, because the way you got it done versus this squad was through all the respawns. I just think now that we're on land, Optic have already been tested yesterday. They know what they need to fix in their hard points. This is going to be an absolute battle.
Has to be a wake up here for Optic, because again, it's not just the storyline of Pred versus his former team, but for Optic, it is them versus a chance of getting into a playoff spot. Still on the bubble. So surprising to say that out loud, but it is a vault hardpoint to kick us off. And that's the interesting thing about this map pool in particular, Jay, is that it doesn't really have really hard set favored modes or maps for either of these two teams. It feels like it's going to be a pretty big square up.
Yeah. You talk about the HPs last time, it was a vault. Difference is they had a skyline last go around, and if you're playing against Vegas, you definitely do not want to throw that into the rotation.
Yep.
But I'm just going to put a bold statement out. This first map might come down to white time. If you're Optic Texas, you need these CDL points. Let's get it going.
Let's go. We got Vegas Falcons, Optic Texas. Let's get it on. Shotzi, first blood already coming through. Cut comes out, though, and that would be Vegas returning to some favor over the top of P1, leaving Skies by himself. Good turn from Arcides, and it's the Falcons in early.
Yeah, and the Falcons last time were a lot to handle because the ARs and Arcides and Priesta just went absolutely crazy on maps like this. They whip out an extra one to start it off. They dominate in the kill feed. They're soaking up a lot of time here. And now Optic trying to find their way back in.
Good team shots coming through, allow Skies and Dashy to get some work done up top, but still not really able to dissuade the Falcons on the hard point itself. Now Rock being hit as Arcides is shut down by Hook. Follow up for Hook up top as he will find Pred, and that starts to stabilize stuff here for Texas as you look not just over the scrap time, but in particular down to P2.
Yeah, the spawns are already locked in on the side of Optic Texas. You just got to rotate, get some control over towards Water Street, but they lose the initial gunfight, instantly traded by Sky. So now you're spawning close towards the HP. You're looking at Shotzi to still create an extra layer over towards Gad. He unfortunately is going to get taken down, so Vegas can approach from the front.
Spawns up for Shotzi, but he's a little bit far away to help out with this hit from the front. It's going to have to be Sky. Slides out, finds the first. Turns over to the hard point. We've got a trophy system in for Vegas. They have been so efficient at being able to play in and around the hard point. They may not win many rotations, but when they get into the hard point, they survive in the hard point. And now you've got a chance to split up the spawns and maybe stagger this, but Shotzi's off onto a double, and Optic are looking good for the scrap.
Yeah, this is fantastic call from Optic. Driving through the chaos, even when the spawns are getting mixy. Back and forth on the side for Vegas, but Priesta is able to pop free from the back door. So the break comes in for a good chunk of time as well. And Optic, they're looking like they're not going to give this up for free because they still have those close back spawn.
Yeah, problem is you're going to send Skies on the long route over through with P3. The rest of the squad for Optic just trying to find exits, and Pred's not going to allow that. Zones out over towards the top side of the hallway. Now he's working on rotation to 3. A really good set scrap time there for Vegas.
This is truly going to be the deciding factor of who's going to win this game. Who soaks up the most time here at P3 and who dominates the rotation over towards P4. And Exnit this time around has an AR in towards R.
Wow.
He's able to put himself in a great position to contest early on. Teammates are setting up the pitch, but once Exnit falls, at least you can soak up time now because you already lost R.
Everything starts to stabilize. Both teams taking their respective corners. Trade through mid. Exnit now back to the SMG. Predicts nicely, but not able to find the shots to land for a kill. R-City's a little bit stuck, but with the pistol out, tries to chow out Shotzi from the pitch. Not going to find much success there, and as Skies pushes off Pred, this is good time for Optic.
Yeah, in the last go-around when Optic played against Vegas, it was Shotzi who had not the best series. 0.7 overall in that one, but an 11-6 start on 5 in a row. He's trying to turn that page here, but wow, now you have players from Vegas already sneaking their way in towards Art. The close spawns come in, so all that hard work to hold them on that side of the map towards ammo doesn't work out.
Definitely feels like Vegas are playing their game right now, and Optic have to read and react to it. So trends and patterns definitely feel like they're starting to favor Vegas. Rotation over to 4 underway. Spawns a bit of a question mark here for Vegas as they had Priesta spawning out from the old hill. Shotzi working on the play up top towards Art. Now an opportunity to pinch this from the side, and the kills are looking like they're looking good for Optic. Chance for them to flip the spawns, and for Vegas, it's just trying to see how long can Pred stay alive.
Yeah, Pred's just trying to finesse. He's waiting for his teammates to get back into the play, but unfortunately he gets isolated, but at least you have Exnit, who was able to sneak his way on through the back. They're not going to account for him, so he opens up with the kill. He's also blocking the spawns. His teammates are contesting everywhere else around this hard point. They just can't get inside because Hoop finds a double.
Well, R-Cities cleans out Art. He also finds one on the cross. So it'll be a 2v2 in the hard point for now. Exnit, good discipline, takes care of Shotzi with that nade. Now into the hard point. Hook denies. R-Cities not able to challenge. Vegas still getting close spawns, trying to battle for this last 15 seconds or so. And it's really just down to what Skies can produce up top. He's done well to catch one. Jumps on in, but Pred will find the elimination, and a little bit of scrap time will go to the Falcons.
That's well executed right there out of Optic without the numbers. Like Hoop was having massive gunfight after massive gunfight. And towards the bottom side of P4, he was able to go on 5 in a row and just really not give Vegas any time when they had the numbers at the money hill. So you're going to be up by 25 going into our second set. Vegas applying all the pressure through the middle of the map. Pred on 6 in a row does get cut down, but you got the last man standing. There's still so time.
This is, again, just that kind of thing we're talking about narratively about the Vegas Falcons. They may not necessarily rotate the best, but when they get in and around the hard point, they are so good at surviving through it. So it's just a 20-point game. Optic, clean kill feed. A chance for Skies to get a read on where these spawns are going from. He's had a slow game in terms of interactions at this point, but this read right here will allow Optic some breathing room on this scrap 20 seconds.
Yeah, they already found the initial kill. So now if you're Vegas, you know you need to find this break. You don't want to give it this time, but you also need to flip the spawns. Thankfully, the route good enough from Pred to have his teammate spawn right next to him, contest back through the middle of the map with the spawns in your favor. Now you need to make up for it here with the rotation to P2.
Yeah, spawns, neither team really owning what's happening down over towards P2 at the moment. Good win from Exnit up top. Gives him some ground to work with here at Pool. And for Optic, they are going to stretch the map around a little bit. Hook working on a really deep, long route. Should be traded by Pred, and it is. So now the full focus has to be on the front, and Skies has found entrance.
Oh, yeah, Exnit's just going to let him slip on by, and then he's also going to fall. So all that aggression, the extra layer you had through the front door instantly gets wiped away. And now with all the aggression on the opposite side for Optic, they're going to spawn a couple of you guys out. 35 seconds, still here at P2. Skies with a big one-on-one. He's on 5 in a row. He said, all right, I heard what Alan said. Time to get active.
He was 4-8 at one point. He was just not involved. But now with the SMG, puts himself onto a streak and helps Optic grow this lead to nearly double the points. Still a battle for this last 20 seconds, but Optic a really solid read on where the Falcons are trying to hit this old time from. Exit RC's couple eliminations. Hook trying to find a way to secure the cross, but now he's the last one standing. And with this 10 seconds remaining, it'll just be him last one left. A little bit too high in the jump. Hits the top of the building, and that'll be enough for Vegas to get a little bit of time here on the end of 2.
Yeah, but that's 2 times now at P2. They only walk away with about 10 to 15 seconds. So if you're Optic, just managing through the chaos again, walking away with a majority of the time and now having a rotation over towards P3. It was Vegas last go around, stacking over towards Arc. The final 20 seconds is when they lose those spawns and it gets a little bit chaotic. But Optic right now, let's just soak up as much time as we can.
Well, Vegas able to win out over towards this P3 street. Long route from Shotzi starting to occur. Vegas not aware of it at the moment, but winning battles over the top of P3. But with R-City's dropping top art, there's the spawn flip, and now Vegas will be aware that they're in trouble from the back.
Yeah, R-City's the only guy blocking the spawns over towards Art. So with Satsi in that position, you take care of him, you instantly spawn over towards that Art position, and now Vegas have an opportunity to walk away with this final 20, but you're going to need a break quickly here at P4.
Yeah, really good moment here in terms of time for Vegas, but the hurdle is right in front of them, what they need to try to find a way to get over the top of, and that is the rotation to 4. And as they try to break, we go over to a Vegas Falcons listen in.
Dashy top part, nice, Dashy top part, push the Kyler was top before, Shotzi's gonna be on top. I'm trying to go mid. One's gonna be all the way out, all the way out. Dash, time weak, behind us, line, go through, top before him, watch out. They're tweaking. Line, weak. He's top part. Yo, I got Nate, he's under left. Top part dead. I swung cat. Stay left, the back. He pushed me out, deep right. Go for the left. He's gonna be statue, top before. Nice, help Sowood. Big fucking kill, Sowood. I got 1 big percent, top before. Have your side door. Top part. One shot. Top part still. Top part weak. I'll see top part. Dead. Yeah, one more time. There's 2 times. Okay, what's statue node? Yeah. Set up and use. Yeah. We're good. Yeah, all done. You can left. I'm jumping in. I'll get right. Caesar bottom mark. Going right. I got initial. Yeah, I'm good. He's big control. Dead. Nice. I have cat. Yep, I got cat. Yeah. Top before, guys. I'm pitching right. They're gonna try to play cat on me, guys. I don't see. Yo, what's cat? Cat Dashy weak. Cat who? Who can still cat? I have it close. Yo, too close. They're trying fast. Caesar, one shot. Caesar, absolutely. He's going. One cat. Yep, Caesar, one shot. Open. He's pitching money. Can't fire up. He's full. I think he's pitching money. Caesar, one shot. Back PJ. Get you.
Yeah, you can see what they're trying to do to try to break up P4, but just not quite able to find the success. Maybe a couple of moments of contest, but that's about it. And Optic have blown the lid off this game, requiring Vegas to fight for this back 20 and essentially get a full 60 at P2.
Yeah, besides that 10 seconds where Exton was able to slip his way on through, Optic were in a perfect setup. You had the crosses being watched, Shotzi was roaming through mid-line, and you could tell when listening, they knew that he was there. It's just you can't fully commit on trying to take care of him when he's not showing any face. Yep. He was able to catch timing on 2 kills, shut down that initial push, and it's still a 60-point difference. But if you're Vegas, you need to start winning some couple rotations.
Yeah, Priest losing that gunfight right there. Maybe the end of this map. And yeah, every hit is going to have to be very desperate here for Vegas. If they can get Skies out of the point, that would be super helpful towards just giving themselves a chance at securing some sort of a break. But Shotzi up top, again, reduces the numbers. Hellstorm also coming in from Skies. He will find one of each team. Pred from the front, trying to work his way in. That's going to get shut down, and here's the winning moment potentially for Optic.
Yeah, Vegas have basically 1 or 2 more good pushes. They find the opening kill through the middle of the map. They are spawning on the middle side of P1, but they are only forced to work through that front side. Archleys finds a double. You still got to get in a contest. Thankfully, Archleys is able to find 3. That's all 4 dead, and again, Vegas find a break, but only 20 seconds here.
They get the isolation onto Dashy. That will give them the awareness that as the last member drops, Optic must have spawned over towards mid. They're on the hunt for him. Scrap time looks pretty much confirmed the last 10 seconds, but you only have a 12-point gap here if you're Vegas. You have to make this P3 Mixie, and you have to dominate a rotation to 4. Someone needs to turn up right here.
Yeah, realistically, I'm not playing for art here. I'm just playing around this hard point and then find the 20 seconds. If all the kills go our way, then we can win the rotation over towards New, but we have to play keep away. We cannot allow Optic to win here. Effective trades back and forth in the kill feed, but Dashy, last man standing. All you need is 7 points.
Yeah, next in our city is just giving up that position. We're trying to push forward. Dashy deals with both of them. Priest the next one. That will be enough for Bruce. One more at the cut. No. Pred gets the trade, but I don't know if it's going to make much of a difference towards the scoreboard. You've got Optic ready to go, but Exit and Arseny's still fighting, leaving Shotzi as one of the last ones to battle in around the hard point, and he's taken down. Still a moment to fight here for Vegas, but Dashy off his next life once again continues to rip them apart.
Yeah, you just continue to fight from the front side of the street. As long as you don't allow Vegas to get to that 190 mark, you know they cannot win at the Money Hill at P4, but now they're just going to cut their losses. Shotzi's going to hit a little bit of a route. AR's finding opening kill kills through the streak. Can you continue
There's
to
still time
apply the pressure to spawn them out? And
They can still win it. They can still win. Skies gets 2. Priestland trying to take him off the hard point. Not going to happen. And the green wall rises with a moment of triumph for the first time here in Florida.
Might have been the best way I've ever seen Optic Texas play that P3 to P4 rotation on the second half of the game. You walk away with a majority of the time. Your ARs are properly set up. You had shots and created extra layers in the middle of the map. And that's basically the story, all of map number 1. You were just a team there early on, as soon as those news hills popped every single time.
And I think the thing about it too, and when we were watching this Optic team yesterday, I mean, you've got Shotzi dropping 40 for the L.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things like the slaying presence is not the issue. It's the coordination between what the ARs are doing versus what the subs want to do. And it did feel like, as we started into this map, maybe there wasn't enough immediate pattern correction to sit there and say like, okay, Optic have woken up. But I think, again, you look at that rotation from 3 to 4, both times that we were there, they were really clean, really efficient, and just making sure that Vegas could never get stable with more than one spawn behind P4.
And also the P2. Like, Vegas were only able to find 10 to 15 seconds at the end of that hard point for the time that they were obviously not trying to give up. But then when you're fighting so hard for that time, you're laid off the rotation to P3. You had a player sitting solo in towards R. He gets 2 kills, but once he falls, then you immediately lose R control. It's just right there. Vegas were fully not in sync. Their breaks weren't the best as well because you're just going to the first play. Like, you're instantly spawning out every single hard point. You're just trying to bombard your way through the front door, and Optic just kept on finding trades.
Yeah.
That was the biggest story as well.
Yeah, it really is that rotation in the middle there from 4 to 1 and then 1 to 2. You get a collection of around 70 seconds or so between those 3.5 hills or so. So really good stuff from Optic, I think. And again, particularly making sure that Vegas don't get comfortable.
Yeah.
Because you're right, when it comes down to like both P2 and P4, not bad in terms of Vegas finding some rotational success, but not stable enough for them to continually respawn in the favored position around those hills. And so it's just one of those things that, again, Optic's deterrence of setups looking decent, even though the rotations are still maybe a little bit lackluster.
Yeah, but the rotations were good enough to win you this game because that's what Vegas have been banking on so far all throughout stage 3. Being the team there early and then relying on their setup. They never had opportunities to rely on that setup because they were always late to the party. And Optic just beat them to the punch every single time. So now Texas up by 1. You're going to go into a rewind, search and destroy where you did test it one time versus Rocker. You lost in a round 10. First Bloods didn't go your way. And then on the opposite side for Vegas, this is the only SMG they won in stage 3 and in a clean 6-0 fashion. So this is going to be a tough one, especially if those SMGs can't get something going early on.
And I think the thing about that, we were actually casting that Vegas-Boston game, and we were sitting there watching that rewind, search and destroy. It's just like, whoa, they are beating Boston at their own game.
Yeah.
And early on, into the reintroduction rewind, we were seeing the SMGs for Boston getting away with whatever they wanted to. So there is a level of tempo and control that this Vegas team has when it comes to their approach on both sides of the bomb for rewind. The other side of the story here for Optic is the search and destroy has not really been great. It's just kind of been mid throughout this stage to this point. A couple of tough losses, I think, have really hurt the hearts of the Optic fans. But going into a rewind, again, the results, there's just not many of them here for Optic.
Yeah, it's not many, so that's potentially good for you because Vegas are not going to know what they're going to throw at you. And obviously, if you saw Vegas on their last time that they played it with a clean 6-0, they're probably going to come up with a lot of the same strategy, so you can build the counter off of that.
Yeah.
But I just think, like, the way that Optic played their search destroy yesterday, they found so many first bloods. They had the man advantage in majority of these rounds. It's just someone that's trying to be a hero. Yep. Just trying to individually challenge a one-on-one gunfight. Then if you lose it, then you don't have the numbers advantage anymore. You can't throw away those situations here because you know what the pacing that Pred and Exton are going to send through mid DVD. Shotzi needs to be able to match that.
Yeah, the kind of synopsis on yesterday was in low number situations late in the round, 3v2s. Someone's just pushing forward when we just don't need to.
Trying to do
and
too
it
much,
gets to a 2v2, and then it gets to a 2v1, and then it ends up falling. But talking about opening first duel percentages, at least in terms of being able to find success, that has not really been that much of an issue. And again, Shotzi has really, I think, improved in that matter when it comes to how we've seen him over the course of the calendar year to this point. The problem is the conversion percentage has not been high. So that's, I think, the biggest thing is if you're going to be able to find first bloods with the SMGs, in particular from Shotzi, you have to have a good sound mindset in terms of what are we doing on the defensive side to make sure the bomb site stays safe, or more particularly on offense, how do we make sure our bomb gets planted and we're just not over-challenging and we've got a good, stable post plan.
It's just going to be tight because you know the way that Vegas like to set up. They don't give up DVD.
Yeah.
So if you don't find that opening kill, you're going to waste a lot of time trying to rework your way back in towards that site. You got to make sure you're going to make it count and find that opening kill. And if you're Optic, such an important match again. You were sitting at 130 CDL points, currently in that A spot with 2 teams chasing right behind you. Every single dub that you can get from this point on is a massive one. This rewind, search and destroy. Vegas are definitely looking for a bounce back, but they're confident as hell at this one.
And I think the thing too is like, this is one of those maps coming into a search and destroy where you've only played it once. How do you find a way to just turn everyone's minds around about what they saw yesterday or what we had seen throughout portions of this qualifier? Because, well, this is a great time for the graphic show. But again, we're talking about opening win percentage is great. Conversion percentage has been miserable. You can't come away with 60% opening duel wins, but barely half the time finding ways to successfully convert. And again, I feel like that's like a if A, then B. Like, that's what we work on, is cause and effect between opening duels and conversion percentages.
Just play to your advantages. You have the numbers, trade it out effectively. You're always going to have the last man standing. But here we go. Into the map number 2. Optic Texas early on the attack. Do not have any trophy systems to work with. They're just going to fight early on for gents.
But really, those Vegas defensive nades don't get to where they're intended to go. They explode a little bit too early. So a lot of this hit has stayed safe. Shots to the bomb carrier, working his way in. Good read onto Arcedes. That was a play he did a lot versus Boston. Looks like Optic have gotten their film, and they find first blood.
That's a massive first blood. So now Shots is just going to wait for the regen to come on in, keep the advantage on their side. Put yourself in a situation where you're potentially going to have a solo chow, but they spot him.
Yeah, I think he knows that Exit's playing this close corner too. You can see him just keeping the ADS up. Dashy trying to play around the back. Exit coming back over to the play, finds the bomb carrier of Shotzi. Hook for the trade. Optic still looking and leaning towards B.
Yeah, I love the commitment. You know you have the numbers, so let's just trade it out. Keep the numbers in our favor. And now we have full B side control. Just want to make sure everything is cleared on out, but Dash is going to have his hands full.
Oh, Priesta finds the good opener. No trade available. 2v2, bomb to be planted. Sky's holding over towards the deep left side. Hook, where does he go after the post plant? He's going to join him. Backside of the rig, and actually, Pred's going to re-clear out street to courtyard first for this retake.
He's going to take a super long route. He's just banking on Priesta to stay alive, and he's able to get out of dodge for now.
That's big.
But Hook and Shotzi, or at least Hook and Skies, don't want to give up on the gunfight, and Skies gets the info as well.
This is taking a lot of time, though. 22 seconds. The action has to start to unfold right here, right now. Skies going back over to make sure the bomb stays safe. Priesta hunting. Able to find his former teammate, but shots come through for Skies, now leaving it down to Pred. And he's been red, gets the first one. Time going to be an issue. You got to go. You got to find Hook over the top. Does he get here in time? Able to win back over the bomb site, but not enough time to find the kill and the defuse. And Optic post plant will hold.
Yeah, that's smooth moves right there out of Pred to at least force the repositioning out of Skies, but then just to run around the 18-wheeler out of Hook. Plays the time beautifully. And Optic secure the first round off the back of that first blood. But in that situation, like when you have courtyard control, you're already clear out their spawn. Let's not waste time to get that objective down, because then that allows someone to get isolated. You're forcing it into a 2v2. You make that round a whole lot more difficult than it needs to be.
I think it's a difficult call, though, because like we were kind of mentioning briefly, watch for Arcedes to make that play up top street when he's got enough support and help from Priesta to watch that long angle. We saw him do that a lot versus Boston, and so you know that even though you get first blood, may not be enough, as now the SMG is going to run on forward. Shotzi gets the opening 2. Extend trying to find the trade. Shotzi hopping in front of him, and we'll get an early 2v2 setup.
Now, if you're Skies, what is your timing working on this pinch? Because Priesta, on the other hand, through the mid street, is taking space over towards Burger. Both players from Optic Texas just going to rally up together and push out the flank.
Yeah. Extend has to keep his head on a swivel. Priesta working for the long route through electronics. He will re-clear out B Street. Just comes down to, will they actually commit to playing for the B plant here, as Extend is still worried about this flank.
Priesta gives them a lot of info, though.
Yeah.
Like, they couldn't be through mid-street. They had to have pushed up behind you. So if you can make your way over towards the B bomb, we can get it down for free. Optic are not going to be into the play. It's going to be a retake situation.
All right. Both the ARs for Optic on the 2v2. Dashy first one to slide out. Sky's trying to join them. Extend. Priesta, now both have been seen. Dashy does have a stun to work with. Nades over the top from Skies. I think they may have actually hit onto Extend there, but it doesn't make much of a difference. And now we're trying to reset up this retake to isolate through courtyard. They're trying to get the isolation onto Extend, but he's going to slip back over towards the big rig. And now it's just down to if Skies can find this angle, because Priest is in the backside of the truck. Here comes the first 1v1. Goes the way of Skies. Extend able to find one trade. Slips away! Oh no, one more bullet is all that Skies needed. So now he's got to force it with the pistol! And Extend comes back through to secure the win.
Yeah, that's one of those rounds you definitely want back if you're Skies. You caught the timing on the Priest to win the more difficult gunfight, and then you had this guy trapped. just could not hit the shots. Exited with the finesse, with the sauce. Able to use the dumpster as his best friend and to slide back out to catch guys off guard. Vegas tie the game.
Really good stuff. And I think the most difficult moment, and where you get to give a lot of credit to Exnet, is when he's sitting in between that hallway and Jens while Priest is clearing out the back. Like, you got to be worried about everything, and he keeps his cool so nicely. There we go. Another opening battle. Dashy and Pred finding each other. And this is going to be a war zone. Both teams love to play for DVD control. Instead, though, it's just down to a 3v3, and keep your eye on, yep, Shotzi trying to find the timing on the Priesta. They're going to isolate, and Skies, I believe, has seen RCDs. Yeah, good information here for Optic.
And now you have the numbers advantage. Let's just run around together and play the trades. Thankfully, Hoops and Shotzi are running around as a unit. So it's RCDs left in a 1v3, already going to be spotted, instantly going to be taken care of. And Optic Texas were ready for that aggressive push out of Vegas. They do it every single time on their rewind. And once they were doing it on that round, they were prepared for it. Find the opening, first blood, win the trade fights, and then just have the numbers close out the round.
Yeah, this definitely feels like for Optic offensively, it's all about just getting the read early in towards DVD. You know that Priesta and RCDs are likely going to be playing outside towards street side. So you're going to have a numbers advantage on that battle every single time. And this time around, Pred and X did try to change the tempo by getting aggressive in DVD, but the help was not there.
Vegas, last time you played this match, found so much success in your first bloods. Haven't found one yet so far on this map. Now Optic Texas taking a page out of your book. Aggression through mid-side DVD. Hook and Dashy able to come on top. Optic again with the numbers early on.
Yeah, but there is a free route over towards B. The problem is you're not going to know that initially. It's the same two members still alive for Vegas as they were in their last offense. And it's going to be the same idea. Priestess is going to keep inching his way up. Exit trying to make some noise. Keep the defense interested in A.
Now they don't want to take the risk of working in towards DVD, having to clear out all that space, so just going to wrap the bomb over towards B. Hook and Dashy this time wrapping already to B into the play, and Dashy with the beamer takes care of Exnid. Priesta 1v3.
Yeah, he has no idea Sky's going to be popping up from behind him. Yeah, really good stuff right there from Optic, and again, it's the same things that we had seen from the other side of the bomb site. Get aggressive, take over the A site, make sure that they have to play through Gens or play through Street. It's just not where you want to be, especially in a 2v3 like that.
Yeah, this is how Optic like to play their search and destroys too. Like if they can get gunfights in the first 5 to 10 seconds, have the numbers advantage really early into the round, then it gives you time to just run around as an army of two, potentially find one in the isolation, and then just always keep the numbers in your favor. That time they don't find the first blood, but they instantly find the trade to give them the numbers advantage. And if you're Vegas, we just need our ARs to find some success through the middle of the map.
Yeah.
You're just getting picked off early on.
Yeah. The other thing for Vegas, just from a statistics standpoint on this defense, they are the team that lets the bomb get planted the most right now in Stage 3, and they're the worst at retaking. So it's kind of, again, two evils that are dealing with how this Falcons team has developed their search. Good first blood though on the Skies, and look how quickly Pred's taken away space through Burger. That'll be enough information for Vegas just to keep their eyes forward here at DVD.
Yeah, 4v2, you don't have to do anything else. Like, they can plant the bomb, we have the numbers to retake it. Don't give anyone an isolation one-on-one, and Exnid overextends a little bit. So Shotzi's able to take care of him. Dashy's still trying to at least assist on the backside of B Street. But they're waiting from someone else from Vegas to potentially scan.
Yeah, and the thing about this is Vegas has everything covered right now, so this is just Optic hoping that there's another mistake from Vegas. It's not going to happen, and looks like the read is pretty much perfect in timing. Shotzi's going to go for the plant. Now we're going to get the 3v2 retake.
Dashy also gains some info onto RCDs. Bomb does get planted, and you're looking.
Okay.
Trying to, with the numbers, work your way back on in, but it's instantly a 1v1.
Good opening shots. So now it's Pred trying to take on Shotzi. Long-time teammates, now enemies. Shotzi with a check, finds Predman defuse. And to the chagrin of the green wall, they're going to see their team up 4-1.
And for a squad who threw away so many numbers situations yesterday,
not today.
They're playing it a whole lot better today, even in the 2v4. You're able to find that first guy from Exnid. It's overextending a little bit through courtyard. Dashy gains the info and finds one before falling. And then Shotzi's instantly in a position to make that trade happen. Then in a one-on-one, Prez knows Shotzi way too well.
Oh, yeah.
He knows that most likely he's going to hit a route. He's just going to stall out time. He's probably not thinking, I'm going to stick to defuse. But Shotzi just heads up play, puts himself in a different position, catches him off the bomb, and Optic continue rolling.
That's a I know that you know that I know what I'm going to do type moment. Pred. Oh, okay. First contact looking good here for Vegas as they will burst in towards Gens. Different look there from Optic. It doesn't really work out here in round number 6. Dashy, yep, not going to find the better of Varsities. That's a quick round for Vegas.
Yeah, that was the SMGs just trying to change the pacing up. They've been aggressive through DVD. That time they try to do it through gens. Shotzi goes through Zig. Unfortunately, he loses his first gunfight. Hoops there for the response, but Xnit has a lot more HP. He's able to find that opening double. Optic just trying to make up for the numbers there. All just get caught, and Vegas stop the bleeding for now.
Needed that badly. And I think the thing about it is you get a quick round, now you can just go right back to talking about the defensive side. And what is the setup going to be? I wouldn't be surprised if we see that same little Priesta and RCD setup to work off one another. And yeah, it looks like that kind of is the case. RCD is watching the close corner on the barrel. Pred already deep in towards Burger. And then it's just a lot of nades in towards Courtyard, and then a backup play here for Vegas to play more reserved ground B.
Yeah, Dashy making an adjustment this time around. He got picked from the AR, setting up a crossfire. Now Vegas just going to slow down the defensive approach. Everyone backing up, playing a little bit more safe. Skies is going to get spotted, and with 13 HP, he's at least able to get out. But Optic are just still waiting.
Yeah, they're just calling where the RC is right now. Pred, Priesta right there. There's the nades over the top. Here comes Shotzi looking for first blood. Skies is the one to provide. Pred also taken down though. Leads it now to a 4v2 situation. Optic have scaled deep over towards B Street. They also see the player over the top. Xnit gets caught. Last player left will be Arcides, and the hunt is on, and there's nowhere for him to go. Optic up 5-2.
That's just a perfectly executed play.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't want to test anything with the RC. Don't give it any information as well. And then once it blows up, we're just bombarding our way over towards the B site and catching Vegas absolutely off guard. You find the opening kill on the Priesta. Player gets isolated in towards Courtyard. Put yourself in a 4v2, and then you know you're trying to make up for it. At least give yourself a chance. End around if you're Vegas. But just way too easy there from Optic with the crossfires being set up and the way that Shotzi is currently playing the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, 10 and 5, 2 first bloods. It's been pretty good. Now Vegas nades over towards backside glass. Priesta by himself over towards topside Burger Street. And Skies will get aggressive through the burger joint already. May not make much of a difference though, because Vegas have read that this B Street's wide open. They're gonna go for the early plant, but Dashy still gets first blood. RC drops, and now you call on to Pred. Yep, he's got to rewrap this. And with that win, now the focus has to go back over to Priesta. He's got to be aware that the likelihood of this pitch coming through is very high.
Oh yeah, because Dashy dies in the back, and Pilot just plants the bomb, so at least 2 players are on our side. We have to locate the island guy. Priesta potentially gonna get isolated, overextends a little bit. Shotzi gets the better of him. Pred gets caught. Xnit 1v3.
I mean, he was in such a good spot. He had help from Xnit and Pred, but now it's just down to Xnit, and no, just overwhelmed. Tough decision right there, I think, for Priesta. You're tucked in a pretty solid corner. I know you're afraid of being double chopped, but you had help. Doesn't matter, though. It's Optic looking clean to this point. Again, the first couple of rounds, very back and forth. Both teams just kind of, jabbing, throwing out punches, seeing what's going to land. And then as soon as you get a read on what exactly this Falcons team is doing, you have no mercy if you're Optic.
Yeah, because they were shutting down their aggressive play in towards DVD. Yeah. Like Vegas, last time they played it, they found the first kill and always the second kill with the numbers on their side. But when you try to make those plays happen here, Optic are always ending out that situation with the numbers. So they needed to make some adjustments on their defensive side. You start to stack over towards Courtyard, give up that A-bomb site for free. And then when you're thinking, okay, Optic keep on going A, we have to eventually adjust. Yeah. No, they just hit you with the audible to B. It's just way too much to handle there from Optic. I love the strategies that they had on that map.
And I think there's the mind games from the first round played such an impact because like we're talking about, like Priesta and Arcides over towards Burger Street, that was where they really beat Boston. Like, yeah, the SMGs would duel each other out a lot inside of DVD, but Arcides would often see that there was a free lane. He would come back over in towards that front side of A double doors, find an angle to shut down somebody else. But once he gets denied that spot, it just never becomes a play again for him. And that's just huge for the SMGs of Optic.
Yeah, we were just dying in tough situations, tough spots. Like even in that final round, when you know you have B site control, Arcides is playing for the players potentially on the back of their base. But then you lose that one-on-one gunfight versus Dasher when you fully don't have to commit on it. You can play the bomb and play it from your spawn. But when you give up that first blood, when you catch them off guard on a play call, that just simply is going to cost you every time.
We're getting nerdy over here.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Okay, vamos a la playa. Let's go back over to the desk.
That's our job, Jay.
Get nerdy.
Also, shout out to Shift. And yes, I can confirm, chat, he is the son of Sheer McGavin. A lot of you don't know who that is.
That's a deep cut.
Google it later. Let's
he might
talk
be
a
a
little bit
better
about
golfer,
this team.
too.
Can we walk through why I am not seeing the Falcons up 2-0?
Where do we start, Chris?
There's a lot of places
Is
to start.
Optic that much better?
Well, look, today it's Shotzzy. It's all Shotzzy. You're getting nice production out of Exit in the kills department, but Shotzi's taking these opportunities, he's taking these gunfights, he's not losing big fights, and he is making plays. Whether it's the hard point, where he's guaranteeing money heals, guaranteeing those big point gains for his team with the spawns, or whether it's in the hard point, or sorry, in the Search and Destroy as well. He is on point today.
Yeah, the biggest thing about this map too for me was Shotzzy and his two pieces. It came down to a lot of trade situations where Shotzzy was the player that came out on top. He typically would find the two and give Optic the advantage, but also from the flip side, I really liked the idea of the defense from the side of Falcons, where Pred takes up an AR and kind of pushes out Burger. My issue is, in the first time that they show this defense in round number 5, is that they allow the plant to go down. Alan touched on it already. Like, they are not a good retake team, and we saw that throughout the entirety of this map too. But even later on, they put in that same defense. Pred does a complete backtrack to their spawn to try and help B Street, instead of pushing out that guy deep street near A, and then trying to go for that flank like we usually see. So it almost feels like Pred's kind of second-guessing himself right now when it comes to Search and Destroy and trying to force himself to be a playmaker.
Miles, you want to know when I knew it was all going to go wrong for me today?
When, Chris?
Map number 1. Let's take a look at some of these highlights, because Optic outslays the Falcons towards the end. They seal the deal with about 70-point lead.
One of the big moments for me as well, Sky's winning some insane 1v1s, exactly those rotation kills, winning a lot of kills from in time as well. Mr. Bueno, he's also just turned up today in exactly when Optic needed it.
Exactly, he goes on a 6 spree in this P2 and sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I think it was really second rotation, the P4, they got a huge chunk of time, and you saw it was like Pred trying to make the play. He was the guy that was wrapping back into Rugs, trying to find a kill on Roto. But what happens is Optic just all pushed together, trade him out, get a huge chunk once again on P1, right? So it's like, if you're Vegas, you're just constantly on the back foot, trying to break, trying to make the P4 scrappy. Just never goes into your favor. Optic today, man, playing with a little different type of energy in the HP.
250, 172 at the end of that hard point. We're going into a control game number 3. Now, previously, it was Falcons winning 3 of the respawns. Is this a 3-0 this time around, Allie?
Ooh, that's a tough question. I might have to go with yes, just because I think Optic's actually playing really good fundamentals right now. I think their team chem is on point, and that's what we've kind of been waiting for. The consistency, though, is always going to be the biggest issue. You get over there?
This is a 3-0.
This
is a 3-0.
Look, I actually think it's the way it feels right now. I mean, the energy is there.
How many times are you going to do it?
The crowd is a little split, but that is not affecting the gameplay whatsoever.
All right, before we go, Ant, can you get it through the hoop? We're going to celebrate that dub as we go back to shift and study for more video games. Well
Damn you people, go back to your shanties. Little Shooter McGavin reference for you.
They're having too much
you
fun.
missed that. Did you miss that reference?
Yes.
Damn it.
You're a lot older than I am, bro.
Son of a
Like,
gun.
I've seen Happy Gilmore, but you know the lines. Like, it's not me,
Be
bro.
careful what I say. They can make things out of clay.
You got it, bro.
Okay,
you
all
got
right,
it.
Let's
All
move
right.
on from that. Protocol. This is one of those maps, though, you look at in terms of how the series layout has come through. 1-6 for Optic on the season. But I think the biggest thing is you don't want to play Vegas on what has been one of their best controls, if you want to label it as that. So you're going to throw a little bit of a wild card in here, see what happens.
Yeah, you don't want to play Vault. Like, you just don't want to play Vegas on their best controlled map. So an absolute wild card here on Protocol. Both teams only played it one time throughout Stage 3, and they both got ran. Like, if you're Vegas, you couldn't figure out anything versus Atlanta. And obviously, it's Atlanta, the best Protocol control team that we have right next to LA Thieves. When you take a look at the maps modes again, like Optic opening up with a Vault, haven't seen them win a Vault hardpoint in such a long time. Rewind, they don't really have a lot of reps on it, but the strategies were good enough there. And now, if you are Vegas, like backs against the wall, down 0-2, you need to make sure that you are on point in this lane, because versus Atlanta, you were getting outslayed on both sides by 9 to 10 kills. You can't have that on Protocol.
Now, speak to me a little bit about Vegas, because you've got, again, a really tough road if you were to want to put together what needs to be a good major for you. You got a reverse sweep Optic, then you have to play against Atlanta, and then from there it just becomes, I think they get the loser of Boston and Vancouver. Regardless of that, not good news in terms of how you put together what is necessary for you to have a shot and even a chance at being added to the conversation for playoffs.
Oh, added to the conversation, bro. They got 10 points.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know if that conversation even exists anymore,
Well, it's like
unless you win both tournaments.
You got to finish like top 4, have a good major qualifier, and then
You
finish
need
like top 4 again.
You need Jesus with 10 points at this point in the CDL.
Yeah.
Of Season 2, get to champs. It's going to take an absolute miracle, but I just think they're more focused on just ruining the party for some of these other teams.
That's fair.
And they still have a chance here to do it versus Optic Texas. You just got to figure out the slang here on Protocol. You get put into that trap, your breakups aren't the best, you're just not going to have a good time. So you need your SMGs to really create space for you.
All right. Here we go. See what happens. You see the records across the board here. It has, again, not been necessarily great in any form for Vegas across the year. That's arced into this stage 3. For Optic, just trying to get the mojo back together. Heck of a time to do it on what has been one of your worst control modes so far on the year.
So let's see how the break-off is going to go. Initially trying to make a push over towards B. Prez is able to strike for the first kill, but the AR is already fine too. Now you have pressure at this B point, and Vegas are currently not in a position to contest it besides one player.
Yeah, and even Priest is not really in the spot to contest. He's playing pot of PC right now, and he's been found. Oh, this might be a little too easy right now, Jay. Hook able to find 2. 1 with the nade, gets his own trade. Allows Shotzzy to hit a bit of a route, make sure middle of the map stays clean. Second tick of progress still being worked on, and there is not a kill to talk about for Vegas.
Yeah, and Shotzzy's just trying to find someone, trying to influence the spawns a certain way, and now he timed it to perfection. Gonna have 3 right in front of him. Only able to take down the first. Teammates there, find a second. Shotzzy in a big one-on-one. Pred is able to win it, and at least you guarantee at least 2 segments done at that B point.
Yeah, really good start, and you've also had a little bit of pressure on towards the A zone, and most importantly, a 5-life lead to this point. Hook kicking things off again with another first blood in this engagement. Skies dancing.
Good move.
Oh, killing off time for Exton to be taken care of, and now you're onto the A zone if you're Optic.
And you have the numbers as well. Know that your flank is currently being watched by Hook. He catches the timing onto the player working through bottom comms. So it should guarantee at least 1 segment here at the A point, but Hook is going to commit on the gunfight. Pred is able to win that one on the pinch. Now your teammates are winning every gunfight from the front side, and Shotzzy is also going to get caught. So Vegas able to stabilize, but not for long.
Yeah, Sky's in trouble as well. Cannot get the trade onto Arcides. So 4 in a row for Allen. Hook finding a route to get up the ladder, and he finds Priest up top on the solo box. So this is likely going to be a really solid look here to get the extra 60. And yeah, there's so many gunfights over mid. It's just down to, whoa, Exit would have to make the solo play, and he comes up over the top. That's enough for him to slide on through, find Skies, and deplete that 3rd tick.
Yeah, and Optic are currently up by 5 lives. We just need to try to extend this time, make it a lot more difficult for Vegas to stand a chance here. But without having those stacks going, they keep on finding openings. Thankfully, the 2nd segment is already guaranteed. The double stack might be good enough, but this pitch from Exit is going to be felt. He finds a double. Now you only got 25 seconds.
13v9, but those lives may not come into play if they don't get the extra time. Big win from Dashy on 4 in a row. Looking for Priesto over the mid. And he's playing on top of guns. Here comes the hit. The play onto A, looking successful. Yeah, just Vegas cannot get a look at the zone through middle map. So that's enough for the extra 60. And now we can start talking more about those lives. 10v6, this could be a TDM.
And if you're Vegas, you cannot afford to die here. Don't give up your life for free. Hook's able to find an opening on the pinch. Knows that Xnet is off the respawn. It's going to spawn right behind him. Continues to be aggressive over towards tower. No more respawn. Dashiozo finds a kill, and now Skies is on the point.
Yeah, and if you're Vegas, I think you just got to try to flood on forward, see what you can do. They take Skies off for now. Holding in towards tower. Dashy still looking at it. There's the pinch from Shotzzy. And these last 2 members are completely trapped. He has just nowhere to go. Come on, your hands up, Xnet. He finds the first, so the battle rages on a little longer, but they won't get that 3rd segment. Kills come through. Optic take the offense.
Yeah, Optic take the offense, even though they had a lot of opportunities to make that look a lot cleaner. It's just, I feel like every time I watch Optic, it's like when nothing is going on in the map, someone wants to have something going on in the map. Like instead of stacking points, Optic gets aggressive on the backside of tower, doesn't find a kill for about 15 to 20 seconds. When realistically, you can stack that point, extend time early on, and then continue to play around your team. But thankfully, you still find the offensive win. You secure 5 segments there. Now, Vegas has some ground to make up.
I think the interesting thing about that break-off for Optic is you find all the eliminations at mid, and then you've got Priest isolated. At no point beyond that does Vegas ever really reclaim the middle of the map. They really never get back over to 10. They don't get top window presence. They don't get zipline presence. So really good stuff from Optic to make sure that even defenders at gun do not get good looks to deny any offensive play on the A zone. So good stuff from Optic. And now their break-off has Shotzzy already making a move, and he's up to say hello with Priesta. Xdid trying to force something over towards B, and he at least create some space to work with off that first kill on the sky.
Yeah, now he just has to finesse because every one of his teammates have already fallen. So how long can he dance in towards Grandma's, finds the 1-shot kill onto Dashy. Now you can slowly work up your progression over at this A point, but Exton knows, just wanting over toward tower. Let me continue to be a nuisance while my teammates are guaranteeing some segments.
Oh, but a nade over the top actually takes care of the contestant on the A zone. Pred was trying to set up kind of a follow-up route here with Xnid's position from before, but this is just not enough for Vegas to stay alive on either of the 2 zones, let alone to even deter the spawn trap that's starting to come out. Xnid gets to read that Sky's nearby. A couple of opening shots allows him to follow up, and that will create a little bit of space for Vegas to get out of spawn.
Yeah, they found 2 kills. Now you can work your way over towards Helling. You still got to clear out your 10. Thankfully, Exton on the rat back. Going to gain the info onto Hoop, set up Pred for the kill. But now we need some trips control. You're able to catch the timing on the Shotzzy. First segment already is going to be locked in. And with 3 dead, this should be a guaranteed. We just only have 1 person on.
And there's a little bit of confusion here. You kind of saw like Pred and Exit just cross paths up top. Like who's watching what right now? Dasher gets the shutdown from the window play. Here comes the 3rd tick of progress. Double stack is in for Vegas. Contest not looking likely unless Hoop can find some sort of elimination or double. Doesn't fully come through. Only finds the 1. RCD is taken down after capturing the point, but now Pred's on your flank, or is he? Nice turn as Hoop deals with it, and now Optic hold the life advantage.
That's everyone accounted for. So now if you're Optic Texas, just hold your corners. Makes their life off the respawn a living hell, but Priesta and Exnit already finding 2 on the way on out. Clear out their base on their first attempt. All tied up in lives, 1 minute and 15 to work with, and Optic are currently stacked over towards tower.
Hoop will drop in skies. Keeps himself up. Little sentry turret from inside the zone itself. Good read from Priesta. Lots of damage comes through, but Shotzzy says not so fast. Trade out for RCDs allows him to start to making a route up through mid, over towards Grandma's. Stun comes through though, so the alert and the alarm starts to come out as Optic need to deal with this, and they've got him isolated.
Yeah, RCD just needs to play his life, get out of dodge. Your teammates are already applying pressure through the front side. 45 seconds to go. You need this wave of kills to go your way, but now on the pinch, it's going to be Shotzzy catching the timing off the hop down, finds a double, shuts down that play.
Yeah, Exton just needs to find 1 more, I would say, to allow his teammates to try to come out of spawn, but not going to happen. Priesta denies the spawn trap. We have a 7v9 and less than 30 seconds to fight for if you're Vegas. Optic's defense looking solid. RCD's tiptoeing over towards the top of the ledge, finds Dashy. That should be a route, but they need to deal with Shotzzy first, and okay, Priesta's able to. Who can try to follow up for the trade? Stun comes through, but doesn't land in time. 3v7, last 9 seconds, and no one from Vegas is close enough to get to the zone at the moment.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to touch. Last man standing is going to be Exnit, Optic, Texas, and the ARs are frying. But what Shotzzy is doing with that SMG, this is the level that you need him to play at, because he's finding all of his timings on his pinches. He's not making any egregious routes and leaving his teammates out to dry. He is always in the play. Single-handedly shut down this play over towards B with that opening double. Still knows that Exnit is near on by. Shotzzy makes another heroic play.
This has been really good from Optic today so far.
It's the fundamental part, man.
Yeah,
they're playing a lot better in that fundamental aspect of the game.
Other side for Vegas, things just have not come together. Pred 9 and 15, Priest 10 and 15. It's just they're getting outslayed, they're getting outplayed. They're not finding any positions to really work with. It's been a battle, and one that's not gone all that well. This is the same break-off once again for Optic. This time RCD deals with Dashy on the long run, and yeah, that's enough for Exit to peek over towards ledge, find another, and stop this play towards B.
And now Shotzzy has an opportunity to just be a nuisance and towards Grandma. Someone's going to break a window. Let me turn around, win that one-on-one. We got 2 for 2 in the kill feed. Now you want to put the game clock at a pause with Priesta. The perfect timing on this pinch, finds the guys off the respawn, and now everybody else besides Shotzzy is in hell.
Yep. But Exit, Dashy, yep, this is all about just trying to find these SMGs. Skies runs right by. Exit going to work now. 6 in a row, finally shut down. Pred following up. No, Dashy deals with full. And now Shotzzy has trying to make the play to really allow his teammates to sprint back over to B. Not going to happen. Priesta, though, in trouble. Stun and Semtex comes out. Damage is in, and he's able to follow up to find his own kill. So good stuff. 3rd trophy system down, and Vegas' defense looking solid here at B.
Yeah, currently not a single segment earned on the side of Optic Texas. You're only going to be up by 2, and Vegas are able to hold you down in potentially a shutout round. RCD's finds a double from that helicopter position. You have one player just playing his life at hay, just stalling the game clock. And he also finds a kill, and he finds a double. Dashy with a massive moment gives Optic another lifeline.
Priesta is going to get caught. Yeah, there's just too many members he's got to worry about. So now the double stack is in. Trophy system down. Looking good for likely the entirety of this A zone, but the SMGs will drop over through mid. Shotzzy just trying to keep a little bit of a buffer in front of this A zone. Help out wherever he needs to. 3rd tick nearly earned. That first shutdown of the Priesta is a critical one. And this little dance over through Grandma's may be enough to get this 3rd tick in, and such it is. Only a 4-life deficit. Vegas trying to find a way to hold on to this last minute 25.
And realistically, now if you're Priesta going from this flank over towards top trips, you are going to be the safety net.
because everybody else from Optic Texas are roaming through your spawn. Shotzi is just looking for timing while Dashy is just mowing him down with the AR. He's on 7 in a row before falling, but he even finds a kill with the trophy system, so you're instantly already on the B point.
At 29 and 14 from Dashy, Shotzi 21 and 15. The duality between those two has been unbelievable here in this control. First take at B, looking good. Shotzi just making sure Priesta is held back. Gets a couple of tags, wants to force it, and will find the kill. Back over to the zone, first take locked. Dashy in a little bit of trouble. Fred trying to work with him, and yeah, we'll get the better of him, but Shotzi's still alive.
And it's 6v6 though, so you're off to Texas. Basically gonna be your last push. You need to make this one count. So Shotzi on 5 in a row. Potentially gonna try to find the timing on the pinch while Hookah's working through the side street. They both win the one-on-ones. No more respawns remaining. Optic last push.
4v5 situation. Not a lot of information for Optic on what's over towards the B point, but they're not worried about that. They're trying to find these kills off spawn. Hook right on in towards Labs. No. Denied by accident. 4v3. And the Vegas Falcons are going to stack up and play what looks to be like a search and destroy type of setup. Just wait and hold on top of the zone.
You got the numbers. If you're Optic Texas, everyone just flood. You're going to be the last team standing.
Shotzi gets stunned. Varsity finds the kill. Trade by Sky. It's over the top of the barrel. Another foul, but now it's just down to 1. Just up to Priesta. Playing on the backside of the barrels. Has Sky's on a nasty heady. Help over the middle as Optic are just going to stay on the point. There's the final push, and Optic collect a 3-0 against Vegas. There will be no revenge, no redemption for Pred. And Optic will have a chance to set the tone here and await Destiny versus Faze.
Yeah, that's a massive W there for the Green Wall. You took an unfortunate L, gave Vegas Falcons their first ever W in the CDL throughout Stage 3. But this time you make up for it after a tough L yesterday with a clean 3-0. Just the big picture stuff. They actually look like a team today.
Better.
Like there was everyone in sync. When you talk about the rotations in the hard point, we're effectively finding trades, always in a position to be in the search and destroys, and then in the control, it's just like, all right, Shotzi's getting lost. He's making a double every single time. Dashy dominating with that AR. It's just way too much to handle when they have the fundamentals in play. You're gonna need to keep that in play because your next matchup is versus Atlanta Faze.
Yeah, I think that's the big question mark is, did you see enough here from Optic to say that they could still battle with Atlanta,
yes,
who, to be fair, is looking softer than normal? Yep. Okay.
Because their hardpoint game, you saw what Atlanta does. Like, if they don't win rotations, they're going to struggle because their hold percentage and their break percentage isn't the best. But if Optic can be the team initially to start off these hardpoints, put themselves in a power spot and not really rely on anything else, that's when they show who they truly are.
Well, this is more like business as usual for not just Optic, but also Atlanta kicking off our day today. A 3-0 here for Optic. I think again, in particular, it was a start of map number 1 that was very back and forth. Felt like Vegas was playing to their game, but Optic able to get back into the mix and really start to set the tone for the rest of the series at that point. So 3-0 for the Green Wall, and it's Shotzi down on stage with their man Guy Blaze with their final post-game reaction.
I got the superstar Shotzi with me on the main stage. Make some noise for Optic Texas. Shotzi, that's winner. That's losers round 1 here in the bracket. Still a long way for you guys to go, but initially, how happy are you with the boys and how y'all performed today?
Happy with the boys. Performed really good. Obviously, you know, lost 3-0 last series, but, you know, we're just trying to bounce back.
Definitely are trying to bounce back here. You guys look good there on the main stage right there. You know, Hardpoint looking better, S&D looking better. But your next matchup, you're going to have to go up against Faze. It's going to be another Classico here on the main stage for Florida. You played in plenty of these matchups before. How excited you are for that?
Definitely excited. I feel like every single time we play against Faze, it's always a matchup. So, you know, just got to stick true to our game and, you know, just come out swinging.
There you go, okay? And you know, you are a player that is always ready for the big moments out there. And this Green Wall that has came out to Florida, they're ready for you to make some big plays here today. What do you want to say to this crowd here and everyone watching in the watch parties?
Appreciate you guys as always. Love you guys. Shout out to the Green Wall. And yeah, keep watching.
Keep watching here. The day is just getting started. We got some great matchups coming up. That does it for me and Shotzi on the stage. Chris, take us away.
There's no Optic sucks chance in the venue today. No. The Green Wall is here, and they're behind their team. A 3-0 beatdown over the Falcons. And that last one, not even close. So, Allie, you saw this one coming. You had some faith in Optic Texas.
I did.
Do you give Shotzi the MVP? Who performed in your eyes today?
Ooh, that one's tough. I think it could go either way between Dashy or Shotzi. Yeah. I think they both had unreal series across the board, especially in that last half. I mean, I think Dashy went like 31 and 15. Unreal, absolutely frying. But it's not even that, because we've seen them fry before in the past and still lose. I just think they were on one today. The team chem was way better than we've seen across the board. And if anything, the kills they were getting was because of the pressure being freed up on the map.
Nameless, you kept Pred to -10, -7 for Priest, and -8 for Arcitys. Everybody but Xnid shut down in that control. Is Optic getting better at protocol, or the Falcons just that far back?
I mean, Optic just played a really good series, Chris. That was a great protocol. I mean, you saw it right there. Dashy just up top. Every time Shotzi hitting underground timing, getting to their base, finding a couple of kills, and then they're staggered coming on out. Bruce is going to take over in those types of situations, right? So Optic, the cleanest series we've seen in quite some time. Kind of expected that, man. Their backs against the wall. They have to get points. That was a massive match.
If you're an Optic fan, you're starting to breathe a little bit nicer, a little easier, Miles, because now the pressure's off your back. Let's take a look at our standings. Remember, they had teams breathing down their neck. Now they're up to 145 points, and with Cloud9 out of the tournament, they should be feeling comfortable, but there's still a few teams left in this bracket that could gain some ground. Rocker with the best chance of any.
Rocker with a good chance. I mean, they have a difficult matchup today against the Ravens. That's coming up a little bit later on, but for Optic, yeah, the mere fact that they got that 15 points, that is the most incredible sign of life for them in the run to champs. You could not have asked for more.
What's this? Peace?
What?
Wait, what is that?
Nothing. I was just like a little shark showing up in his little...
Lock in, Ali! We've got a big day of
terrifying.
games ahead of us.
Just staring at Chris.
Let's take a look at her scrum. Play the game, little shark. Walk me through the chomping done by Skies to close things out.
Yo, Skies, I think, played really well in this series. He's the reason they got this huge momentum swing, and this is going to be his final 3. He gets his last couple of seconds, and he just easy reads every single Falcons player. He gets one. A little bit of help of Dammy on the second one, but the third one, some good, clean shots out of Skies for his last couple of seconds to lock up this map 1 win.
We've got an updated bracket, and Nameless, you are about to touch on it. We have an epic showdown on a Friday night. This isn't Championship Sunday between Optic Texas and Atlanta Faze.
Yeah, you know, when I was filling out the pick'ems, I just saw so much potential for insane matchups, and this is going to be one of them. And you saw them just play online, and honestly, it was pretty close. Optic take that first hard point, round 11 blunder. You got to think they're feeling more prepared for this rematch.
Can we pull up that bracket one more time,
Please
production?
do.
I know we're supposed to go to a break, but I want to just set the tone a little early here. So Optic is moving forward. We said Minnesota is the team that could catch up to Optic.
Yes.
Minnesota's road to top 4 is not that hard this tournament. You are playing a struggling Carolina Royal Ravens coming up. If you win that, you have to think you're playing Toronto, who has a fill-in this tournament. Optic isn't safe yet. A little bit more pressure could be applied in the coming hours.
Doesn't it? I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, it flip-flops, so then it would be the loser of Surge and Breach would be their very next match, correct? So in that situation, assuming I'm correct, you're likely playing Breach. That's a very winnable game. So Rocker, it is set up for them to make the run. They did go 1-3 in game 5s. You got to think they're still feeling confident coming into the tourney.
Watch parties, you're welcome for that talking point. We're going to a break. When we come back, the Guerrilla mates are looking to stun everybody. Can they get back in the race for champs? We find out as they take the stage.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. On match day, everything matters. What you focused on the night before, how you slept, what you ate. Players gather in the arena, ready to go toe-to-toe, fueled by the dedication, passion, and love of the sport. The mind has to be focused, clear, locked in.
Any unknown variable can mean the difference between winning and losing. And when you have your pride on the line, every decision has to be perfect. Every movement calculated, and every shot on target. If you want to be remembered here, you have to make them believe. Scuff has been a proud and passionate supporter of Call of Duty esports for 14 years and enables you to play like a pro. It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now.
Unforgettable. That's what you are. Unforgettable. Oh, near or far. That's why, darling, it's incredible that someone so unforgettable thinks that I am unforgettable too.
The 2025 LAG Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon camo to assert your royal will in the lobby. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Welcome home, everybody. We're chilling beachside. We've got the great I Hold Shift alongside Alley Cat Nameless, and the vibes are high. Optic coming off a 3-0, all feels right in the world, and we keep our tournament rolling on a very fantastic Friday. Alan, we have to start this, though, with a lot of fun, because we have a game called Hidden Heroes, and it's your first time joining us. Now, last time you said, why don't Shift and Study ever get Hidden Heroes? So I'm going to give you all four of these, all right? No. Are you ready, Alan? No. It is a very special edition of Hidden Heroes Shadow Production for making this happen. All right, top left. 0.98 led the team in kills and damage. A result, a 1 and 3.
Can we help?
Now, what is the hint, production? What is the hint?
This is debut performances. Debut performance on their first match.
Oh, son of a gun. Ooh. This is a tough one.
All right, we're going to group
balls,
this one.
Is it land?
Okay, wait. 1-3 loss, debut. That's top left is Mercules.
Show me some Merc.
Pick. Nice.
Well done.
So we got that. We got that. Wow.
All right, Alan.
Okay.
Let's go 2 for 2. Where are we going next?
These are people who have played this so far in the major.
Is it major?
This is major or is this overall
major debut or overall? Come on,
If
production, talk to me.
Shoot.
Debuts.
Give it
Debuts.
some.
It's a vague answer. Debuts.
Just debuts.
Okay.
Okay. 1.04, 1.5 KD, result 3-1 win. Give me Neptune bottom left.
Show me a Neptune.
Super. I thought it was never super.
1.5 KD in search and
I guess
destroy.
the search and destroy makes sense. That makes sense.
Team
That means
high,
bottom
79
right.
hill time, a result in 0-3 loss. They got boppity bop.
It's got to be Lunars.
In their
That's
premiere.
got to be Lunars.
Lunars.
That
Show
has
me a
to.
Lunars
That
from
has to.
Gentlemates.
That's right.
Dylan Rex.
Lunars had a good
terrible at
debut. I
this.
think he had like a 0.9 or a 1.0 even in his
Wait,
game.
I didn't think
who
it was
went
that good.
15 and 10 in search in their debut?
It's gotta
Wait,
be
that-
Neptune, bro.
15
win.
and 10 in their first.
Oh, that
It
was-
is
Oh,
Lunars.
debut
The
win.
result was a 3-2 win.
Win.
Game 5 for the dub. Gentlemates, they only have 5. You guys forgot about that one?
Is that correct?
Y'all gotta put some respect on Lunars, bro. Y'all been
Ridiculous. It's
hating.
now time to talk about the Gorilla Mates and Lunars because they are taking on another purple squad. First, introducing the squad that had a top 4 seed coming in, but they're without their baked beans. He's up north. Instead, the Challengers Mercules comes in on 48 hours of notice. He performs pretty darn
Played
well in
good.
the winners bracket.
Yeah.
Does he keep it going here on a day 2, Allie?
Absolutely. What's weird is about that Toronto series versus Miami is that it was really the core 3 that made a couple mistakes. Mercules did what he needed to do. He got some ill time. He ended up around even, and they
most
pushed
damage.
it. It was just in the respawns. Like some of their priorities were just washed near the end of that game. A couple of bad old hits, and you're looking at a series loss.
Oh, Alan's already getting ready for predictions. He's looking at the numbers here.
I was just
when
looking
you
'cause-
look at Toronto, what excites you, Al?
A lot excite me. Mercules in particular, I thought, is fitting in the space really nicely. It also forces Insight to play a little bit faster, a little bit more proactively, and I love that in terms of him being more of what we kind of came to know him of back in like the 2019-2020 year when he was making his debut. So love this in terms of kind of how Ultra have taken the new guy and allowed him just to play the role he feels comfortable
That being
with.
said, having a fill-in makes search and control
Way
really
different.
hard to win, right? And you looked at it yesterday and you're like, Toronto actually had an opportunity to go game 5, but it has to be through those hard points, right? Like they threw it at the very end. If Kleenex doesn't double team nade themselves, they probably win that protocol. We go to a game 5, but still begs the question, can they win search and destroy with a fill-in? And Beans is their shot caller in the game mode. So going to be very difficult. You got to think they've had 24 hours to talk with Mercules about it and prepare for this.
Probably still the favorites because you're taking on the 11th seed in the game who's done a number of roster changes in their own right. This is the Gorilla Mates, who now feature Johnny and Fellow alongside Kismet. Kismet has been the mainstay. Everyone else kind of coming in and out of this lineup. Lunars was not the one and done answer they were looking for. And you can see, Allie, they haven't found any answers this stage. 5 straight L's, the only 0-5 we see in stage 3.
It's not been great. And when you look at specifically this matchup, they're 0-3 versus the Toronto Ultra. When you get into the numbers, like the S&D and the controls close, you're talking about round 5s and round 11s, but the hard points, they get kind of blown out of the water. So the thing for LAG right now is they're missing a closer, I feel like. It gets these later half of some of these maps, and like they're in a position to end it out. It's just they trip over themselves.
I mean, to what Ali said, if you really look at like the last series they played, Kismet went crazy.
Correct.
They're like a 1.35 in the series, trying to put the team on his back. They beat them by, it was 250 to 64. That first hard point. They destroyed them. And then, like Ali said, round 11, a round 5 control.
They could have won that series 3-0. They literally could have won it 3-0.
It's been a consistent factor of like not having a closer, make mistakes towards the end of these games. Kismet can only do so much. You're going to need that thunderous Johnny play to happen when it gets tough.
Shift, let's take a look here at our maps and modes this time around. Toronto looking to make it back-to-back dubs, but can they get it done without Beans across Vault, Protocol, and Vault for our first 3?
Yeah, I mean, LAG is a combined 1 and 13 on these hard points.
Yikes!
So that's not good news.
Not great.
And I think the thing about it, again, just kind of reflecting on Toronto from yesterday, I do think that even though there were some difficulties in the search and the control, trying to get Mercules feeling comfortable, they were on some of the newer maps. I love the idea of them going to one of their baseline stronger search and destroys with Protocol Search, where you can just essentially flood and hit.
LAG gets their best S&Ds that they have, and I say best, I mean just ones that they have wins on in the maps 2 and 5. So we're looking at a 2-3-5 here from the side of LA Gorilla Mates, and you toss up those hard points to Toronto Ultra, we could be in for a long series.
I mean, the ones they have wins on.
I had to give the context. I'm sorry.
It's true.
All right, that's our maps and modes. We've got some players to watch, though, Al, and I have a feeling they will be the difference in this series. Both coming up from challengers. Lunar's now with more time. Mercules, though, he has a little bit of time on his side so far. You've got a great showing on the stage. You've got some good vibes. You've got to watch the competition, lots of warm-up time. How does he fare, though, against Lunars in the showdown?
I think he fares very well. In just terms of how that 1v1 may go, I think it's going to be a really fun one to watch. But I think just in particular, like the thing I was most impressed about Mercules was not just how he individually played, but how he calmed.
Okay.
A couple of the listening moments that we had, we saw him kind of calling out that he's making proactive plays. What do I have the ability to do? He's calming with his teammates the same way he would have calmed with them at Brooklyn. I love him in this system. I think it's just going to take some time for him to get loose and warmed up. I think for Lunars, though, is again, like they brought him in to be the guy to fix this entire team. That didn't work. So now you have a brand new squad that's just really struggling.
They're very different situations.
Yeah.
If we have to bust out an SMG, though, who do you think has the edge out of these two?
Lunars.
I've seen Lunars do it more than I've seen Mercules do it, and Lunars looks actually pretty good with SMG in his hand, honestly. But I mean, to what Alan was saying, like they're just in two completely different situations. Like Mercules is going to like a winning culture, a team that is going to slot him in easily, and you saw he had poise though at the end in the tough situations. At the end of that hard point, he made a game-winning play. Unfortunately, Kleenex throws it away there, but yeah, when you look at the flip side for Lunars, he was asked to be a hero for this team. That's really hard to do, man, especially in a failing system. For them, they got a mountain to climb.
Chat, shout out for your patience. Thank you for understanding. It's the first time for some of these players taking the stage here in Miami. We're going to buy them an extra moment as we get into our Scuff Pick'ems. Now, Alan, you have been on fire backstage. Did you want to kick this off, or should we make Nameless go first in our Pick'ems tonight?
I think we should let Nameless go first, only because I want to see if there's any actual athleticism in him throwing it.
Now, he is 0 for 5 in trying to hit the camera. He would like to switch it up. Unfortunately for you, I have been asked to not allow you to throw things on this set.
All right. Whoa.
Now, the good news is I don't listen to the people who talk to me, so I'm going to give you a new challenge. This is called a ring. I am going to be your target. If you can get this over my head with the correct pick.
How about we make the new target?
You're not allowed to throw things at cameras.
All right, well,
but
walkouts already, so we're going to do prediction first. I'm going to go Toronto. Who you got?
I'm going to go LA Gorilla Mates.
What? 3-0 Toronto.
Wow, I cannot wait for that to be clipped on the internet later.
Here we go.
I am perfect these past 2 days.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get there. For now, they're taking away from us to the stage with Guy Blaze.
We are on our way there. Don't worry, Chris. Florida, it's time for another elimination matchup on the stage, and these next two teams are ready to throw down. So without further ado, this first squad coming is not ready to have a gentle performance, ready to tear up the competition. Here comes the Los Angeles Guerrillas. Johnny, Lunars, Fellow, and Kismet. The mountain is going to be a tall climb, but they're ready to get it done. Guerrillas are here.
Listen, we've seen crazier comebacks before, and the LA Gorilla Mates have so much to prove across the entirety of this roster. I mean, you talk about Fellow and Kismet alone, storied players that have been around for a hot minute. Lunar's trying to make his statement as a rookie, and then you look at Johnny trying to solidify his place in the league that maybe should have been where he started all along at the beginning of this season. LA Gorilla Mates, if there's any place to do it, you need to do it here on land, and no better opportunity than Toronto Ultra with a fill-in guy.
This is no better opportunity for them, but as I said, Ali, the road is cold and long, and they're going to have to get through these boys from Toronto. With the odds stacked against them, make some noise for the Toronto Ultra! Mercules, Joe Deceives, and
Mercules is looking to rise to the occasion. He had 10,000 damage yesterday in that series, but it got away from them a little bit. They got to match up against the Genomates here in losers. They feel like they should dominate this one. Look for Toronto to make a statement here, and look at Kleenex to have a big series. Let's get it going.
We'll see if their opponents will need their tissues for the issues Kleenex is about to bring. But Florida, make some more noise for both these squads on the stage. We got Merc and Maven ready to take it over.
Thank you, Blaze. Okay, if you get 99 kills again, do they win this against the sub?
I think you would think so. I guess to me it really matters how is the response from Kleenex and Joe Deceives, because yesterday I think they underperformed compared what they were doing online. Like, I think that duo, especially Kleenex, was probably playing his best COD on the year. He was looking comfortable, he was looking good. But yeah, I mean, you obviously throw the sub in there. You don't know the impact Beans is making on that as well. But yeah, I think if you're Ultra, how do you make the losers bracket run? It has to be behind the subs.
And, you know, for Mercules yesterday, did you see enough just with his performance that this team can make a run into like a Sunday?
Yeah, I think he played pretty well. Yeah. Right. I think he's got to be around a 1. He's just got to play his game, pick up some big kills, slay. That should be his #1 goal. Just sort of play around the system, listen to the comps.
Yeah, it's just tough to, you know, his individual numbers look good, but you just don't know the impact certain moments have on the rest of the roster when you're thinking about usually having Beans in that slot. But if you just talk the individual stats, it looked really solid. But yeah, I mean, you said it. Joe Deceives and Kleenex, they need to be an issue. They have been one of the best sub duos in the game when they are on point. They can be a threat, especially in this particular matchup. But yeah, I think if you were talking about against the same roster, I mean, our thoughts after the last time we watched these guys play like a week ago, 99 kills wasn't enough. Like, he had an incredible series. That was not enough. You thought you needed more out of the others. I'm just wondering, like, if that will be enough here.
Yeah, I mean, map 1 was 250 to 64,
yeah,
right? Even in the post-game interview, they were just like, we don't really know what happened in game 1. LAG, yeah, just destroyed them. But map 2 was around 11. Game 3 was around 5. It was probably one of the better series we have seen from LAG all year long,
100%.
Especially against a top 4 team.
100%, at least, especially with this new iteration of this roster, which we're still looking to see, hopefully rapid improvements, as they haven't been playing together all that long. But what are they going to be able to bring here? Can they pull off the upset with the super sub and Mercules filling in for Beans, or will Ultra start a run? Would have been probably one of the favorites, if not the favorite, coming into this particular event if it weren't for the change. Situation is dire, but you have a chance to make a run. All the losers bracket matches going on today. You already have Ultra in there. Optic still battling. Faze waiting. It's a weird looking losers bracket again.
Yeah, I got real nervous. I was like, I thought it was Vault. It is Vault. We just showed the wrong thing. So I was like, looking at my notes. But yeah, it's Vault PowerPoint. Proto's up next.
All right, well, Vault will be the kickoff here. LAG hoping to get the insane map 1 strike like they were able to do in the online qualifier. Not going to get the break off, though. That's going to be all Ultra, as they'll get started inside of the point. They'll win the break off and secure this early time.
Yeah, and just like yesterday, I think for Ultra, like, your hard point should still be there. Obviously, there's going to be moments where you might not be on the same page with Mercules, but at this point in the game, at this point in the title, you know the basics. Everybody does. It's just how do you execute in those big moments. It's really going to be around 2, 3, and 5. It's so tough to put a substitute into your search and destroy, into your control, being on the same page. But so far, so good here in map 1.
Well, at the same time, like you say that, but it then puts more pressure on your hard point. Like, the hard point better be there. If you're saying that's the easiest, you better be able to come away with the map 1 victory. We'll see if they'll be able to do that. As you said, so far, so good. In position maybe for the P2, but not going to be able to get across cleanly because the pressure is here early from LAG. You have the backside spawn for now, but in through the front will be LAG, who are battling. Kiz, maybe 99 last time, but 2 and 6 start from him. Looking to see him keyed up. Still one player inside the point, but nice little 2-man game there for Mercules and Kleenex as they'll push it in, they'll break through, and spawning them out deep as they'll look to keep ramping up the time. And yeah, no slow start this time around.
No, I mean, you get a nice little spawn out there for Kleenex, so he gets a free pinch. We saw that in the last series on Vault. P2 can be a mess at times, but now you lock in the rest of this time. Kleenex is on 4 in a row. AR almost finds number 5. Well, LAG, they're going to try to get with this at least one more time. They have the spawns that they want for P3 and P4, but can you just disrupt some of the setups here for Ultra? You're going to get close to 70 if Joe Deceives is able to stay alive. Able to find the first, but not the second.
Sure, go ahead. Take the last 8 points. And the driver's seat is Ultra. still holding those left side spawns, as you mentioned early, is LAG, but that may be falling apart as Insight trying to make the play. Unfortunately, can't get back to fully, hit down to 7 HP. Spawns come in safe on that left side for LAG, so still have control of that, but maybe the only positive thing to take home right now is that. Can they now turn it into time? Maybe chain together 3 and 4.
Yeah, you gotta try and just lock down this P4 especially, right? These money hills, and for Ultra, that's sort of the basics. If you can lock that down, everybody knows where to hold. You're just gonna have to try to flip these spawns. Nice shots out of Joe Deceives. The problem, the ARs all over the map right now for LAG. But Joe's gonna keep it going, putting pressure on this hill as well. The lead up to 53.
Yeah, I was about to talk about Fellows' streak. He's on 5 in a row.
Here's the pressure.
In good position and just gets zapped. Nothing he can do there. And yep, the pressure is flowing. Fellow gonna be the guy that needs to make the play. Great centering there. Nice tracking to get the kill. One gonna be slipping through the cracks though. Will be Insight, and he's gonna get the spawn in for his teammate in Joe Deceives. 5 seconds remaining on the hard point. Rotation about to come. Fellow has dropped, and now Ultra in good position again. They're looking to be up 100+ points after this.
Yeah, this is a nightmare already for LAG. You lose P2, now you're losing P4. All the ARs are out. Mercules, he's 8 and 5, a minute 20 on the hill. A great game so far. Not over challenged, gonna back down. But yeah, you just have all the crossfires. All the ARs are out. Good luck to the Guerrilla mates.
Yeah, it seemed like that was the directive early yesterday, like in the opening hard point. Go get in the hard point, dude. Make it easy on yourself. Get in the hard point, soak up the time. We'll make the plays around you. And he's doing a great job from there, whether it's in the hard point or not. Goes vertical, trying to get it in. Yeah, why not? Tags are in, winning that 5 spree for Hercules. And while if we thought maybe this would be an opening for LAG with the sub in, not looking that way, the kid is shooting.
And again, like this is just sort of just basic hardpoint 101 that you are, I mean, the kills are gonna come easy. For the side of Ultra, when you're winning all of these rotations, pretty much everyone around double positive on their side. On the other side for LG Kids, we talked about, he was plus 28 in the last series these two played, minus 12 right now.
Yeah, about to be negative 28 in this first map, but you and I have casted a bunch of Ultra Vault as of late, obviously with Beans in, but we've chatted a bunch. Like they're like a step away from being perfect, step away from this type of scoreline. They've had a steps right now. Can they keep it going and have a monumental blowout? Maybe a little revenge for that last series they played versus LAG, but up 100 and climbing. And you got to think, if they're able to hold the P2 like they did last time, this is just going to be lights out.
Yeah, I mean, it's already towards the point where you really have to fight for every second, right? Scrap time going to be so crucial for Ultra. As Kleenex, he's going to try to keep this going alongside his duo in Joe Deceives. But yeah, I mean, talk about their Vault hardpoint. On the year, not great, right around 50-50, but throughout stage 3, 3-0. A map they have been working on, and it has paid off.
Yeah, it was just all those games that would be like 250, 200 type thing, but could have been 250, 200 like this if they kept it going. And so far, they have. Now a little bit of a foot race over, though, to get into the P2 as it's about to pop. Early there will be Ultra, and it looks like it's going to be a kind of similar situation last time. Like an early foothold towards the point for LAG, but inside will be Ultra. They're up 140, and they are ripping. They are roaring. No life, it seems, in LAG. Let's hear the comps from Toronto Ultra.
Up arms, weakest far.
Pushing up, I'm pushing up down.
Low single.
Yo, lobby kids right now. Lobby.
Nice,
Yo, lobby get John. We're front still. Yo, top single and outer pump.
I have outer pump front. Top single.
Lobby.
Nice shot.
Keep going. Top single, front pool, top single.
Absolute close shot.
Yo, close shot. One shot. Then one catch up. He went for a truck in the 2 front time. 2 front time. Outer pump dead. One more time. He's hit me outer.
Outer, absolute.
I'm going there. Take a row here.
Yeah, we are.
Slow down.
I'm gonna get him mid, okay?
He's doing cast ups.
Yeah, it's 2 cat. 2 on hold.
I have 2 statue, Johnny.
I killed 1 more cat.
Cat and low gold.
He could have gone bro.
Spawn, I guess one by call, maybe.
I don't see him vote.
Yeah, we're looking for Lunas.
Just play kills. Play.
I killed Colin. I don't know.
Johnny.
One's house, I think.
House kills, okay?
Yep, house fellow, absolute.
Let him go.
Go, Johnny.
Red sec here.
Fucking shit stain.
Could be enemy, boys. I have it. Watch out. Look at it.
You can bump it.
They're gonna start getting splits in there. That's a good time. One shot. Line. One guy got split. No, you went hat. He's going. Come quick, okay?
Well, you heard the thoughts from the Ultra boys, and my thoughts are pretty similar. This is bad. Down 150 are LAG, but trying to battle back. At least a little bit of P3 control here. Set up for P4. Maybe they make this more respectable.
For now, I mean, you're going to get pushed up forward. Okay, you're still going to spawn safe, but I will say, Mercules, he's going to fit in. He was a very just calm in the listening, just very clear comms. I mean, you had Joe going crazy every single kill, and Beans would be there with him. But I'm sure Kleenex and Insight love this. Just a guy who's chill. Very clear with his comms, and I mean, it is just the old Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, or Mercules is like, this is great.
Yeah, I'm having a great time.
Like, this is awesome. Nice close range win for Joe Deceives. He'll be able to pick up 2 and into the point with the break. Go Toronto Ultra. Chance to close it out, up to 30-61. LAG have been bruised and battered. The exact opposite of how the map 1 went the last time these guys faced off a week ago in the qualifier. No opening here for LAG. The door has been slammed shut. One last opportunity to get in, and it ain't happening. Ultra dominant. LAG got shit on in the map 1.
I mean, yeah, do you slam the door again and again and again?
With like their heads in the doorway?
Yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah.
That is exactly what happened in that map 1. As I mean, you get what you want out of Joe and Kleenex, both around double positive, but it's just the fundamentals.
Yeah, you have 37 kills.
What's that? 33?
Oh, God. Yeah, not able to replicate the magic from a week ago. And if the question mark might be Mercules, he had a fantastic stretch there, fantastic map. It was great to hear him in the listening. Good of you to highlight him there, because it's got to be very different coming from challengers to this, but he seemed to fit in very, very well. Comms sounded clean and natural. Joe Deceives, you want to see the subs? What did you say before this? It's on Joe Deceives and Kleenex if they're going to make a run. Well, that's a hell of a map out of it.
No, that's it. Yeah, both right around the same amount of damage. Mercules, he's got 2 minutes in the hill. Insight's like, normally it's me, so go ahead. I'll do whatever I want. This is great, but honestly, all 4 throughout that map did whatever they want, but it just started with the first rotation, man. They had that 100-point lead. They won P2. They won P4. I mean, you get 61 points.
Yeah, I mean, often we talk about damage, right? Because it's big. I mean, maybe more important than kills are right there with it, right? And often, if there's like one player under 2,000 damage we highlighted, their whole team basically was held under 2,000 damage. Like, that's just a whooping.
Yeah, and again, last time these two teams played, it was Hacienda map 1. So what does Ultra do? Let's just not play him on Hasi. We're just going to get that out of the map pool. We'll play Vault again. We won that by 100.
Let's black out and just pretend that never happened.
Yeah, it never happened. That's the way they reacted to it. But just from the get-go, and I think you could see just how much of an engine of a catalyst Kismet is. Because when he does have an off map, they just do not even compete.
No, not competitive at all. He is so important to this team, and he gets smoked. And then on the other side, you touched on the comms, how clean and calm they can be for Ultra, but Joe Deceives is the guy with Beans that'll usually when they need to ramp it up. And I bet, like, I don't want to say that was like forced, like they were smoking them, but I think there was very clear, like, hey, we came out flat map 1 versus them last time. Let's come in and slam them.
I think it's also, he probably looked at the scoreboard like, bro, it is 200 to 40.
True.
Like, I want them to hear me because every single kill, this score is going to get worse.
Yeah, no, it's there was never a moment where LAG started to make it interesting. They got squashed from the opening moment. Unbelievable there from Ultra. Now LAG trying to bounce back, and you think about last time they played, what? It went to around 11 in the Surge, went to around 5 in the Control. Definitely some moments there where they could capitalize, just weren't icy enough when they needed to. But now it's a very different story. Like, you were riding high off the momentum of a dominant map 1. Now you're not riding high, you're crawling towards the map 2.
Yeah, I mean, you have to lock in. It's always tough sort of, starting in losers round 1, but you have a bad 0-5. This is just what happens. Like, I don't know, just sort of getting onto the main stage, and the pressure is there right away. But they've been in this situation so often where you would hope that they would have that energy right from the get-go, and just didn't.
We could not have that. We just have 8 teams in a double elimination bracket. I'm good.
Well,
just get rid of losers.
A lot of 3-0s.
Yeah. there sure have been a lot of 3-0s. But we'll see if they can turn it around in the search and destroy, as they need to here. Anyone you're trying, I don't know. I want to ask you who you want to highlight on LAG, but I mean, I don't. It's just Kiss. I think Kiss has got to.
I guess when you talk about search, probably Johnny. I think Johnny's made an immediate impact in the search and destroy. Again, they've only won 1 map throughout this stage, but his individual stats have been fantastic. But yeah, for a turnaround game, probably that guy.
Trying to warm up the hands.
It is chilly in here.
And it didn't get real warm in that first map, but no, it is. It is. You know me, like I'm usually always running hot, complaining about the heat. It's chilly, but I love it. But as a player, maybe not so much. So trying to keep those hands warm. Fist bumps out, getting ready to battle now into the map too. See if LAG can bring it back, or if they're just going to get clotheslined by this Ultra team. And for Ultra, it's got to be okay. Listen, it sucks going from you would have been one of the favorites, if not the favorite. But in that regard, you usually feel some pressure. There's some pressure on you, right? Like, this is your tournament to make a run, maybe win. This happens, all the pressure's gone. Like, Mercules comes in, all the pressure's gone, right? It has to be.
No, it is.
It has to be.
It is gone. It just, they were looking so darn good.
Yeah, and like, obviously, you'd rather come in with your full four-man lineup and be the favorite, but
it's a different attitude towards the tournament.
Yeah, it probably is. Like, it takes a little pressure off, and who knows? Maybe they can still make a run into a Sunday. Bit by bit, they'll try to do it, but come out swinging into map 1. Fellow comes out swinging, though, in the round 1. Traded out, though, pretty quickly, and Kismet will get bomb, and now we'll see. If Kiz can start to get activated in this one, his number 5 is taking space over towards B. That's going to be Johnny. Playing in the back is going to be Insight.
Yeah, I think they know. They have the heads up, right? You defend the A bomb site pretty well, so they're going to rotate on over. So Insight, he's already back here as long as he doesn't get a bad timing, but he's going to start to rotate, make sure nothing's working up plat side. The other two players still locking down their base and A bomb site as well. It's going to be Lunar. Lunar's sort of lurking, waiting for the bomb plant to go down. And we're not planting it.
Maybe just waiting on Lunars? Or waiting on Johnny to get a pick?
You are, but are they going to look at this before you even... No, okay, so Insight's going to run at the bomb. And, well, that's going to activate Lunar, so the timing works out.
Don't want to get caught planning. You know how scary it can be when that bomb's getting planted. Just hope the timing doesn't work against you. Here, the patience pays off. I know how you are, though. You're like, you have the bomb plant, get it planted, but this scenario, it works out.
No, it does. I just thought you saw Insight looking that way before. Like, I figure it, maybe they look back towards Lunars, and he doesn't even get that lurk play, but it ends up working in their favor. Now a 1 versus 3 for Joe. Bomb planted. Good luck with retaking this.
Yeah, and if you do stick that, I mean, that timing on the peak and potential might work out really well for Ultra. So a little game of cat and mouse, well, a little game of like kind of rock, paper, scissors, guessing how the situation's going to play, but patience in, round in. Fellow gets the first blood, traded out, but relies on his 3 teammates to clutch, and they're able to do just that. I think Lunars comes away with 2 in the round.
Yeah, this is going to be the tough part for Ultra. It's just tough to stick your 4th in there and sort of, I don't know, just you can play basic, you know, sort of default strats. But after that, sort of how are we going to retake with post plans? It just gets so difficult.
Like your breakoffs and your play calls are fine, but it's just, yeah. When it's down to a 2 versus 2 and times against you, it's just how quickly can you make decisions? And sometimes like the players play together so much, you're not even talking through stuff.
No, you know everyone's tendencies.
Yep. Certainly going to be the hard part. Let's see if they can battle through it. Well, they might improve as the weekend goes on, so you hope they can start to continue to make this run, get a lot of maps in. Get better. Insight this time, he'll get the advantage. There you go. Headshots ringing through for the ARs from Ultra. Big 4 versus 2 advantage just now around. You do not want to give away any free deaths. Don't let this one slip away. Well, there's one. Insight's going to drop, but it's not really free because the trade comes in, so you'll take that in this scenario. It's when those kills come untraded that you start to get frustrated. Johnny now 1 versus 3. Good luck.
Yeah, similar to last round.
Yeah, good luck. Simply running out of time to get anything done. See if he maybe stay up, walk away with any kills. 7 left in the chamber, not gonna even get any shots off. Ultra now, answer back, and so far, offenses getting it done at B.
And this is what Ultra has developed throughout the year, is really this B bomb site. You know, them and Surge were 2 of the first teams to really start to work it, put in the arsenal, and well, make it very effective.
Very effective there. Well, it helps when you get the opening 2 picks and into a 4 versus 2 early on. So shout out to the ARs getting them that position. Mercules is one of those early picks. Solid map 1 out of him. Really well. I mean, he had a good map 1, but it was Joe Deceives and Kleenex that really, really took over. Kismet done the map 1. Maybe trying to be the hero, though, in this map 2. Well, he sure is. Okay, sending it, but as he gets 1, now going to rely on his teammates to follow it up. Maybe the timing a tiny bit off, but they'll get there and they'll get to a 2 versus 2.
I was like, where's the trade at? Where's the trade at? That man.
Bro, I was setting up to be the hero. He actually was like Captain America. Flying in. Holy hell.
Almost got 2
That would have been sick, dude. If he actually did it. But now let's see if they can win the round. Nice job there from Hercules. Up to 3 and 1. And the ARs who started off in the last round close it out in this one. Ultra fired up, taking the round win.
Yeah, you see Joe. I mean, you love that, right? Obviously still a very young player in his own right is Joe, but just gassing him up, making sure he's playing confident, sticking with his guns, and yeah, see just the energy flowing from Joe.
Yeah, hell, he might be the one to best give advice to Hercules
from this situation with the year he had last year.
Yeah,
no doubt about it.
In and out a bit, trying to get comfortable, right? Whereas like inside Kleenex, like, dude, I don't know, it was 40 years ago. Like, it's been a minute since we were entered into the league. One of the longer standing duos, still putting in work, trying to make this loser's run, but it's 3 straight from Hercules. And he'll try to keep it going now into the round 4, but let's see if it's going to be a B work again. Looking like it's going to be A work this time around. But the bodies are there from LAG, so they might rethink this and wrap it. Looks like it's going to play. There is one that's already pushed up to Heli. It's going to be number 7 in Fellow. Fellow, chance to maybe shut this round down or a chance to just get caught out. Now you've got numbers and you've got B-bomb site control.
Yeah, I don't know if he's just hoping they don't see. Now, there is one player, maybe in Johnny. He's already behind enemy lines, but that's because Kleenex, he hits the pinch right away. Zip lines up, does get taken out. But he found a pick to keep his team in a strong position, and once again, Johnny left in a 1 versus 3. This guy's just trying to find any route on a pinch, but they just keep going towards the B bomb.
Yeah, it's like by the time I get there, yeah, it's just these this is what, the third 1v3 towards B we've seen.
But yeah, I mean, you just got to think Fellow there has to find more.
Ooh. Thought maybe a chance to get to a 1 versus 1, but time obviously going to be a factor.
I mean, it was close, but he hit the headshot.
Yeah, yeah.
Those were.
I mean, how much would have been left on? Like 15 seconds, somewhere in that ballpark.
I think around 20.
Was it closer to 20? Yeah. So still a chance to maybe do it. Nice win. No, I thought he had him, honestly. Did he get back to full though? I don't know if he did, or he was in the process of regenning. Hercules though continuing to shoot. 3-1 advantage now for Ultra. He's on 4 in a row. Big round now for LAG. They need one. I think maybe starting to fall apart a little bit. They're just going to take early control of A. Trophy quite literally in for coverage.
Literally.
On Hercules POV for now, because he's on 4 straight. We'll see if he can dial anything else. He's also going to call on the RC car.
Hits.
Get some damage in, but Lunars will get a kill at the same time. Wanting to follow it up, but not able to get in on the follow-up. What utility did they have left? Trying to hit the nades.
I think there was another car.
Was there. Finding an opening, it showed Deceives though. The damage from the utility backs up 2 players into the hallway. Maybe a chance to do this, but 2 players to Chow. Oh, on Hercules now, and nothing he can do. Probably Lunar's pick as the car is in. Maybe the difference because they want to follow off the car and probably the nades that hit.
Well, in the car, I think it gets rid of that trophy on the bomb. So like that, yeah, it got rid of that trophy. So the nades could have connected, but yeah, you just had the numbers, and it felt like you maybe weren't on the same page. That's one of those rounds where do you want to chow bomb site? Do you want to chow the hallway together? Because if that timing is together, they might come on top, or it's a 1v1 for the round. Instead, yeah, that first pick from Lunars keeps them in the map.
Okay, so a lot of action at B early on. Get a little sight of A. Now what'll be the play here for Ultra. Maybe similar to what we saw in the last round.
Well, he's just shouldering, right? All Joe was doing there is finding info. And he said, hey, guys, a bomb site is open. So you defend B early from LAG. Plus, Johnny's is like, I should finally get involved in a defensive round. He's able to find that first blood on the Kleenex.
Oh, Hercules just getting away with 14 HP, but will stay in the fight in the 3 versus 4. You've already got like 10 seconds off of this. Insight kill to bring it back to the 3v3, but instantly advantage back to LAG. The mantle maybe costing Fellow. He's going to get shut down. Joe Deceives there to battle with him. One more player on the cross. Joe Deceives and Hercules slices him down. They bring it in the 3 versus 4. And the fact is, I mean, you lose a player early, but you get the plant down so fast.
And everybody must have wrapped back towards Big Door because I thought a player was going to hit Zip here. I thought that third player was going to hit Zip, the player that takes down Insight, but he doesn't. I thought he was waiting for the timing. He must have dropped back down. And well, you just had the crossfire set up with Big Joe.
Big Joe. This is got to be a tough one for you. You got Hercules, you got You got Joe Deceives. This is a hard one for you.
Got Joey D. America. I don't know. Yeah.
Back to the 2-round advantage. Go Ultra. Joe Deceives, monster map 1 with 29. Leading the way here on the map 2 as well. A great job bringing it back into 3 versus 4. This time, Body's here to fight. Trophy so far gobbling, but the nade is going to hit for Kiz. So as he slides out, he's going to take damage as well. So things kind of stop here for a second. And it looks like the site has been given up for now by Ultra. They'll play the retake.
Yeah, good enough nades to back out the Ultra players because they were set up, but they had to get out of dodge. Here we go, though. Joe trying to find number 8. Oh, I mean, he's ready to snap to the second player, and while you're going to have a similar situation, we saw last offense, 2 versus 3, 2 players in that hallway once again.
Yeah, I don't know if Gabus will be their guy, or
No, I think he's ready to snap.
Yeah, you're probably right. Inside looking for the opening, but 2 to deal with in the hallway, and the opening's not going to come, so LAG keep it within a round. Able to do this last time they matched up. Pretty back and forth, goes to around 11, trying to get it there again. Kiz, not the map 1 he wanted, but starting to maybe roll here in the map 2.
And I mean, Joe is probably just telling these guys, like, that's on me, because I needed one more bullet, and I probably would have had a 2-piece.
Yeah. Or even if he gets 1, just gets 1 there, maybe this plays out a little bit differently. He saw 1 slip in the hall, thought he got the timing, but trying to do maybe a little bit too much as he was on a strong start to the game. They want to go right back. Down towards A. It was all early B. They make LAG really play heavy towards B, and they've got a wide open bomb side again, the dual threat.
And last time you had the numbers. This time, though, Mercules is just going to watch the zip, and he's like, thanks for the free 2. This is the easiest round of the map.
Yeah, you're making search real easy for me. Just holding zip, get 2 in sight. Trying to play his life as long as he can, or just take the kill. Lunar's going to be last up, bottled up at the tank. Team fire is in, and back and forth we continue to go, but 2-round separation again for Ultra, round away from the 2-0 edge.
And as much as we're talking about sort of, Mercules slotting into this Ultra team, this is, I mean, Ultra's one of their best search maps on the year. In this new LAG team, they have not seen Proto Control through this stage, so in an official match, they're 0-0. So Ultra very happy with how the map of vetoes went.
I mean, I'm happy for them because, like, listen, there are different situations you can come into as a rookie or your first time in the league. There could be some real bad ones you come into, which we've seen this year. There could be some great spots to come into play. This would be the example of a great spot. Yes, it may not be permanent unless they win an event. Then who the hell knows? We'll see how that conversation is, but now we'll save that maybe for a Sunday if they make it there. Blood for Fellow, though. They've already lost a 4v3 previously. This time, though, able to take it to 4 versus 2, sorry. Mercules trying to bring it back, though. Him and CleanX will try to clutch up, see if they can do it in the 2v4.
I mean, you have 2 players. Now one's going to rotate towards Ellie. As I say, 2 in the middle of the map. Maybe you could find those picks, but CleanX going to find the first. Time to work with, going to reposition and regen.
It's like the 4th 1v3 retake of B. So far, have been able to do it. Johnny was probably the closest to maybe getting it done. Now CleanX got it down to the 1v2. Playing fast, looking for info. Clearing statue and kind of knowing he's got probably 1 low towards bomb and a player at heli. Gets to the heady, gonna give himself a 1-on-1. They're not gonna give it to him. I like it from CleanX, a real good job clearing space quickly. Knows where they are, try to isolate. I think I sometimes it's frustrating when you watch a player in that situation. It feels like they don't give themselves a chance to win the round. Like, please give himself a chance to win the round. Just the position there, obviously, in numbers for LAG.
Yeah, you had the crossfire set up. Lunar's just able to find the info. But now is the big question. What are you going to do on defense? Because it's been all offense for Ultra. They've just been taking the A-bomb site. Your goal early in the map was to stop them from going B. And yes, you stopped that. But now A has been an issue.
Let's see. Pick your poison. Okay, so this time just the stun check, and maybe it's going to be a rotation B. Like
well, as soon as he hears nades, he's like, all right, go B.
Fellow can't get caught again. He got caught last time they did this, and yep, Fellow is going to get caught again. Very similar situation. Feel like that was deja vu. Bomb plant is in. Numbers for Ultra. This map could be over.
It just has to be better there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on you from that position, but you've got to walk away with something. Now, 4v2 advantage. Kiz, Lunars, trying to get it to around 11, but so much work to do. Best of luck with that gunfight. He ain't winning that. Joe Deceive shuts him down. And Mercules, the youngster, gets to double digits. A 10-4 map out of him. You thought the search maybe were difficult, but they made the game easy on him there. Hell of a series out of him so far. The boys fired up, and they're up 2-0.
Yeah, looking good today. But on the side of LA, just too many mistakes. I mean, map 1, you don't rotate. You lose the big rotation.
You don't rotate. That was, yeah.
No, honestly.
Yeah, one of, you could probably make a document of issues they probably have with the map 1, Joe. They lost by 200.
I mean, you didn't, I don't even know if you won a defense. Maybe one?
I don't know. Did you?
Maybe one?
Yeah.
I mean, A was too easy, and then I mean, 2 rounds where you're like, all right, the fellow's gonna play the island B side. You have to at least get 1. You have to make it a 3 versus 3. I don't know the timings that he got. He's obviously shouldering the windows in the helicopter, so there's a lot blocked in his POV, but
no, I don't think they did. No, they did because they won like 2 A pushes early. They then won 2 B pushes. No, sorry, 2 B, then 2 A, and then back to B. I'm pretty sure. Yeah,
so
I don't think they did.
You got to win a defense.
I don't think they did. All right, so that's how it's looked so far. A little bit more of a battle there in the map 2. The map 1, you missed nothing if you missed it. Well, if you're an Ultra fan, yeah, you missed a great one. Maybe rewatch it.
True.
Outside of that, maybe not. But we're gonna head back to the beach, get a breakdown of map 1. Can't wait to hear what they have to say.
Outside of that, maybe not. Let's break down what we just witnessed here. A Game 2 victory for Toronto, and now they're up 2-0 with a fill-in. We have Hold Shift joining us. And Shift, you knew about this Mercules guy. None of us did in the green room. What has the rest of the Call of Duty universe learned about his play now?
He's pretty good.
He's pretty good.
He's pretty
really
good. The thing about it is, like, you know, his story is an interesting one because, like Jay and I were talking about yesterday in our cast, he jumps into the Modern Warfare 3 season like halfway through the year, playing cups. He does make the final Challengers Elite stage, but doesn't make it to playoffs. He's playing with a group of players that largely you figure are like top 12, top 8s at best.
Okay.
But then you get into this year, he plays with a bunch of other guys that are much younger, 19, 18 years old. They go 5-0 in the Challengers Elite stage. And Mercules, I always thought, outside of like Lurks, who had a really flashy POV, Mercules is the most solid, I think, of the 4 of them. Super straight shooter, really good head for the game, always puts himself in a good spot to win and finesse and extend his life. And you're seeing that really come to life with this Toronto team still, which is really impressive for being a fill-in.
And on the other side, it's not just the guy filling in, it's the people who make him feel at home.
Yeah.
How have Toronto done that?
I mean, you're talking about a team that has insanely good comms, right? And you see Joe Deceive trying to fill the void of the energy when they're missing beats. He was getting super animated up there, and he's able to just like mold his gameplay. On that first map, when we watch a vault, we're so used to Joe Deceive being free, running around, finding kills. He's so time, he had over 2 minutes in the hill, right? So for these guys, they're just so malleable. They're going to make you comfortable. And you saw Mercules just having an absolute blast through 2 maps, making huge plays, finding a 2-piece drop-down zip. Like, we're giving him easy positions and allowing him to fry.
And Toronto Ultra, I'm so sad that you think that I might not like your squad.
Yeah, why do you hate them, Al?
Running ranked lobbies with Joe Deceives before he got brought up to the league. That's one of my boys, and nothing makes me happier than to see him playing at this level and this consistently on such a good team.
Is that why you went with Gorilla Mates?
On the flip side, for like Gorilla Mates, it's kind of like this is their tournament, right? Like this is kind of their champs in a sense of like they have to do something here or they are completely, they already basically are completely out of the conversation of champs, right? And on top of that, all of these players on this side are playing for their spots in the league right now, and the showing hasn't been great.
Allie, have you seen a Scuff play as a game that's a full game?
Yes, we've done this a few times.
250 to 60, what?
The hell
Rough.
out of the other one. It's not great. I mean, you talk about the side of LA Gorilla Mates, like the hardpoint's just been abysmal. It's not been great. What's
all year.
Even more tragic is like you see on the minimap, you watch the fundamentals in real time from LAG coming through, but they're not winning the gunfights, right? And then you move into that map number 2. Their defense is abysmal. What is Fellow doing out on an island, a helicopter? Why is nobody watching the push-up? Why are we not playing together as a team? So
Toronto's might just be a loose bracket team, bro. They were a losers
that,
last
too.
event.
Could
Made
be.
a run.
Could
They
be.
look damn good in this series, and Mercules looks phenomenal. So he's making a name for himself. Hey, I believe in this Toronto team still.
The other conversation may be that, sorry, gentlemates, are you officially the worst team in the league recently? We look at the numbers.
Yes.
They have been bullied by the other 11 teams in the league. Looking at the numbers in this one, though, pretty darn solid search and destroy you get out of Mercules here. Mason Ramsey, welcome to the CDL, but it's Joseph Romero, the man to watch throughout the rest of this series. Joe Deceives, if Toronto finishes top 4, is he the guy to carry them there? Are you looking at Kleenex Insight? Who has the most pressure?
To carry. I think they're all playing incredibly well right now. I think maybe you could put it on Mercules, but he's doing incredible
you're
too.
You're gonna need thunderous maps from Joe. I mean, we see it from Thieves. So Hydras has some takeover games. You're gonna need a couple of those from Joe.
I think you'll get them from Joe anyway.
I agree. Yeah.
Speaking of Joes, we've got one ready, standing next to a very tall, handsome man who goes by the name of Maven.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Chris. It made me feel very good about myself. But this has been a tough series for you, with Mercules and Joe Deceives. People are stealing your name, dude. That's all right.
I mean,
right. No one stole.
It's still a great name.
Handsome.
It's still a great name because they're playing well.
They are. They're playing great. And you heard the takes on the desk. It has been a team effort for Ultra. They've got a chance to get it done. Based on Joe and I's past couple events, we're probably looking at a 3-0. Yeah.
Well, I was just looking at like maps of videos. I was like, man, they got Protocol Surge. Like, who picked this? Like, Ultra should be very happy. And LAG picked it. Well, I don't know. Not sure that was the right call.
No, not the right call. As we've talked about Ultra at times being the best Protocol Surge team in the game. I mean, we're probably going back to earlier in the year when we really said that, but they've been strong and they look good
last
there.
Stage.
Yeah. Couple brilliant moments. Just waiting to get the map 3 going. Ultra looking to close it out, and just maybe have a similar run like they did last major, just 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, keep moving through losers. But talking about the next event, we've got DreamHack coming up. When you talk about Major 4, tickets are on sale for that. And this year, you're going to blink and it's going to be done. We've got like a month left and then champs. Like, it's going to be cruising.
Yeah, but I mean, we start qualifiers next weekend. Like, we get right into it. We go home, we go right back.
Yeah, right into it. Sometimes we've had like 2-week breaks after events. We're back in, we're back casting, and it's going to be absolutely cruising. I don't know if I've been to a DreamHack. I don't think I have.
I haven't.
I don't think I have. I'm excited, honestly. I've always wanted to go to one. I may have been to one.
Should we bring it up?
Back in the day, my memory's a little loose back in the day. I probably went to one and had too much fun like 10 years ago or something. I don't know. Loose memory is one way to put it. Okay.
You should do like a cosplay, John.
What did we get last event? We had one. Well, we had the map 5 in the winners bracket finals. All 3-0s outside that, and the 4-0
I mean,
final.
there were
right?
not many game 5s.
This will be 3 3-0s. Listen, I'm not trying to whine, but I'm whining. Come on, man.
It's the way it's been.
It's
these teams dropping in the losers bracket. Now you have Faze down here, and Ultra's down here again.
Yeah. Trying to run through people. Trying to run right through fellow. New hair, but maybe the same result. Johnny, though, looking for an opening early. He is not going to find it. Break off, going to be won there by Ultra. Lunars will be last guy up. Anything he can get is gravy because it alleviates pressure maybe from his back line. People coming off spawn.
I mean, I guess, but yeah.
I'm trying to find something, Joe.
Just anything, but it's like, you got to kill it. That his team spawns pools. They don't even have like anything inside of A. Finally, Kismet going to find a route. Lunars is able to find another one, but again, all right. I don't know, dude. Nothing.
Yeah. No. Door has been continuously slammed onto Kiz's forehead. But this is when 99 Kiz is going to come alive, Joe. He's going to power up with Johnny. Or tell the story as they destroy bases inside, very expensive bases. Kiz is on the board. And now we'll see if they can turn this into some progress. About halfway to this first tick. They're hitting through a hole. They're hitting from the back. They're hitting from the front. They're filling you up. Joe Deceives with 2. Kleenex with 2. And that's a main menu.
Oh, man.
They hit every hole and broke the server, Joe.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that.
What's going on with Control? This is like the 3rd series where Control's just like
they should figure that one out.
It seems like it's just Control, right? Like, did that happen? What? That happened in the Faze series?
Mm-hmm.
And then what was the other one that happened in? I'm blacking out. Oh, the
Surge one?
No, that was the Surge Faze. What was the other series? Anyway, it happened in another one.
Oh, last night, Boston Optic.
Boston, yeah. That's right. Something with Control, dude. It's cursed. It's cursed here.
Well, I'll tell you what, they didn't have any ticks.
That's true. It's true. No ticks. They're probably about to.
At least this was round 1.
Yeah, no, I'd rather have it happen now than like around 4 or round 5 or something like that. Just gonna have to laugh that one off. Keep the vibes high. Welcome to the league, Mercules. Let's rethink the break, guys.
Yeah, let's make some adjustments.
This break off's gonna be better, I believe.
Normally they are.
Yeah, but it just seems like,
they aren't shooting.
Yeah, and I don't expect vibes to be great, but it's just very
Not
dissimilar
great.
when you look over at look over at Ultra and see all smiles they're laughing off, and then they seem like dead in the water. Granted, the franchise this year it's been brutal. It's been brutal.
Yeah, you've just been getting farmed.
No, they have been getting farmed, and Poor Kiz has been part of every team that's been farmed. Joe Sieves, though, trying to maybe keep the rookie loose.
We think he was talking about like an airplane?
Could have been.
That he saw out of a window or something?
Could have been, man.
Or maybe like that dive from Kismet.
Dude, that was insane. I almost talked him into being Superman. Take a look at the bracket while we wait for this. People here, people at home, thanks for hanging out for a bit. It's going to be a little podcast with us. We chat through stuff and wait for the control to get started again. But beginning of the cast, dude, let's talk about the bracket and where we are. Joe, what has shocked you the most?
I don't know if there's too much shock right now.
Not really.
Like,
yeah.
I think you would say so if like Miami beat Ultra with Beans, then yeah, you would say maybe some shock there. But Miami, they've looked darn good this stage with Super. Outside of that, I was a bit surprised by Falcons 3-0ing Optic, or vice versa.
Yeah.
Just like the way it happened, because I thought Falcons, I mean, they just beat them, but they've been playing better this stage. That just did not seem like the Falcons we saw online.
No, they really didn't. We've got a bunch of matches still to go today, 5 total today, 5 total tomorrow, until we get to the championship Sunday. Just a little bit of a breather while we wait to get back into this. And Ultra looking to close this one out, continue this loser's run, keep the momentum going from the first 2 map victories. But for those in house, hope you're having fun. I love it here. I've heard map is ready, or lobby is ready, so we should be bouncing into this in just a moment.
Yeah,
We'll
later
see.
tonight, man. What, Faze out to play for top 8?
Yeah. Play for top 8. This is, I mean, we talked about it, like, I think for Faze, like, it was, I think I brought it up at the last major, like, it was only, like, since the CDL, they have been lost round 1 3 times total in 6 years. Now it's 4. That's probably the biggest shock, but, like, it isn't, because it was Surge. And Faze haven't looked like good this qualifier, so, I mean, it's not that shocking, but it's shocking when you just think about the kind of history of it, the fact it's only happened 4 times now, but. All right, Ultra, back to it, trying to keep the vibes light and loose. As we get back into the map, they had an incredible break-off last time. For LEG, you're trying to fix the break-off. Last time, Lunars was the only one left alive. You were instantly spawned out poolside, and then you were getting hammered from every which way. See if they can improve upon it this time around.
Already better.
Already better. Here we go. See if they can turn it into something. So basically the opposite of what happened last time.
They're going to go right to B. So you already have Kismet pushed up, 2 on the B point. You don't have trophies, of course, because it's so early in the round, but you're already making progress on this point.
Kiz, hopefully for them, heating up, but get a second chance of life at this break off and taking advantage of it. B is nearly done. And B is done, so way better. 7 life advantage. Probably frustrated if you're Ultra, but that's where you need the bets. Like, you're inside your clear, say, boys, listen, you got the wrong side of that one, but we can bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, it's the good old reset cheese. We've seen it for a long time. For a long time. But yeah, now you have to recover. Still, 8 point, not easy to get on Vault. You're going to get, what, Kleenex pushed on up, but much easier than B.
As of late, yeah, I swear. Early, it seemed like the gimme. It's not been the case. The deeper into the year we have gotten, but Lunar Slot feasting, he has yet to die. Battle of the Point Kiz still weak. Dancing between multiple players. I thought maybe stayed alive long enough for the reinforcements to kind of get there, but reinforcement gets clothesline. And I mean, the big thing for Ultra probably just bring it back in lives, right? You were down 7 or so early on, now about even. So that's an incredible sequence out of them. And you haven't really touched A.
No, I mean, you would just love to get this round with that break-off. I mean, props to LG, because even when we see teams sort of win the break-off, go towards B, I feel like it rarely gets done that quickly.
Sometimes it turns into like a tick or 2 and you're happy.
Yeah.
Like not into a capture.
A full capture, so now you're just trying to close out this round, but I don't know if it's going to happen. Ultra, they have just barely given up any kills.
It was 28-21. So it's been 15-6 advantage Ultra. Basically since like the B capture. Lights out from Ultra. Still obviously opportunity here for LAG. 1 multi-kill could be the difference. 1 stack could be the difference. Big chance on the point and trying to stack. Everybody dead coming off a spawn outside of what Insight that's going to be closest. He maybe wants to wait for his team, but he doesn't have long to wait. Insight's going to get dropped. Can't wait when you're dead. They're grouping up, and that's going to be a team kill then for Joe Deceives. A is about done, and LAG able to capitalize. So the reset cheese. They'll finish it. They'll get the round win. I thought it was an awesome answer back for Ultra, but couldn't keep it going. And that's what, yeah. Especially with A, like that point, it's just one moment, one break.
Yeah,
Yep.
and you had Kleenex trying to work the pinch, but he ends up getting caught with someone off spawn here. You get the 3 dead. Yeah, I mean, you execute B perfectly off the start with LAG. Consider you had no trophies. Yes, you have a player pushed up in Kiz.
Now they're vibing. Here we go.
But yeah, you see some smiles.
Yeah, they're probably like,
we did it.
Jeezy. All right, same thing kind of on the other side, though. Trying to lock back in. Now pressure Ultra to maybe get an offensive round victory. Joe Deceives having himself a series. Looking to keep it going here, and they come out hitting. Good job answering back there. This LAG to get this into kind of a 2 versus 2 around the point for a moment. Reinforcement's going to be there first from LAG, so they still have the numbers onto A, and they deal with it. I think after losing the first 2 players, hell of a job here from LAG.
Yeah, nice gunfight win there by Fellow on a Hercules. I mean, he was holding that, but Joe Deceives still trying to find anything he can from Catwalk. Instead, he finds a headshot, followed by Kismet with another headshot. So maybe this LAG team finally starting to come alive.
Okay, just the opposite of last time they matched up. Yeah, slow start for LAG, and maybe they'll start hitting now. Kiz, he's on 4 straight. Make it 5. Sometimes Kiz with an AR in hand. I swear that guy does not miss a bullet. Now he's got both to work with now. Streak is now up to 6. We'll be on Hercules POV for now, though, as he gets stuck up. They start to put pressure towards the point. Keep an eye on Kiz's streak, though, and see if he's able to maybe earn any added utility. First pick is going to be done. Kiz is going to get a 7th before he drops, so not sure if he got, I don't think he did, but would have been close.
Yeah, I mean, but he picks up 1 kill right there on the flank, so that just, you know, Kleenex then has to trade that.
He does get it.
Yeah, so he has the Hellstorm to work with now as well. And now it's just a question of, does he slow down? Can he keep this up?
I think you're exactly right. Can he keep going? So far, seems like he can. 11-6. Choosing his time to pounce. Wins his fight. Not able to win the second, though. Down to a one-on-one versus the point. Fellow is trying to get back to full before he reach out. So they just wait for the reinforcements to come in. Ultra having to play for the point because they need to pause this clock. Desperately trying to get an extension. You throw a lot of bodies at this. If you don't walk away with some kills, nope. You don't walk away with no kills, now you're in trouble.
I mean, that just did not look fun. Just their ability to stay alive on the point from Ultra. The slides on point. And now you have multiple players on it. Well, Hellstorm, you had it. Gonna have to use it here early. Kleenex is gonna try to push up off of it. Everybody else gonna get off the point, allow you to regain control of the map.
It's great you earned that, because that's one of the situations where you put one more push at A, you all die. And suddenly you've got B control. Maybe they're thinking, hey, I've got the cruise, so we can send another flood of this. That seems to be the play call. So on one side, you're glad maybe you got it out at this point, but can you turn into a round win? Oh God, 3 to be dead again. Lunar's gonna be the only guy up. Is he able to walk away with a multi? Now he's gonna play his life. You've got the stack about to come in. Now 3 bodies on it, and it's starting to really move. Utility coming in and hoping they got trophies there for coverage. Kleenex with a headshot. Hercules with the follow-up. Joe Deceives able to get 1 as well. Johnny through on the flank gets 2. So you only have 1 body here. 1 person. The newcomer, now the second is in, and you answer with your own offensive win. And you get the streak out of LAG.
And I think the second half of that round out of Ultra, that was one-on-one on how to play your life near the point, right? We saw it from Insight's POV towards B, but everybody on the A point, that's where they really started the momentum to get going. Able to transition that into a great B play, and then, yeah, you get the Hellstorm out early so they can play patient, they have enough time on the clock, and then they find all the kills right after it.
Yes, like, I mean, it almost like can't be the play call then. Like, if you're thinking, hey, we hit A one more time, we have the streak, because then, yeah, you use the streak, but there's so much time left, right? It's like right after the capture. There's still so much opportunity to still make a play onto B. They never really lose a foothold. Yes, they have to dip out from it, but like they still have a presence, able to get out to B quickly. Joe Deceives just cuts you apart. I think it might be his nade to back up Fellow as well. What a break off there, and the breaking is continuing to happen.
Yeah, now this is a little bit different than round number 1. B Street is open though, right? So you put so much pressure poolside. So they're able to find 1, but they all come back right towards Ultra. So you're into a 2 versus 2, but already 30 seconds off the clock.
6 life advantage real quickly here for Ultra. Yeah, not like the round 1, depends on which round 1 you're talking about. The first round 1, you know, looking a lot like that. Kleenex Gonna be hunting around full side. Hercules trying to get some shots, but not able to back it up. Now Kleenex is kind of in no man's land, but he's gonna have to wrap back through on the flank and have everybody waiting for him because unfortunately the rest of his team died. Progress now. Working forward for LAG.
And again, inside, he works the flame, puts some shots in, but Kismet just leaves him. So you have an idea where this push is coming from, and it's going to slow down. You have to wait for the players off spawn. And Joe, he's just going to be jumping up and down, sliding, trying to find anything to open up an avenue for his teammates, and he does just that. Mercury's with the double. They don't even get the second tick.
Yeah, so it was so close to the second tick, but now it's all going to get cleared, or is it? They continue to fan out. I would say clear that. That's so close. Just make sure. Okay. There they'll get most of the clear before the contest comes in. Now it's all been cleared. 24 on the clock. Maybe a push out towards B. So not going to be the easiest fight with a sub. Trying to wrap back and deal with that, but seeing both weapons being used for Mercules. As he was, what, 17 and 7. Now 10 seconds to go. Defense seems to have stood strong, but there is a body. Trying to get on towards B. There's a chance. There's a chance.
Fellow has stayed alive and put so much pressure on the map. Everybody from Ultra looking at him, allows his teammates to get to the A point. Finally, they hunt him down. Are they going to go for this? Looks like maybe one more time. No, they're going to give it up and just play upward on B Street.
Just play for the kills, but then Kleenex is going to get smoked. Joe Deceives is pushed up aggressively, though. Since Fellow back to spawn, the fact is you have a massive life advantage. I think you maybe feel all right if you're LAG, the fact that you got those 3 ticks, but the round didn't feel super winnable, just based on the situation. We talk about time left and the lives disparity.
No, yeah, they're probably, yeah, they'll take the 3. So it was looking like they were about to get blanked.
Just Fellow and Kismet now remaining. Laser beams out of Kiz, but can him and Fellow pull off the 2 versus 8? Can Fellow pull off the 1 versus 8?
That would be something.
Yeah, with no time, really. He's got to play for the point and for the kills. It ain't happening. Nice shots, though, at range. Unfortunately, they are hunting him down or just locking him in. The dream is dead, but the map is still going.
Well, now if you're LAG, can you turn it around on these breakoffs? That's been the key, right? Round 1, you get a breakoff, able to win the round. Last couple, though, it's been all Ultra. Just early life advantages, putting you in the blender.
Yeah, it seems like you're fighting uphill throughout the entire round. We talk a lot about breakoffs. It's not like everything, but it is huge in control. Can LAG do a little bit better here? Just got to hold on this defense to get to a round 5. Last time they faced off control, went to a round 5 in which they lost. Can't be the case here, or they're out of the tournament. How will the breakoff now play out? Massive advantage to Ultra in these last couple.
It's all 4 here for LAG, so this could be great or awful. Well, Joe Deceives is going to find a double.
Dude, he got, what, a triple? The last breakoff, a double here. A has been all Joe Deceives. He is the king of the A point. He's just standing out in the middle, squaring up. And you start to bring it back a bit, but still, advantage to Ultra. Ooh.
Those pillars, they get funky.
Oh, they do. I mean, the good thing is you've been able to... Okay, well, I was about to say, it's still pretty close. The lives department, you've kind of gone 1 for 1 outside that opener from Joe Deceives. I think Kleenex Rise about to say it. Well, he pulls up a triple. Said pressure to Joe Deceives and Kleenex that they're going to make a run this tournament. They've been so good throughout the qualifier, and while they are still hitting like they were in that map 1, but the second tick, okay, they're able to get that done. Now we'll have to rethink this.
Yeah, little team nade comes in, allows LAG to sort of retake the position, play from Cat, get them onto the point. Yeah, 2 ticks are through, 45 seconds to work with. You have Johnny in a good spot. You have Kiz in a great spot. But there is one player that lurks on through. Make it 2. It's Joe and Mercules on this B point. Well, they're just going to get off of it now, just sort of flank A.
Oh, yeah, they're just like farming Kleenex. He's trying to get back towards the point. He has not been able to do it. Who's going to farm better? Battle of the farmers. Pressure on both sides. Patient play out of insight. And I think it's going to lead to his teammate getting killed, and then he might have got turned on by Johnny. So
it's done, though.
You got the extra minute now. Lives just about even. Mercules had a solid series so far. He's on 4 straight right now. In ammo, it's Kiz that's pushed up, and he's going to get a kill. So going to want to deal with that before you mount anything forward. Advantage all over the place is to LAG right now to get this to around 5. You can't let this one slip away. You're in the driver's seat.
Yeah, you see Joe just trying to hunt this player down. Yeah, you have to deal with the player ammo, able to find him. Now they find a second. Hercules is already pushed on up. Oh, well, Kleenex is just not missing. Johnny, though's on a big pinch. He's going to be the playmaker for LAG, but he is taking a long route here, and you have 3 on the point. Finally, you find 1. But he has to get involved somehow.
He hasn't been able to yet. His whole teammate's going to get laid out. Okay, he's going to get one of the reinforcements. The problem is they're all on the point. Second tick going to be done. 8v8 in the lives.
He's
Johnny
dead.
tries to get in. He's going to get dropped. This map, this series is done. Ultra take it 3-0. And their losers bracket run now really starts to get going.
I mean, they just left Johnny there.
Yeah.
And he's got the AR. But it doesn't matter. His teammates die up front, and that was beautifully played out of Ultra.
Yeah, I mean, you're praying your teammates at least go 1 for 1 or stay alive a bit. But yeah, right when they all got slammed, I'm like, uh-oh. Well, I think Kiz got 1. Kiz got 1, and then after that, it's all Ultra. And then like Johnny's like, well, I literally have to get a better angle. I have to push up. And well, they're like, 1 player is missing. He's taking some shots from ammo. They deal with that perfectly. And Ultra, despite maybe getting caught by the reset cheese in that opening round, after that, they handled business with 3 straight.
Yeah, great stuff out of Ultra. Mercules looked comfortable, but the SMGs and the respawns just destroyed. Map 1, they did it. Map 3, they did it again.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, they're used to this position. Maybe not having a fill-in, but starting in losers. And going on a bit of a run. We just saw it last major.
Yeah, it's seeming more believable. They could maybe make this run to a Sunday. Obviously, not the stiffest of competition here with LAG, but I like what you're seeing just statistically and some of the plays that you're making on the Ultra side. It's still going to get harder from here. It's not going to get easier because it can't really after you beat LAG, worst team in the league. But I'm a believer. I'm a believer they can maybe make a
I
run.
think the next one's going to be a big test, right? Just Carolina and Rocker are both 2 teams that, I mean, they're great in every single game mode, but that should be a banger. That's the next match.
Should be. Some pressure. Or maybe no pressure. You know, Mercules just slotting in, having the time of his life with this Ultra team. He played terrific in that 3-0 win. Got to hear what he's got to say.
All right, Florida, I got Big Merc with me on the main stage. Make some noise for the Toronto Ultra. Got the whole crowd chanting Mercules, man. How does it feel to get yet another big win here on the main stage, Mercules?
First win on the main stage, feels good. My team's disgusting. Glad I got to play. So, yeah.
They definitely are disgusting, okay? You're disgusting as well. Isn't he playing out of his mind, Florida? Now, one thing that we see is you sitting up here next to Joe DeCease, man. Talk to me about the energy that he brings to the table and what it is like sitting next to him.
Yeah, no, he brings a bunch of energy. Every time he pops pieces, screaming dead, just gets the dope flowing for the team, so yeah.
Definitely gets the dopamine flowing, okay? And now, coming into this week, I know a lot of dopamine was flowing into you because you didn't even know that you were going to be playing on the CDL main stage till earlier. So what has it been like for you having to prepare for this event and rise up to the occasion there for the Toronto Ultra?
Honestly, I didn't have much time to prepare. I found out, I knew there was a chance of me playing on like Tuesday or Wednesday. I found out like officially like Thursday morning when we played our first match. So.
And so I think one thing that we can all figure out from this situation is that you stay ready, okay, for the call, no matter what, all right?
Yes,
now,
sir.
what do you want to say to this group of people that's been supporting you and chanting your name and rooting for you to go all the way?
I just want to say thank you so much. It means a lot, and I'm going to try to get this done for y'all.
He's going to try to get it for the Strength of the North. That does it for me and Merc on the stage. Chris, take us away.
I'm going to try and get this done for y'all. You got to love that kid. Coming in with just a few days' notice, and he gets a dub, a clean one, over his CDL Pro team. LAG now out of the tournament, out of the champs run. All eyes are on the remaining squads.
Listen, Vegas Call 9, somebody get them talks going. That guy is disgusting. I think he should be in the league for sure.
If you're Mercules, you don't take a contract with either of those guys. You wait till next year. You
Consult with Uncle Allen before you do any
take
moves.
a little 3-month contract.
No.
Try to make a run.
Keep your stock. Keep your stock high.
Keep your stock high. Let's take a look at why the stock is high right now for Toronto in the lower bracket. Mercules, the fill-in. He shows he is more than just an AR. The SMG comes out. Yeah. LAG finally showing some life in this control. They won a round.
They did. They showed some life. I will say there were a lot of winnable situations for them. I mean, even down to the wire, Kismet gets through the back and you know, it's just Toronto Ultra's ability to get out of a tough situation. Like their prioritization is like, okay, we're going to kill Kismet, we're going to take our time, and then you couple that with the ability that Joe Deceives and Kleenex have to pop pieces and get away with their life,
yeah,
right?
Kleenex had a really good series.
It's like the fundamentals are there. They know exactly how they want to get out of a bad situation. And then you got just ridiculously talented players to even make that easier for yourself. Just well done.
They're really disgusting, dude. I do often forget how good Toronto Ultra gets on LAN because they are constantly a franchise in that conversation that goes toe-to-toe to teams like Atlanta Faze and like LA Thieves. So for Toronto, they're in an unfortunate spot getting dropped down to elimination, but I couldn't see a better route for them to possibly force this Sunday run.
Yeah, this control, I think in particular, there are moments that I like to call like they were Thieves-esque, where it's like you're in the worst possible position, you're down 3-4 lives, you got 20 seconds remaining.
Fingers.
Exactly.
Bang. Do your dance.
Yo, can we show some love to Insight real quick?
Nope. Yeah, please.
Sure.
He got good movement.
No, for real.
We're sitting there watching him on the point. He was sliding back and forth. It doesn't look like super cracked, but it's just like slow, methodical. Like I'm gonna dodge every nade. I'm gonna peek at the perfect time, find the kill. Let's go, Jamie.
So Kismet to AR, Insight to SMG.
Oh, hell no.
Nameless is liking what we're building here in Miami. Let's
Keep
take a
that
look
AR.
at
Just
what
move.
is in store. We still, of course, have that Minnesota match to go. And all of our teams have at least one tournament guaranteed left in the 2025 season. Before champs, we're going to Dallas. DreamHack is just around the corner. In fact, we're not even taking a week off now. As soon as we get back from this tournament, we're going right back into the qualifiers.
Right back into the mix. It is just a couple weeks straight of some good Call of Duty, and you couldn't ask for a better time of the year to do it. Near the end and all the teams on the bubble. It's going to be electric, and there's going to be other games going on as well. You're not going to be bored at all throughout this weekend.
I've been to a DreamHack before. It is an absolute blast. And yo, are we cosplaying? You guys down?
We got
Yes.
to.
I'm
We've
gonna
already
go as
talked
Toto
about
from
this.
Jujutsu Kaisen.
I want to be Toad from Mario Kart. With that said, we
that.
got to go to a break. When we come back, you can check the Twitter for Alan's cosplay because we got another elimination round one matchup. Minnesota. It's time to thaw out, baby. The Rocker fighting for their lives against struggling Carolina.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Can you even believe this place?
Sit your slimy ass down. The sizzle sells itself.
Someone give me a 10-gallon hat. I'm going full cowboy on these bastards.
You're not sure you have the right floor?
It is so nice to meet you face to face, Plate.
You don't trust me, fine, but you cannot trust her.
Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy?
Got you.
The 2025 Minnesota Rocker Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators as well as a weapon charm to keep the competition on ice. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
To find a first blood. That was insane. Oh my God, why did he just do that?
Joe's face was comedy in here. Some teams if you're Faze, but you're not doing it to Sib. There's two that line up in front and Cell, maybe making the play, trying to stay alive, pushes in, and Cell goes nuclear.
Oh, no! Laugh it up, Chuckleberry Finn. I bet you're having a great time.
Welcome back to Major 3. It's the holidays and your favorite uncle is in town.
Sorry.
Welcome, Maven, to the broadcast.
Bro, I don't know what I'm doing here.
You look good,
I'm
bro.
getting kind of toasty, dude. But I would float.
You would, without a doubt.
Some good posture.
Buoyancy, is that what we call it? Buoyant?
He's very buoyant.
I'm very buoyant.
Yeah.
Which team do you think would survive longer in this tournament? We got Minnesota Rocker.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, like, survival, like, on an island or something.
I was going to get there, but
Ravens
they told me
Rockers,
to...
Teach is going to eat everything.
Okay, let's take a look here at our squads. Starting with the one from the north. It's Minnesota Rocker. And the Rocker, well, they've got potential.
They do.
Have they shown it? Yes. Have they been able to take advantage of it? No. How many round 11s are you going to go while holding L's? Allie, they only had one dub.
That's literally it. Is the search and destroy. It's just absolutely killing them. And what's so ironic about this is when you look at the numbers, you know, because I love those things and Chris hates them as he goes to sleep as I start speaking, they've gotten better at hardpoint and control. Like across the board, it's just the closing. It's the same issue. We talk about teams like Cloud9. It's the same issue we talk about some of these bubble teams. It's like they don't have any closers, which is weird when I look at this team. Because I look at how good Gio's been playing, I look at how good Esriel's been playing, I look how consistent Nero has gotten, and now they have Kenny for that IGL veteran leadership, and it like almost doesn't make sense.
Well, I just want to know, like, are we all just like Kenny stands and faded? Because like we all keep picking Rocker to win series. I saw the breaking point picks. Everyone picked Rocker. I was like one team picking Carolina. That's are we Kenny stands, or do we all actually are they this close? Are they this close to being good?
I'll tell you what it is. They're that close, as you mentioned.
I'm a Kenny stand
right now.
I am.
Listen,
I love Kenny and Teach though, so I'm in trouble.
There are a couple of things. Allie hit on a little bit. The search and destroy definitely has to improve. I mean, I've certainly in game 5, you're losing those. Esriel, this split in search has been very bad. I mean, you look across the board, you look at like his counterpart in this series, for example, Gwyn. The last time they played this team, they lost both the SSDs. Gwyn, 10-3 the first one, 14-9 the second one, getting lost. It's almost like you got to empower Esriel to kind of be that guy on this team, right? So I think if he starts to improve in that game mode, the search will improve, and obviously they'll be a tough team to beat because the Respawn, they've been looking great. Kenny has been frying in the hard point.
As you were saying, Estriel has been struggling. He had the best numbers in the lobby, and Nero had 9 kills. I feel like one of them is having a good game. We haven't seen
in Surge, though, Estriel's a 0.6 this
Okay.
game.
Well, that's
so
not
he
good.
has to get better.
That's not good. And I think the big thing, though, with these teams, like, dude, either of them could make a run to the top 4. Like, this is a massive match. When you think about, like, what? They'd have to play an Ultra team that has a sub. You'd probably play like a Breach. Like, there is a very, like, good possibility of a run. And that would help so much when you're talking like top 8 of champs. Like, we figured like a team like a Rocker would need to do that. Like, obviously you already had your top 4 for Carolina, but like this is the Rocker scenario where like maybe you do it, maybe you make the run.
We're going to dive into the numbers in just a moment. First, though, let's remind you who is playing for Carolina Royal Ravens, because they were not satisfied with a top 5 placement. They needed to compete with the top 3, top 4 teams. They thought Dylan Rex would be the missing link. It hasn't proven to be just a one-man situation or solve. What is going on in Carolina? What are the expectations?
Just quickly, I mean, he's only played Thieves. I mean, when he's talking about Dylan Rex, right? So I feel like we yet to see his like true debut, because even without him, like they were getting clapped by that team, right? So this is in my like the true debut of Dylan Rex. Is this series right?
That's a good call out.
That's a really good point, because it's kind of like, was this a downgrade or not now as we move into the series versus Minnesota Rocker? Because in this situation, Carolina Royal Ravens, they're on a losing streak across the board. It used to just be Control. That alone is on a 7-loss streak, but now it's infecting the other game modes as well. They've only played LA Thieves Zone the past 2 times. That's the context to make those numbers skewed. But for Dylan Rex, like, he has to play well versus Minnesota. Carolina is 2-0 versus this team already. There's no reason they shouldn't win this series.
Let's take a look at our season standings, because we should remind everybody, Carolina, they are in coast mode. Cruise control is on for the Royal Ravens. Minnesota, though, needs to get into the left lane. They need to do it fast. You are down 45 points to Optic, who is in 8th right now.
Am I faded? I think I'm kind of okay if I'm Carolina where I'm at. Like, this is not an organization that spent a lot of money on a team that's like put a lot in. They're just kind of happy to be there. And I'm not saying that about the players. Was there a one-man change they could have done where suddenly they're beating Faze and Thieves and stuff?
Probably not.
Probably not, but like
Hercules looks pretty good.
Nah, I mean, like I said, they've only played Thieves. We got to give Dylan Rex some time. And, you know, for Carolina, this is the best spot this organization has ever been in, to Clint's point, right? Like, you're shooting.
Yeah, like, I'm happy. Honestly, I'm happy where I'm at.
Just try to improve it and have a good run.
Content being complacent, but Boston Breach and Miami Heretics are getting better. Like, they are still in this tournament. Miami's still in winners. Like, they could jump them here and push them down. So, like, I don't know. I don't think you should be complacent if you're Carolina.
It could have been easy for them to keep their same roster and just ride it out. They went down, and Dylan Rex was the next guy up. Like, if you're looking at challenge,
he had a 1.3, right?
It was it was Dylan Rex who you're going to grab, and now you're just hoping that you could see some improvement, and maybe it could just be a matchup thing versus LA Thieves. We got to see this Carolina team in this match before we can really evaluate.
Dylan Rex versus Kenny and Minnesota Rocker. That is the new story here in the beach. And
got the third one?
Before we get to it,
help me, I'm drowning.
As we take a look at our maps,
very agile.
Stay tuned to find out.
Oh my goodness,
dude! I've lost a lot of weight. I look huge.
Can you juggle?
We need 2 more.
Wait, you can't juggle?
All right, so protocol, dealership protocol, Ali. I know you got the numbers in front of you.
Yep.
Well, Maven works on his coordination. Walk me through it.
How am I supposed to do it?
I'm really liking this opening protocol. If you're on the side of Carolina Royal Ravens, you haven't played protocol in a while, but you're 6-4 across the board, and then you look at Minnesota Rocker, they're going to enjoy that dealership. That protocol control is a bit of a toss-up. It kind of just depends on Estriel and Nero in the middle of this series.
Listen, if Minnesota can't contain Gwyn on the Search and Destroys in the series, they lose. Last time he had a field day, like taking over double digits in both of them, finding a ton of first blood. So that's what I'm looking out for. Dealership was round 11 last time. Why don't we do it again?
Scuff Pick'ems, let's lock them in. I'm going first, and I am going with Kenny and the Minnesota Rocker. Today, I think they live up under the pressure. They get the job done.
I just heard some
Am I next?
Yes.
Dude, I got to like pick between
Slasher,
Tej and Kenny.
It's a hard one, bro.
I'm a Kenny stan. Rocker.
Another nice from the crowd. Al?
Sorry, dang. 3 for 3. I'm going Minnesota Rocker.
What was that?
Minnesota Rocker.
A Minnesota Rocker?
Minnesota Rocker.
You don't even have to ask Ant. We know where he's going.
I don't want to be unanimous, though, but I got to go Rocker, man. I think Rocker take it.
So I'm saying, are we all faded, bro? Or like
we might all be faded.
I thought one of you guys choose Carolina.
It's time to get the party started.
Usually it's
Guy
you.
Blaze to the stage.
Oh, yeah, marshmallow man, dude.
Yeah, Michelin Man.
All right, Florida, one more elimination round one matchup here today. And the first squad coming to the stage is about to grace it for the first time this weekend. Get ready to show some love as they rock the stage. Here comes Minnesota. Florida, get loud for the Minnesota Rocker! Kenny, Astro, Nero, and Gio. Ready to climb the mountain and climb out of this elimination bracket. Minnesota is here.
Oh man, Kenny is back and he has been playing so damn well in the respawns. This Minnesota team is exciting. They got shooters across the board, but what they have lacked throughout this split has been ice in the game fives. When it comes down to it, will they punch their ticket to champs? It's got to start right now.
We'll see if they can clutch up in those game fives, and I'll be happy if we get one, but we got some S&D superstars in the other team. Make some noise, Florida, for the Carolina Royal Ravens. Rex, Gwen, Slasher, and Tej. The Ravens been circling the stage and ready to strike again.
Look, we've been hard on this Carolina Royal Ravens team, but that's only because they struggle versus the top four. All of their losses in the last 10 series have been against teams like LA Thieves or the Vancouver Surge. So for Carolina Royal Ravens, they're right there. They just need to cross the finish line. And we're looking at this guy, Dylan Rex, to finally show us what he truly has outside of LA Thieves. I'm excited to get this match started, Blaze.
I am as well, Allie. It's time to send another team home. And to guide us through the process, we got Miles and Chance.
We love nothing more than to send teams home, do we, Chance? I mean, I don't want to say it, but yes, that's my favorite part. I love a good Friday. It's only a great Friday, but we've got a very, very exciting matchup again. A fantastic test for Dylan Rex to play a team not of the LA Thieves caliber, but for Rocker as well, to keep their champ streams alive with a big win here today. There's a lot on the line, folks. We're going to find out who has the goods and who's got the metal to go all the way here. I mean, listen, I saw Kenny 1v2 his own teammates. Unbelievable. So I believe in the man to be able to show up on the main stage. That nuclear level aura maybe come into play. But on the flip side, if we're talking about aura, I feel TJ's presence. He walks into the venue and there is just a shift. So it's going to be an interesting problem that both these teams need to solve. Carolina looking to justify the roster change that they made. And obviously the same thing can be said for Minnesota. The game 5 almost expected between these two teams. But you never know what happens in an elimination match. We're starting off on protocol just to set the tone. And Gio not playing with his typical controller. So that's something for a pro player. They're gonna have to worry about those mind games of like, you need everything to feel right. But if he's getting 264 kills per 10 minutes, the lobby's gonna explode. Whether it be a good omen or not, Chance, moments before this cast started, I had 2 cookies. So take from that what you will, superstitious folks. Here we go. Map number 1, right in the protocol, and right off the rip, Gio, I don't care whose controller it is, he shoots. Yeah, and if he's able to get kills, team's gonna feel great. Kenny for 2 in the feed, and well, despite the fact that they got 3 kills, Minnesota not actually getting in the time. TJ's aura backing him down, but eventually the dam breaks, Nero pierces on through, and Minnesota with at least a little bit more control, but very much a square-up battle here on P1. Minnesota finally getting just a little bit extra. A little bit extra, nice 4 and 2 for Kenny, but Gio, once again, from this top window, he's finding all the kills across map, not willing to give this position up, not willing to push forward, but that's what his teammates are for there. So not necessarily the conveyor belt that we have expected to see, the production line of a lineup right now, but Gio farming the members of the Ravens from top trips. It's a good angle from Tej to make sure you at least get the setup towards the new time, and hey, gives you the big 2, shuts down his longtime former teammate in Kenny. It's been a few years since the team together, but hey, getting after it here today. Absolutely. Oh, P2's up. will go across, and Rocker will be the first team over. Rocker will be over there for the contest. Ravens will be the first team in there on time, but Kenny shot there at range, takes care of Rex and Slasher. Teach from time finds 2, and that's an ideal scenario to find yourselves in. The cookie has crumbled, and it's a 4 spree right now for Teach.
Yeah, and I feel like anytime Kenny showed up in the feed, he's been able to pick up 2, but every time, not getting any time off the back of it. Now, TJ striking for 2 in the feed, and frankly, Carolina poised maybe to get the rest of it. Number 7, Nero, going to spawn out. Players not for Carolina working on the rotation as well, and Nero, frankly, needs to win these gunfights, and he does. That is a shredder potentially for that final 20.
But the bad news, you don't necessarily have spawns for the next hard point. So left-hand side of the mini map is where we go. But next, Rocker as far away as they can possibly be.
Yeah, because TJ's on an A, and you had actually a Slasher win the 2-piece at the old time to get the 20. So Minnesota Rocker on that P2 had absolutely nothing going for them. Any small opportunity they had, absolutely dealt with, and now you just get a farm, block the back spawns, make sure no one takes a deep route. Nero's going to be going for it. And finally, he gets dropped. But Gio with the team kill evens out the odds. So much attention right now on these back spawns for Carolina. And well, once you get those, then you can go for the time. But you see the nuisances of Rocker, well, keeping things mixy in the back.
Good news though, TJ and Rex find their respective kills in the back left-hand side of the map. Is all going to be safe and sound now. Gio with another attempt at this one for Rex. Head on a swivel, unfortunately gets brought down. So here we go, an opportunity for Rocker to get a knock-in on that back door. 3 down in the feed. Teach, last man up, gone. All 4, 20 to spare.
Yeah, it took so much time to make that happen, but you'll take that scrap time. Now it's a battle just for the initial on P4. Rex, the first one is strike. He's going to be here first, and with a follow-up, you imagine you're going to be secure on this rotation. Nero falls as well, so the exchange for Carolina. You give away the final 20 seconds, but you set yourself up on the money hill. This is the most difficult one in the game to break.
Here we go, folks. Through Spiral, go Rocker. 2 through Big Door. Now the Spiral play dealt with. Nero and Gio, they find their way, and Gio last man standing, and it's going to be a 1v1 there on the zone.
But the battle took a war, and Gio in the back can't get it done. So now you're going to have odds towards Carolina, who have the extra man. Trades rolling through, and unfortunately a team kill running through for Carolina. And that's a big advantage now from Rocker. They did not get here first, but with a team kill, the tug-of-war battle, well, they'll be coming out on top.
They're still tugging, not quite done just yet. We're looking towards a lead change here for Rocker. Kenny has started this one off big. Nero starting to get things moving as well. Once he gets producing, things get juicy indeed. 3, nearly a 4 spree. Rex cuts it down.
Yeah, what could have been, but you know you're getting the one-shot comm, and Eschiel can't get it done. A beautiful stun grenade rolling through just to stop that momentum, kill him in its tracks, and, well, Rex has been alive the entire time and good enough to get those final 10. So, initial battle, frankly, it was TJ in the big P2 hill coming in from Carolina that's giving him the lead, but they finished the margin, 20-point gap, and well, it'll be Rocker set up in P1 first.
Yeah, not a bad look there from both of our teams. Teaching to start things off, investing his streaks, clear out the top side of the map, give his boys some presence. Slow things down, no show whatsoever from Rocker. Under the smoke now, we dive on towards time. Dylan Rex gets in there with a nice 2-piece there, brought down immediately, and once again, Ravens, howdy! Teach nearly finds 2 on the zip. 3 dead though. Ravens unable to capitalize.
Yeah, and once again, anytime Kenny shows up in the feed, he is there for 2. And by the way, for Rex, 16 kills anytime, at least if he's not playing against Thieves, looking a lot better. So maybe a taste of what we can expect from him with Carolina. As for the final 20, I mean, they're in, they're secure, should be able to lock it down. And P2 is where they set themselves apart. They should have the advantage when the rotation hits. Carolina will be there first.
Yeah, great P1 so far. With 3 dead on 3 dead, we are seeing our teams trade hefty blows. Odor's 2 we go. Nero, 17 and 8, 7 spree. He's cooking. Another kill from time would be ideal, nearly at the Hellstorm now. And what a run this is.
I mean, this is one of those Nero tweak moments that we are so accustomed to seeing. When he pops off, there are very few like him, and now he'll be the Super Soaker as well. Pick a direction of where to go, and it's Slasher that ends up taking him down.
Yeah, he does manage to get the Hellstorm in the end, so that's going to be a lead change and a streak gain over to Gio. The old Snapperooski, 2-piece for him. The 3rd upstairs, but TJ takes care of business. Estral now and the boys of Rocker in time.
At first time in a long time, they've taken the lead, and they're forcing out the right side spawns for Carolina. So a massive moment. And for Gio, I mean, 2 players wrapping around P1, and he's gonna catch not both of them, but he does the damage. And now it's a 1v1 battle for the actual scrap time. Nero in the mix, but Nero's gonna fall. So Gwyn win the gunfight just to give you the final 10. But on rotation, it will be Rocker that are here first. Gwyn looking to pierce the setup.
From upstairs, he'll get the job done. Send in Tej as well alongside him. The submachine guns of the Ravens now starting to move forward. Over the top we go. Nero with a big tag. Somehow finding 2 out of that life regardless. Over to Kenny in the backline. Done. Tej 2. Into time you go, Ravens.
And we saw before where Carolina put so much emphasis on the backside of the spawns, and they're doing so once again, trying to keep it contained. Trades, though, rolling through. Rex, 20 kills to his name, gets one, and then he falls. TJ picks up one. He's on a 4 spree, and if the trades continue, he'll fall, but he's backing these players down. But the minimap is constant chaos on the P3. But TJ, good for a little bit extra.
Single bullet would have been ideal back there, but Gwyn holding it down on time. Ravens lead change, starting to push them forward a little bit. Gonna start thinking about the drop down soon. That's exactly where we're gonna see Rocker make their moves. Spiral will be the attack vector now for the Ravens as they make their way forward. Ravens now with a slight lead. Let's go for a listen in on the rotation.
Mid-Eddie, Astro. You got me, Mid-Eddie. I'm up. Hero is Spiral. I think he did. Yo, he's top greenies, bro. They're just trying to Spiral. Spiral, one shot, Spiral, Hero. Top zip, Astro. I hit him again. He's after Spiral right now. Spiral dead. Astro was top zip on you. They're pushing out boat, bro. We're coming deep. I can nade myself. I fucking sucked the thing. There's a guy Spiral. There's a guy top zip, bro. I still want no boat, bro. They have a trophy, no? I'm trying to work cross with you. Lobo! I can help you Spiral. I can help you Spiral. Yeah, I'm go. Nice. In time. Watch out, miss time. And one shot. Miss time, he was one shot. Nice. Fast. I didn't Spiral, bro. I didn't it. Yeah, I'm flicking Spiral. Top him out. Broken. Big door, yeah, fuck. Two big door. Nice, two big door. Big door weak. One Spiral on top. All good. Back to the across mid here. RJ. Ivy. Listen, all new and mid gun. He's gonna flank the right. Ezreal. Mid gun just holding up. Left side mid, or right side mid. I don't see a mid gun. One's on top, turn time. Alright, you might flank me. You might flank underground. I don't see him flanking. Always mid gun on me. Trying to work mid gun with you. Trying to work mid gun, yeah. Top zip. Mid gun weak. Top zip. Really weak. Mid gun Nero. Top zip. P2. Yo, right. Alright, Granny and back to town. Trying to go underground. I flipped. Or not flipped that fucking spawn here. I'm trying to go underground here. I'm pitching. Use our broken or side Granny going broken. P2. Alright, I'm playing P2. Ezreal P2, bro. Ezreal weak P2. Ezreal one shot P2 tower. Top zip. Our tower on me. Time it. Ammo. No. He's Ivy. Ivy in time. Ivy on me, Nero goes. I'm trying to jump up broken. I don't see anything on time. Top zip. One shot top zip. Top zip in time. Stairs, one shot on time, guys. I can get your left shot in a second. Both on time, both. Alright, we gotta get a rotation.
Minnesota Rocker couldn't handle a P4 without Gwyn popping a 4-piece to break him, yet somehow on P1, they just locked it down for a full 60, and take a look at that lead.
Yeah, bad news though, once again for the Ravens. You might have the hard point right now, but you've still got to contend with Nero, who's got 31 and 18, Hellstorm in the back pocket, and speak of the devil, and here it comes. Only connects on a 1. Gwyn falls to the inside of tower. Here comes Kenny on the inside towards time, and that's going to be massive. Suppression there now from Nero directly to Spawn, and he's cooking. 33 and 19. Backline now busted wide open. TJ on the pinch, and the hard point's about to get rocked wide open.
Oh, look at those scattered spawns. Yeah, Kenny overwhelmed inside the time. The Ravens flocked around it. It hit him from everywhere, and, well, the Ravens going to need to be damn near perfect from here on out. Try to get the final 25. Flip them out if you can. And if you're Minnesota, you want to break the hills. Too much time to give away, but you can't drop the rotation either. And Ravens winning all these entry gunfights.
Yeah, this is all good for the Ravens. Hold this together now. You somehow have to exit the hard point, break through to P3 as well. Gwyn starts the race now. Tej, he's going to be still kept in there by time. Great shots there from Ezreal and Gio. Gio from upstairs still, he has been living in top trips. Give up this time happily, set up for the win.
And great news for Ravens, they just got all that P2 time. They're right back in the game. Good news for Minnesota Rocker, didn't make a mistake. They're holding it down on the rotation.
Oh, what a win. Nero Gio find theirs. Ezreal now soaking for time. 20 for the win. Here we go. Tej looking for the entry kill. Can he get it? Yes, he can. Looking for another one there. Nero pushes forward. A big stick, and he gets traded out.
I mean, you think that's softened up the blow, but the close spawn's rolling through for Minnesota Rocker. 10 seconds away. This game is theirs.
Rex trying to make something happen here from Zip. Possibly read and dealt with by Astral. Magnificent 5 for the win. Here we go, Rocker. The front door slammed shut. Map number 1 goes to our Kings of the North.
And how many times have we seen, even just this weekend, even on Protocol alone, a team that has the lead, they just screw it up. They miss out on a rotation, they overcommit to an old time, and they drop the ball. Minnesota, the veterans right now in that moment. They ice up. You're looking at a P2. You don't want to give away that final 30 seconds, but the rotation, that much more important. Minnesota Rocker, keep it cool, keep it composed, and make sure you solidify it on that P3. And ultimately, a very well-played game. I mean, that was a battle for the first 2 sets of rotation. And honestly, for Minnesota, it was the third P1 that really set themselves apart, on top of the fact that Nero had one of those pop-off games.
Yeah, it certainly helps. 36 and 21, just shy of 4,500 damage. That is a lot of work, folks. But yeah, very interesting. As you said, mate, it wasn't necessarily the quote-unquote cash hills, the money hills where you normally win the games. It was the P1s. It was the scrappy moments. The Rocker did so well. After the first set, Ravens a little lackluster, but they kept the run going towards the end. Nice streak usage there from Rocker. Nice assist. Great work all around. Got to be happy with the result.
Yeah, and ultimately the AR players there for Carolina ended up getting slammed. But again, if you're looking at the P4 there from Minnesota, having a nice little run, that's where they caught up to tie the game, and then they were lights out on that P1. We were watching it from Slasher's perspective. They got absolutely nothing going. Calling out Kenny and Tom, trying to work their way around. So much conversation about Nero being on that mid gun, but Slasher started in like top grannies, goes down through spiral. He goes for the fullest of flanks and gets nothing done. 17 and 30 towards the end, and Rex started off hot, massively slowed down, and well, Nero, nothing slow about him.
Nothing, zero. Yeah, I mean, maybe the slowest-ish start, but really, that two-piece as well inside Spiral. We heard it through the listeners, like, yeah, he's one shot. Absolutely not. Rex with super unfortunate nade there onto the bollard, onto the sort of handrail there in Spiral. Incredibly unfortunate. And again, that's sort of a telling sign of the sort of situation the Ravens found themselves in. Frustration in the listening, frustration in the comms, and even more in the gameplay.
Well, even crazier, after that moment of him killing himself with the Semtex, they still broke that hill 10 seconds later because Gwyn popped forward. Like the SMGs for Carolina, absolutely thriving on this map. But if you're watching like even the control gameplay from Carolina, there's times where they are just way too passive, not trying to hop on the P1 time, and giving away a full 60 on a ring hill like that, unacceptable. And they're going to hold that L. Minnesota Rocker starting things off right. But if Destiny is a game 5, a back-and-forth series might be on our hands in Dealership, what is once thought to be a very mixy map. Well, maybe it seemed like Heretics has already cracked the code, so we get to test the sort of metals rather, of Minnesota Rocker and Carolina and see what they can cook up, because the map has very diverse strats.
Yeah, indeed. Well, that's map 1 happily in the back pocket there of the Rocker team. A birthday gift, if you will, to the birthday girl in the crowd. A big Rocker fan out there celebrating today with a nice dub there in map 1. See if we can't find another here in map 2. Oh, will the Ravens spoil that one? Don't blow out those candles too early. This series is not over yet. Also, Gio looking great, even though it's not his controller.
I mean, yeah, absolutely fine. He starts off 4-0, and that sort of seals the deal. But S&D, the main theme. So many Game 5s this team has faced, and even the graphic from earlier. Start of the year, lights out in Game 5, and they've lost like 9 in a row, and that means their S&D has been struggling, especially for the fact that their opening duels are that poor. 36%, obviously bottom of the barrel, but that's unacceptable. If you can't win the gunfights off the jump, you're always on the back foot. It makes it miserable. That being said, if they start to win them, it's like a breath of new life, a breath of fresh air. You're going to feel like they have a massive advantage because they're used to the 3v4s.
Well, I mean, that's the situation. If you find yourself in, you've got to find those mid-round adjustments and make something of that. If those are the cards your team continuously find themselves dealt, it's time to do something about it. Well, there we go, folks. The fist bumps are done. We say bye-bye to the coaches. Looney takes a little dip off the right-hand side of the stage there. Always nice to see Dan in action. And now we delve into Dealership.
And if we're delving into Dealership and focused on the First Bloods, Estriel might be the man of the hour to focus on, and Gwyn will be the man that he has to battle. Gwyn on point, 22% multi-kill rounds. When he wins his ones, he's typically good for 2, so a lethal force. On the flip side, Estriel, the man that had a 0.6 throughout the stage in the game mode, has to turn up here on land.
We've been asking for it for quite some time, and we've had some results from him, but only in the KD department, not necessarily in the map win department. And Nero, you have got a lot of pressure on now, mate. Gwyn gets things going with a first blood. Will he continue the statistical continuance of that nice multi-kill round win?
Well, they're trying to make the plays. Boink. And you're going to get baited potentially into death. And, well, he gets his one, but does get traded. But because Kenny also found a pick, he got a 2v2.
Yeah, he's making it work now on the row. And Ravens have gone for the fast wrap. One through, oh, nice shots out of Slasher. That's the backline cover. TJ now going to move into action. Gio, not long for the round. There we go. Ravens hit first.
Yeah, and again, setting the tone. That is hyperactivity on the defensive end. Typically, teams don't like to run through those cars because it is just explosive territory. Well, Ravens play off the idea, soar on through, pick up the first blood, and the round sort of solidifies after the fact. And great reads from Slasher, knows how to position himself, expecting the push through, gets his one, stays down, and has trust in his teammates. Ravens, topsy-turvy on the year. When they're on point in S&D, amongst the very best in the game, but when they've slowed down, they've had some painful ones. Looking to solidify their place here on lane.
Ravens defense good. Ravens attack now on. Nobody home through the nades nor the stuns of Slasher. Rex, though, does connect on the players through mid. There's a 3-man hit through Office, and TJ's trying to make it a 2-man hit.
This is just the window dance. Some of the most awkward gunfights, but International having battles for the first blood. Gwyn got the first one, and, well, trades are rolling through. So Minnesota don't want to let this one slip, but TJ might be taking it from you as he's taking the bomb towards A.
He's taking the bomb towards A, and Kenny now put himself in between he and Slasher. Oh, my God, what a moment for Kenny. Rex now trying to make his way forward. His teammates are gone, and Kenneth Williams has taken the round. Rex, 1v2. Rocker hold.
Isolates a gunfight, gets out. 30 seconds is a decent amount of time. Dealership, one of the smallest S&D maps we have. So you can flank around, but at 10 seconds burn, no contact. Still needs to go towards that bomb, and Minnesota Rocker have switched things up, clear out the back spawns, and you just got Kenny looking forward. Frankly, the setup from Rocker too good, and Rex way too slow.
Yeah, they have the intel on the bomb drop as well. They know it's on the ground. Rex now, eyes. Kenny, shoulders. Not a hope in hell now. He knows to check this at the right time. And there is the play. Veteran work out of Kenny.
That's the Jedi Master versus the first line experience here for Dylan Rex. Opportunity for the 1v3 was there, but Kenny's not that guy, and Kenny found the perfect play. Knows he is a free kill on Slasher, and all of a sudden, ooh, piece of candy. I'll take that one too.
I mean, it was a fantastic set of kills. No fear whatsoever from Kenny, dominating that side of the map. A lovely round. 3 in a row for him there. Swap sides once again. Ravens now on defense.
And there is no doubt. Ooh, look at the YYs.
Yep, there you go. Nero, we go back to Kenny in a moment, but Ezreal is going to take the... Whoa, okay. What a bloodbath in the middle of the map. It comes down to a 1v2. Slasher left alone.
Hey, for Slasher, there will be no YYs.
No YYs. Only Gunny. Instant bounce back. Aggression out of Kenny once again on the trades. 4 spree now. And 2 rounds in a row for Rocker.
I've never been so excited to see a Scuff controller cam than when Kenny's on board and just like that button is about to just get abused. Ends up only getting the final kill. His teammates there to deliver, but I couldn't even break it down because my attention got drawn in. But Kenny, the YY machine and a player we always expect to turn up on lane.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great search of the story so far. A 1-round difference at this point in time. We'll see if the Ravens can bring the goods once again on the... Or bring the goods at all on the attack. Their defensive rounds, all they've had, and that was the first. Coordinated nade attempts here, trophies in place as well, both sides, so no car explosions, no nothing yet. Here we go.
And this is the standard. The trades are going to roll through, but number 7, Nero, he's going to be going for the fast flank. He has a battle against Slasher, and he wins it instantly. Advantage Minnesota.
Ezreal from the vents. A little bit of an awkward fight there. He's going to force Rex back into position. There we go for Jill, and then pick up straight away. Gwyn now, 1v2.
And he's found the route to get out. He needs to catch a player, but Gio's posted in depth. But the timing for Gwyn going his way, but slammed. Gio has some weird ability to win the close-range gunfights within AR. I feel like he gets away with murder more than any other AR player.
That was a snap and a half laser jump. The second bullet was a headshot, so that gives him a slight advantage there in the fight, even against the Jackal.
It's like a specialist sort of perk that he just rocks, like one of his like attributes as a player.
CQB gloves.
Yeah, so consistent too throughout this year.
We touched upon it on day 1 on the desk. There's a few players that just have that ability. Awakening, another one. And Gio putting in the goods there. 2-3 from him after that round. And are starting to build a little bit of a lead here for Rocker. There's going to be plenty of players here by the B-bomb site.
And we are going to say hello in a second. TJ is poised to get a couple of goodies here. Number one, trade it out immediately. Here we go through the window from Gwyn, and that's going to be a nice advantage. Turn to nothing. But wait, Gwyn can't get away with a kill. 2v2.
Oh, do you hear that door? It's on land. It's a little bit different. Nero has him dialed in, and Gwyn isolated and dropped. Nearly gets away with one, but Slasher left for the clutch, and you are down 3-1. You are looking towards your vet. You need this round.
On defense as well, though. So, Rocker, they've pumped the brakes. Can they orchestrate something a little bit more special here? That is a gift from the COD gods.
64 keys to play with for Slasher. He just needs the one.
Process of elimination. The prowl of Nero. Snapped! But Estro with a trade. A worthy attempt from Slasher. 4-1 Rocker.
I mean, credit. We might be able to take a look at the final kill there. I don't know if he was on bomb or got off in the perfect amount of time, but yeah, Estriel, just great reaction time. If he gets caught mid-plant, Slasher might be able to clutch it, but heads up gameplay there. Take a look at Nero. He had him trapped, and the door nearly costed him 13 HP. All that he needed. A huge round from Rocker, up 4-1. They're on cruise control.
That's a gunfight. If Gwyn wins, that round is totally different. Unreal. Well, it's glorious work from Minnesota Rocker so far. A bomb site wide open, nobody home just yet. It's a heavy B stack here from the Minnesota men. But a pensive approach here from the Ravens. They're not willing to commit to A yet.
Well, this is a free bomb planet A. Gwyn is basically responsible for having 2 earlier 3 players nearby. And I think maybe an RC car is what's slowing down the plant. Yeah, Kenny was getting active with the driving skills.
Oh!
And rewrap the car, and Geo there for the first blood. They're trying to play it now, but it's less free and eviscerated. Kenny, so consistent when he gets one, always good for 2. And he loves a good ego chow, but Rex for the 1v4.
He nearly took it. And Rex now in a disadvantageous position to say the least. Intel on at least 1. And just the unfortunate timing there to hit that slide. It is map point for Minnesota Rocker here in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, and we found the perfect use of RC cars. They often team kill in this game, but on this map, and by that bomb site specifically, it will stop an entire team in its tracks. So just unfortunate for Carolina. This site was not meant for him, and TJ, he was expecting some coverage from his teammate. He got let down, and Kenny, he pieced him up again.
Yeah, an unfortunate supine position there from Tej does not help out at all. And here we go. One more round, all you need, Rocker. As forward they fly. Kenny with a bomb in hand. Looking for a mid-map hit. A lot more presence towards A here from the Ravens as they are sending it. And Tej leads the charge.
Their aggression on the A site, the only success they have had in this game is off that type of play. So they go back to Old Faithful and get the first blood. But a bomb planet B and a clutch opportunity potential is going to be here. Nero's got the flank. Estriel trying to be a nuisance towards the middle of the map, and Kenny will be the front line over towards the actual bomb site. And if Estriel is going to be the floater, it will be up to him to make the big plays, waiting for the comms.
Here we go. I don't think we have to worry too much about the floater. We're going right through the front lines now. Kenny, the gun is up at the ready, damage in. No enough for the kills, though. Tej finds another one. Nero on the trades. Estriel from the top window, and Nero is finding the kills. Less than 20 seconds to go, and Nero is on for a magnificent round. It is not over yet. Estriel has to dive, and he does. The tactical retreat. He backs it up, and the Ravens get clapped on dealership.
And that is an unbelievably clean performance as well. 6 in a row there from Rocker. They got the clutch when they needed it as well. And honestly, perfectly played. Estriel is going to be the floater towards the middle of the map. Kenny knows that he needs to chow. In his land, you say his name.
I mean, you certainly saw the gunny there. The transition was so good. There's fantastic 2 pieces there from Kenny. Just over 1k damage, 9 and 5. Brilliant stuff.
And that is an interesting moment too. I don't know how many players in that moment play it as Kenny does. He knows they're all coming from the right side. He goes for the pre-fire, catching him out of garage, but then he chows into 4 people. It looks like an insane thing to do, but he gets so much damage off, it just causes confusion. Not many players like him. there to get the 6-1 dub and all of the momentum in the world. Maybe the key for Minnesota Rocker, if the game finds have been a problem, just don't go there.
Just don't go there, man. We used to call them the team of true grit, the team who had to go deeper into a series to find success. Not the case right now, folks. It could well be a 3-0. We'll find out in a moment, though, folks. Going into the half there, huge advantage for Minnesota Rocket. Ravens, a lot of soul searching to do. We'll go to the beach and see how these souls are going.
Are you guys riding waves? What's
No, dude, we got the Nero Rock, bro. If
Yeah,
he's
this is the
rocking,
Nero
he's frying.
Whenever you see him on the stage doing this,
Dude,
yeah, he's about to.
He is twisted. Look at my thighs, bro. I'm locked.
Aren't we all? Welcome back, everybody. It's now 2-0 for Minnesota Rocker. Allie, we saw this coming. Maven, though, was mind blown by one player in particular. And we're going to play a drinking game at home. Every time Maven says
Water.
the word Kenny,
Oh,
take
dude,
a sip of your water.
I love him. That
Take
smile.
a sip of your
Dude,
water,
but he's
stay
smiling.
hydrated. It's very hot in Miami, and you
Does
got to
your
make
heart
sure
melt?
if you're getting some good sun, some vitamin D, that you're staying hydrated and stuff that as well. Because I
He's
know
dishing out vitamin D.
Minnesota Rocker absolutely is. Can I just, for a moment, I'd like to tip my hat to Estriel because he has not had a really good S&D stage, but he also had a really slow start to that map #1, and it could have been the difference maker because of how close that map 1 was getting. He starts frying by the end of it, solidifies them a couple of kills for some pressure on that final hill, and they end up coming out with that lead in the map 1-0.
Yeah, Minnesota might be one of the best dealership teams. You've now seen them play it a few times, a couple different looks that they've had, and they clearly learned from the first time they played Win on this map. You like to establish control mid. Well, what did they do early rounds?
Shut it down.
Banging mid, and then they knew that opens it up. Like, they're not going to have him on that island much more in the rest of this map, so it opened up flank routes for Nero, where you come in for an instant pinch. Just a clear objective. They've watched a lot of VOD, obviously, and they look really prepared, man. Everybody is playing so well right now, and I'm going to give another shout out to Kenny, man. Through 2 maps, dude. He's just
playing great. He's playing great. I love him.
And this is just an unfortunate matchup, I think, for Carolina. Like, we talk about the matchup versus LA Thieves and how, like, that's not a great matchup for them. Minnesota Rocker is not a great matchup for them either, especially when their SMGs aren't on one and you play Minnesota Rocker on maps like Protocol, like on maps on Dealership. Like, you're not going to have an easy time because Nero just gets lost, and it's really hard to deal with that pressure.
They went from guaranteeing searches, like, you just got 6-1. Like, you've been losing your search, and now, Chris, this is a Carolina team that has lost 6 straight controls. They haven't won one this split, so they're in hell, man.
All right, at least I asked a question, like, are we all faded? I guess not.
I guess not.
I guess we've really been thinking they were close.
Hold it.
Especially, oh yeah, that was tough. But yeah, I think we've been thinking, like, if Rocker could click a little bit and search and destroy, they've had some tough losses, and maybe we'll get here. That's, I mean, the most dominant win they've had.
Yeah, Slasher had a rough one this game. Come down to a couple situations. Study's losing his mind in the green room. Gwyn, he's playing well, but challenges Spyro on the first computer cell and cost him a 60-point swing where they would have been up 120 to 40, right? So there's just the small situations that used to be so easy for Carolina, just getting away from them. I don't know if maybe they've lost confidence since they brought on Dylan Rex playing LA Thieves back-to-back, but this does not look like the Carolina team that we used to see versus the middle-of-the-pack squad.
Slasher's getting up there, dude. The year's wearing him down, bro.
But Slasher had, like, a pretty good stage.
Physicality. No, he has. He's been playing.
They were a
This is
top
the NBA.
4
Like, he's
team
playing well.
before the roster change. As we take a look at something else coming your way, it is a game 3, and you have not been very successful in control so far. Allie, you've had 6 matches. You're 0 for 6 in this game 3.
That should be good at control. Like
They should be good at control, but the issue is that the maps just don't favor them. I feel like in this meta, like, the maps just don't favor them right now, other than Hacienda maybe, but like the Protocol does not favor them at all, especially in this matchup. Fault, I mean, they've just lost so much pressure. Like, they've lost so much pressure in their front line.
Carolina have won 1 attacking round in control this entire split. Can that be marginally better?
Well, marginally, yeah. I mean,
we got to go to the casters before we go, real quick. Why is Minnesota up 2-0? One-word answer.
Kenny.
Good answer. We got to go to the casters.
Well, Nero too.
Yeah.
Yo, can I see your best Nero impersonation chance?
No.
Why
Dude,
not?
rock with it.
You're no fun.
Rock with it, dude.
Rock with it.
Thanks,
me. We got a Kenny answer on the stage as well. Everyone in the crowd was calling Kenny, so absolutely correct. Well done, everyone. Well done, everyone. A gold star for you, crowd, and a gold star for the desk. Going into control. Not feeling good, are you?
Well, I'm feeling great if you're a Minnesota Rocker fan, feeling terrible if you're a Carolina fan, or feeling incredible if you're a Vivid fan, because, I don't get it either. Didn't make any sense to me. I feel like Carolina was sort of in a situation where they were making all sorts of improvements, and then, they tried to fix something that wasn't broken.
Yeah, tough one.
From the outside looking in, what do I know?
Yeah, it could well be a 3-0 guy at the front. You're not wrong. I know. But I will shush. Thanks, Nero. Is he rocking? Indeed. Going into protocol control with damn good reason. Again, Gio has been shooting. And if anyone follows the Minnesota Rock on socials, a very interesting behind-the-scenes video showing the team chemistry and the friendly competition between the players. A lot to be said about, Unk on the end there, but calling Kenny Unk is quite frankly insane.
Yeah, I mean, they were attempting to talk trash to Kenny, and Kenny was having absolutely none of it. He was like, what do you want me to get chips for? I'm only in my sophomore season. Kenny's like, I had four championships by my sophomore season. Get off me. As Kenny now, well, not caring. Everybody's been playing well. Nero absolutely rocking, so we say, on the main stage. And, well, a tough one for Carolina. Facing elimination. Major 1, they got a 4th place. Major 2, 7th, 8th, and here they are staring down the barrel of a top 12 and 0 CDL points. And of course, even now from Optic fans, Minnesota and C9, the only other 2 teams in contention for that final spot. C9 eliminated, but if Minnesota Rocker win this series, it continues to apply that pressure. And here we go, Gio back in his favorite happy place he has ever had, the Trips windows.
Yeah, these windows, you just know he's in there. Where Kenny has certainly rejuvenated this Rocker roster now, helping them on their campaign towards champs, but they've still got to get through the Ravens, despite the nosedive they're in. Course correction is absolutely available to them. They've got to find the good stuff here, though. And so far, not a bad start. Even in the kills department, not a whole lot of love towards the zones. Now a one-man capture on A, and an unfortunate set of kills. They're still getting the capture done.
Yeah, I love how every single main AR tries to hold that zip line with a knife. Gio, he loves the close range gunfights with the old aims. If you're away from him, maybe you'll be fine. Yeah, exactly. Gotta keep him close. He's a sub-player at heart.
Yeah, Slasher with a lovely pair there. Estrel keeps his spree going, 4 spree right now. As DJ keeps the play going. But a second segment at A goes the way of Rocker for now. They've been taken care of. And Gio right out of spawn into another sort of pseudo power position. He is always there for it. Ravens now starting to try to push forward. Teach was the front man right there, taken care of, over to Gwyn alone.
I mean, this is the typical though. Slasher, he just never left the window. So an opportunity to actually take some space on the map, but Ravens refuse to do so. So you're just gonna let him up on A, stop the clock again, and Rocker gonna play a nice and comfy offensive round.
Not a lot of contest so far, but Gio finally nearly able to close that one out. And there we go. Ravens now pushing forward, objective-minded attack here towards A. Teach finding his gunfights as well, and Slasher continuing to try to do it all.
And finally, now you get a push. Be a little bit aggressive, and for 25 seconds, this is the type of stranglehold on the map that you expect now Carolina to get this round win.
Absolutely, this is what you want to see. 20 seconds to go. A-Zone is going to be the obvious target right now. Slasher taken care of, so the clock should be stopped, but Gwyn, he's going to be the next man in position. Overextends a little bit too much, and he gets picked up. 10 seconds to go. Is anyone able to get on this zone? Wait for it. Kenny making a desperation attempt. Rex will be the man to get that one done. Win this fight and you're safe, but no. That should be that, folks. The last ditch dive doesn't happen, and the Ravens, despite their slow start, glide through round 1.
Yeah, they just play a very delicate game. They don't create too many opportunities to win the defensive round, but at least structurally, they are in the right spots when they need to be. So executing towards the end, and TJ, sizable round number 1 at 7-4 start, able to get it done, and Gwyn might be 2-5 at 5 assists, so the teamwork absolutely there. Stave off the pressure and try to breathe, get the rounds going, but as Nameless touched upon on the desk, only a single offensive round 1 in control throughout the entire stage. If they find one here, they're feeling fantastic.
Feeling like victory might be on the cards, at least in control, to find themselves in another hard point. We'll see how we go. Throws. Off rip, nice looks here from Slasher once again. Objectively minded plays over towards A. Dylan Rex right out of the windows and into the kill feed. Here we go. Not able to catch out much there as he gets caught by Kenny, but the capture on A happening, and folks, this is it. 1 nade at a time. Woo! Nice shots, Gwyn.
Those are beautiful shots. Yeah, that is. Didn't miss a bullet. Everything connects, nothing but head. And, well, now a 2-man stack. Point's going to go maybe a little bit quickly. Rex, yeah, slide up on it. 2 more segments to go. A single flank coming through, but now Minnesota Rocker not in position to stop this.
3-man stack as well. Brilliant work. A-Zone. complete. Over to B we go now. You've got a window to get this one done. You've got TJ making a bit of a route through spawn, but double back right over towards the objective. 2 minutes to play. Ravens are on B.
And Slasher, the other animal, on a 7 spree. You get the cap here, maybe just another kill or two. He's going to get a Hellstorm as well, so the perfect moment to start to pop off.
I'm just so worried about where these players are coming from. Feeling like Tej gets himself 2. Guys on top bit now. Gio can't get anything done whatsoever. Hellstorm was a pixel away. 2 segments at B. Are we about to win an attacking round, Ravens?
Well, I love the call from Gwen. Hop off the point, play from kills, make them just look a couple different directions. Nero traded out, but his teammates don't quite pick him up, and an opportunity for Rocker to take control. You're down 5 lives, and it's only a single segment now that Carolina needs.
Sneaky Slasher, what shots! Couple of kills now, beeline over towards the zone. Gio's going to try to intercept. Stun does not connect, but the gunny does. Beautiful work. The Ravens once again on the attack. Are we looking for the stack? Teacher's now going to maneuver, but not able to get on the zone just yet, and the contest is done. It's happened. The second attacking round for the Ravens.
How about that? Laser focused. For being terrible to control, and I mean, that one was almost perfectly played. You couldn't really ask for too much more. The second that Rocker finally started to get a few kills, get a 3-man in the feed, Slasher the front man, well, he was good to give you 2, and this best play, I believe, might have been just off the opening break. Maybe a little bit later on, but either way, Slasher, an ever-present force on the map, 15-5. Couldn't ask for much more.
Absolutely don't.
Stay in the windows, man, my bad.
Hey, Rocker have not really shown up on protocol just yet. I was not feeling great about their chances coming into this, but all things said, it is not over yet, folks. Rocker now to dig real deep. 15-5 for Slasher, 10-8 there for Tej. Sprees developing now. And can you contend with a B hit? It looks like a heavy commitment right now. Ravens defensively, you'll take it. A couple of big kills though. Slasher still at large. Oh, what? 5 spree for Lidigo. Nero through top mid once again. Slasher taking over.
Yeah, going for the 2-front war there. Minnesota Rocker applying pressure on both the zones, so the game clock still in a perfectly fine spot. Plenty of time to work with, and that first segment gonna be gone. Backing down though from the stack just yet. You're playing for the kills initially, and Kenny, well, locking down the flank for the moment. No routes yet being taken, and even the player up top, Kenny, he's getting that calm. They know Rex is nearby, and Estriel, well, not too comfortable on the time, but Nero's still there. Rocker keeping things mostly under control.
Absolutely, yeah, there we go. So now we've stopped the capture on A. We drained the last segment. Just over a minute to go here. Ravens, nice work defensively. Kenny's gonna try to ruffle these feathers. Picks up a pinch, trying to get some damage in from behind now. But the Ravens have still got their eyes on the spawns of Rocker. Scattered minimap once again, and 3 dead. Last man left alive, Gio trying to get the capture done alone. Can they get him off time? TJ gets the kill. 20-17, Rocker in trouble.
And well, Nero's been popping off this series, been out 6-15. So that's the man getting iced out. And for Rocker, the man you want to see get going. See if he can find any production, but TJ slowing him down. His teammates still give you 2 in the feed, so you should be able to get towards this A zone.
We're loving it. B zone now going to be a bit of a moment there to stop this, but if you stack over by A, you're going to clear that up, get an additional minute to play with. But right now, I'm not so sure if this is going to work out. The Ravens have vanished. An additional minute. A 1-life separation. And Rocker are alive again.
TJ trying to protect the spiral route. He does so, picks up the kill on Kenny. An interesting minimap though. Carolina have 1 player behind enemy lines, but Rocker had pressure on the spawn, but Nero gets dealt with again. Now, Rocker, you gotta work yourself out. You do not have any map control.
Ezreal starting to give them a spree here, folks. Towards the zone on the capture. Bad timing, a little bit too much to worry about there. Not gonna find any more of that life. Gio unable to back him up effectively. Big win once again from the Lidigo. Over towards the zone we go.
That's 2 in the feed for Carolina. Nero, I mean, this is his moment. Gotta get something going here. Try to find the opener. At least gonna pause the clock for a 9v9. This may very well turn into a round at TDM, and everybody's looking for Nero, and they're going to find him, but a little bit too late. That's a 3 spree. Oh. Give them all 4 and give them this zone.
Last man left alive with the point gone. Here we go, folks. 1 segment, all 4 members of Rocker on the stack. This round is finished. This round is done. Not a nade, nothing to be found. See how fast the tables can turn.
And he's starting to rock just a little bit. A little bit of motion in that chair, but finally found his moment to strike, and Rocker keeping the dream alive. For Carolina, the stat looks terrible. The idea that they've only won now 2 attacking rounds in the entire stage in control feels painful. But the one they had on this map was damn near perfect. So Carolina absolutely have the sauce.
And motion is lotion. Starting to get the gears moving in the machine that is Minnesota Rocker. Does that count as the rock yet? Oh my good God, it might be happening.
Get that man some WD-40.
Here we go. Forcebury out of Nero, so he's coming right into this round pretty hot, but still, Slasher, 22-9. Still doing it, 20-25.
Oh, they're moving it, Kenny. And look at that defensive setup. Ezreal does get caught, and so does Nero. So everybody's 1 HP right now from Carolina, but they're finding all the kills, and they have made it to the zone.
Uh-oh! Feeling like Tej. Oh, damn trophy, Kenny. How could you? Keeping the capture alive, though, is going to be Slasher. One man coming through down low. That's going to be the foil in a moment. Have they got all bases covered? It sure looks like it. Gwyn gets the win. Over by A, though. That's where the remaining members of Rocker are, and this zone is getting banged up.
I mean, this is a perfect opening break. You had the defensive setup was there from Rocker. Everybody in the perfect position, and they get handled. Carolina, you could not ask for anything more, and Slasher continues 22-9. The vet's putting on a show.
Absolutely, man. I mean, and again, as far as the attacking round goes so far, smooth-ish sailing as Gwyn trying to pick up these kills inside of Granny's. What an awkward gunfight it was, but he wins it. Ezreal picking up what he can now. Towards the front line we go. Slasher down. He's still got presence in the form of Rex. Eats a frag, and it's not going down well. Can he stay alive?
Yeah, well, Rocker swarming everywhere. Getting the aggression sidewalk, getting the aggression P1. And Rex was left out to dry. He wins a single one, but everybody's going to be coming off spawn, and Minnesota Rocker are crawling around your base.
Yeah, and again, Gwyn is trying to find a corner. Catch all these players in the push forward. Massive damage into Geo, but not enough to actually get the kill. So slight life lead right now for the Ravens.
They're just trying to find their route out. Minute and 30 left on the clock. Plenty of time. They're reading the top route, and Gwyn wins the gunfight. Maybe trades down low. Constantly someone behind enemy lines, but Gwyn there from 2, and that's almost all the Rocker players out of the picture. Really just number 5 and Kenny out towards the helicopter that you're worried about.
And again, you're worried about the players on the inside as well. So helicopter players, top mid players, you can't jump on towards the A zone without finding these kills. And this is it. You want to get a couple of Slasher there with the old Strider, and that's going to be 3 down. Pressure now on towards the point. Get the quick capture. Rex lets a player slip by. The timing is great now. He saves the day, and that's going to be the capture. Here comes the stack.
It works out, and they got double trophies. They are poised up and ready to go.
Trophies are wide out on the openers. They could be shot, but it's not going to matter too much. Kenny flies forward. The trophy system doesn't stop his aims, and Kenny keeps going.
Oh, here's the best play. That was number 3. Well, can't get number 4. Trades out and about, though. You want to set up the spawn kills. Geo lines them up, only gets 2. Carolina, well, it's again the problem. To get out of spawn is a nightmare. But Gwyn has been on form so far in this round. Carolina, they're bringing the fight.
This is not over yet, folks. 35 seconds to go. Nero being annoying, a difficult angle to play from. The right flank is now safe. Rocker still trying to keep the Ravens pinned in. 25.
I mean, he's giving up space. Nero is everywhere. YY Machine, he's backing up, though. And now a 7v4. You're bleeding lives. No respawns remaining. And this is it. Carolina are going to make it a series.
50% of the way through A. Last man left alive, Nero. And ladies and gentlemen, do we believe it? I cannot. 2 attacking rounds on the map. And we push the series further. The Ravens escape the nosedive. They are pulling up as fast as they possibly can. And now things get spicy.
And Carolina just look like the most serious team in the league. They're not about the vibes. They are about the business. Slasher just chomping on his gum and chomping at the bit. Had a lights out performance there on that control. As much as they have been struggling, well, we mentioned now Kenny, a player that turns up on land. Slasher, he is cut from the same cloth. 27-14 as he finishes, and TJ right there next to him. Carolina getting the job done. They had 28 kills, 10 assists there out of Tej. Completely on point, even 7 on the objective. You really couldn't ask for anything more.
25 non-traded from Slasher as well. I mean, that is a man who wins his ones, and every one he got nearly an absolute beamer. Great stuff from the Ravens. They're starting to warm up here as we say goodbye to the previous parts of the series and hello to red card. That's where we're going to close this out one way or another, ladies and gentlemen. For the Ravens again, to escape the downward spiral they've been on. Rocker, close this series out, grab those essential points and stay alive in the run towards champs. Oh, baby, here we go, another red card. But before that, Chance, quick look at the highlights, because let's face it, man, this was a banger.
Well, yeah, and, you know, we're having a Nero giveth and Nero taketh away kind of series. So a lot of these highlights, Nero might be on the receiving end of a lot of death. And they were just uncomfortable, it felt like, the entire time. Even on defense, doing a good job at getting inside the base, but it just never quite felt stable on the side of Minnesota. Even when things were going their way, the pushback was always active. This was a moment shortly after his team got three-pieced. Every one of his teammates back in spawn. Slasher crawled his way out. I mean, 14-5, 15-5 there to sort of kick things off. Slasher truly set the tone.
Absolutely. Great teamwork there, great chem from the Ravens. A lot of really difficult 2v2 situations they walk out on top with. And that happened a lot throughout this map. Their attacks were so good. So clearly something they're working on very hard, because you don't get to a point like this in the year where you're not really able to find those offensive round wins. You have to. You want to effectively, and win these control games without that much sweat.
Well, and they had to sweat for one of those opening breaks. Again, you had that B hit off the rip for Carolina. Not easy to orchestrate. Minnesota responds to the pressure well. Kenny spots him out. He had one player challenge from up top of the middle of the map and another player computers. Carolina just handled it, and they turned that into a perfect execution there on the B zone. So I think the Ravens sort of controlled gameplay, a lot of one and dones. They put themselves in a spot where if they clutch up whatever situation, they get the round wins, but if they lose it, they falter. Well, perfect there in that control, and now we're red card. But it's typically considered the bread and butter map, at least in S&D for Carolina. They love to spam it, but for Hardpoint, both of these teams will be happy to see it.
Yeah, they're happy to see it. If you get towards that red card game 5, Ravens licking their chops, feeling good about it. Again, a sort of asterisk next to those results now that we have Dylan Rex here in the roster. Well, I hope you're enjoying what you're seeing here, folks. And for the folks in the venue, hey, thanks for sticking around, guys. We've got a big one coming up next, Optic versus Faze. And for the folks at home who are wondering how they can get to an event, well, good news, boys and girls. Use code CDL10 for DreamHack tickets. That's dreamhack.com/Dallas/CDL. That's coming in May. It's going to be a fantastic time. Our 4th major of the year before champs. Incredibly important. And if you're a fan of Rocker, you want to see them perform here, see them perform at that tournament as well. It could well determine whether they make it to champs or not.
Well, we certainly want to start things off right here in this one in Major 3. Minnesota Rocker much more desperate for a win to keep that battle between them and Optic close, and potentially C9, depending on how the Major 4 split goes. But for Carolina, a team that has been down, but never out. You love to see a team when they're down 2-0 actually battle back.
It's very possible. And the makeup of this team is so strong. Gwyn, an absolute shooter. TJ and Slasher, vets of the scene, legends. And of course, Dylan Rex, the young gun, the hot prospect who has been in challenges for so long, so deserving of a spot. Now he has it. What can he do with it? What can you show us that we haven't already seen before, that we haven't heard of?
And in map 1, it was the ARs that struggled. So Dylan Rex actually got off to a hot start on that map. That's when Carolina was keeping things close. By the end of the game, he faltered. Gio and Kenny lights out, and Nero right there applying all sorts of pressure. So looking at Slasher, that 17-30 performance he had on map 1, well, washed that one away. Popped off here on the map 3, but a red card. I mean, you're going to need all 4 players with an AR out at different times. They have to get the ball going.
It's going to be a very important map. A brutal scenario to be in right now for both our teams. No one wants that round 1 exit from the tournament. And some of these have been very close. New York 2-11, LAG 2-02. They lose it to Toronto. Ravens, they have a solid record here on the map. They've got enough of the DNA in this roster to make it look good. Let's see if we can make that game 5.
Someone might drop a 50 on this map. Oof, this is going to be a barn burner.
It could well go down to the game clock. You never know, folks. Here we go, right to P1, nades up, stuns out. Hold on to your butts. What an anticlimax that was.
I'm just waiting for the Nero moment. Yeah, popping up the kill feed. If Nero's getting active, things are going to be a problem for Carolina. But if he's traded out, you keep that man contained, you're good to go. But 9 seconds on the game so far in favor of Rocker. Carolina, though, better spawns, a little bit of presence inside of the time, and Kenny wants to get this final man off. TJ left out the drive, but close game so far, and actually the spawns got flipped, didn't even recognize it. Nero pushes through, flips Carolina on their head, and now Ravens got to dig themselves out of a little bit of a hole.
Yeah, nice little hold of fighting you out of it. It's not going fantastic so far. Nero staying alive. Here comes the backup from Estriel. Lovely work. The body block there on P1 keeps the time going now for Rocket, and they maintain spawns.
Yeah, Kenny's got the rotation towards time, and Rocker are keeping all of this pressure over towards the front. So these spawns are going to flip, and now Carolina, they're going to have a natural pinch, but if you don't win the gunfights, you just end up in the spawn trap.
And you know exactly where they come from. And now Rocker, this was a game plan well executed. Nero 5 spree, picks up 2 on the pitch.
And he just gets to do the exact same thing again. Every single player, welcome back to their spawn and into his grasp.
Reposition. Oh, no way. Slasher was another huge one. Okay, so here we go. Ravens, a couple in the feed, fighting their way forward. 3 clean down. Geo up next. He's gone as well.
Massive, and it's the emergency spawns rolling through as well. So Carolina gonna read it. It's a mixy moment now. How many players do you send on the rotation? Well, Nero's taking that route. Everybody else for Rocker gonna be fighting for this whole time. And 15 seconds is worth fighting for. Slasher's gonna be the front man up. He's got a little battle against Geo, takes him down, and there you go. Scrap time for Ravens. But on the rotation, Nero, I mean, he has found his ticket on top of this bus.
But
and the Call of Duty timing is not on his side.
He let Teach through. Is he gonna let Slasher through as well? Maybe. He did. He let 2 players through. They're in the time. What the hell? And now he's dead. Slasher, what a play. Teach gets brought down upstairs. You're going to keep this crazy hard point going with a split spawn.
Yeah, Nero dropped the ball in that moment, but his teammates pick him up. So you get right back inside the time. Estriel stays alive, gets the trophy out. Nero strikes. I like it better when he's challenged.
Yeah, no more of this prone play, mate. Don't do it. Gio's got a present for those boys. Eat that. Damage is in. Everyone's getting a tag or 2. This is insane damage. Gio keeping him at bay. Estriel from time now doing what he can. Teach fighting desperately through the stairwell. But it is just a hail of gunfire. And it is once again Rocker on top.
If Gio is just immune to cards exploding, put that man on dealership every day of the week. That's why they won 6-1. TJ, by the way, 0-8. Needs to get something going.
9. Nero, that was a heat check moment there. Gwyn now battling out spawn, getting things going over towards stage. And again, you want to get here fast as possible, but Rocker are all over it.
And Kenny, always the man that's going to be soaking up on this hill, and that just means Rocker get the ideal setup. Estriel going to be coming back off a spawn, but he just gets to watch the pinch. You get the first blood on the engagement there from Slasher, and now Kenny can get isolated on the time, but difficult gunfights to win, but Kenny gets dropped the break instant. Carolina trying to fight.
TJ manages to get that as well. He ends the spree of Kenny, so no Hellstorm. Nero now battling forward. Teach from time. Trying to pull himself out of the deficit, but now it's going to be another 3 down. And Rex through mid-map. Brings down Kenny. Trying to get pressure towards time, but look at this. Over 100 points already for Rocker.
I mean, yeah. I mean, they just struck back. They got broken in an instant, and then you blink and they're right back inside of it. Carolina now a little bit desperate for the final 20, but they are just getting swarmed. The slower you, like, sort of keep these players over towards this site, the happier you're going to be. Kenny up top, you expect him to get traded out, and he does so, but that's for the final 6. It's going to be a 40-point game on this rotation where Rocker are firmly set up, and Rex just got gunned.
Yeah, Rex was the one man on that side of the map. You wanted him to be. So now through the front, we have to fight. Coming out along, Estriel stun's going to connect. Yeah, it absolutely does. Rex out of the frying pan and into the fire in this situation, but at least gets one out of it. Nero pushing forward, 16-6. He is absolutely slamming right now, and it shows in the score.
Oh, yeah, he hibernated, I suppose, on the last map, waiting for this game. 17 kills. Maybe if Carolina fight back, Nero could go for the kill record.
It might be indeed. Well, either way, 30 seconds to go on time. We've not got a lot of this one. So out by the bleachers, out by the stands, picking them up on the turn. You dirty dog, he wanted it.
You know for a fact he's going to be challenging that, and this has just turned into a pretty sizable lead. And I mean, this isn't scrap time. 20 seconds is golden time here on a P4. Kenny happy to be the collector. And Ravens, I mean, they're playing for the exits. They're not even fighting for the time. They're getting caught instead, so not even effectively trapping him in.
Oh my.
Freedom on the rotation. Another 2-piece in the feed there from Kenny. He has been a multi-kill machine. And Slasher, I mean, he waited for his moment, taking your time on this break.
Also insane spawn awareness there from Kenny. He turned as those arrows appeared, so great work there. Well, folks, first set gone. Rocker, pretty good. Can't be disappointed with this performance so far. Gio won't be able to pick up that kill because his teammates have found it. All dead once again. Ravens to the left-hand side of the map.
Oh, this is an easy spawn trap rolling through. Gio just took so much space. You're going to have to cross this line. Nero didn't enjoy this spot. Gio might love it.
Loves it. Gets at least one out of that. There's a player right next to him. Unfortunate timing, but you're going to take it. Trades are on point, and Kenny finds another.
And it's another dagger setup. It's the exact same thing. You get so much distance on this push. Kenny just does the exact same thing. Look at the machine-like gameplay coming through from Rocker.
And he's keeping away from the shadows there. He's not going to give away his position. Keeps himself up top there. So Kenny is in such a strong spot. Nero on the prowl through mid-map. Everything working out right now for Rocker. Even the snaps are there, but Slasher holding it down. Kenny keeping TJ on that side of the map. Good spawns for Minnesota.
I mean, these are just like dreamlike situations Rocker had been able to sort of like collect and produce. And this is just a massive gameplay. TJ continues to struggle, and Nero again, he giveth and he taketh away. Well, he's providing right now at 23-9. Trades there from Nero in the feed, and now Gio gets some freebies. The pinch on the time. Gwyn isolated, and he will be overwhelmed. Another two-piece from Kenny. Rocker inside the time.
And they've got the absolute trap on this side of the map now. Gio, forward he goes. An awkward gunfight, but here come the rest of the squad, and the crossfire is on. Trades now abound once again. Gio doing what he can from spawn. Nero 25-9, boys and girls. 26. Oh, he's gunning.
Well, if there's any opportunity for Carolina to get back in this game, at least you flip the spawns. But two players trying to rotate through, and Rex did not know where to look, and TJ does not know how to find kills. 7-23. Obvious who needs to turn things around. We got eyes on him. His teammates, though, have fallen. He's playing keep away. Just keep these guys out of the time.
Yeah, he's been at the mercy of Minnesota for nearly the entire map so far. Once again, picked up. The lone man on this side of the map, Gwyn, pre-aiming everything and anything, but he doesn't manage to catch that player out. Here comes the trades, and Gio, no trades to be found. Great stuff here as Teej off spawn. Can he get to double digits? Can his team get to triple digits?
No, dude, slammed again. Rocker just have a stranglehold on this map. Every situation perfect. They get the trophies out when they need them. The trades have been on point as well. Finally, someone getting a two-piece, and that is 4 in the feed, and they're spawning back garage. You need this time, and you need the rotation too.
On Gwyn, trying to cut down the reinforcements. Beautiful stuff. The two-piece all his. Now we're seeing signs of life. Over to Teej. Can he find his two? As Kenny's going to battle for this one. The nades are up. They want to stick over the top. Nice work out of the Ravens.
And now he's going to be rotating back to be the first one on time. So that is a nice moment to get a little bit of time. But that is 2 sets of kills that just rolled through, and that's only 25 seconds they were able to get. That is a ton of effort and a ton of slang just to keep things even on this new time.
Desperately trying to keep it even as well. And like rolling thunder across the map. Rocker has bodied the Ravens every step of the way. Gwyn holding the line as very best he can. Decent shots in, but Esriel's there for it. Trades again. Rocker are in.
I mean, it's like the tide overwhelming eventually, and now any little bit of scrap that Minnesota get are going to go a long way. So it is just chip damage at this point. A few seconds here, a few seconds there, and going to have to be perfect. Rex soaring from the skies, able to get a kill, and he got a decent setup and a few kills in the feed. Rocker, you can take things slow. You're playing for kills right now.
So nice transition here from the Ravens. Oh, it was a second ago, but now Gio peeling heads. Time's still ticking. We're working out here. 10 seconds to go. Rotation complete. Rocker in position.
Yeah, and every death is a tragedy. Those two players in the feed for Carolina following the lead. They've been making the comeback, but this rotation, they don't have it. Similar thing on the protocol. Minnesota Rock with the lead. Play the comfort game. Win the rotation. You'll be good to go.
Esriel is still continuing to punch tickets from tickets. The last hopes, the last moments right now of the Ravens in Major 3. Here we go. Rocker set up for the series win.
And Esriel in prime position. Everything covered, and you funnel him through long. This will be the game.
Here we go. Damage is in there from Rex. He manages to find a window. An open hardpoint for a second. Nero's back on it. 5 seconds for the win. Gio keeps the spree going. Rocker send the Ravens home. And their campaign here at Major 3 and their campaign towards champs continues.
Deserved praise there for Quavo Kenny. On point in this series, and Minnesota making things mixy. The champs race is going to be a battle in the major. Might be a battle through the losers bracket as well. clean gameplay rolling through. And frankly, both map 1 and map 4, the P1s Minnesota had, things of beauty.
3-1, your final score. Rocker putting on a show for us there. Nero with another takeover map. Outrageous hill time, insane non-traded kills. Just look at the assist there from Minnesota. This is a team that formed within the month, and they are already looking this confident together. An ideal scenario they find themselves in at the most opportune time possible.
Yeah, love the assist, and yeah, just electric gameplay from start to finish. P1s like that, honestly, you couldn't ask for anything more. Very mechanical was the team. In a similar story on map 1 and map 4, it's when they need to stabilize. Carolina starts to mount that comeback, and Minnesota Rocker, it's the vet plays rolling through. Hit the rotation, don't feed into time, just pick up kills in Slay. They manage it perfectly. Gio popping off of the 6-spree exactly when you need him to, just to close out the game.
Perfect example there in the game flow. Couple of flat lines there out of the Ravens. Well, commiserations once again to the Royal Ravens. We will see you back online for our qualifiers towards the DreamHack Major. For Rocker, a blessing in disguise. The miracle continues as they have netted themselves some sweet points. Again, sorely needed. Can they keep it going? Champs is not out of the question yet. What a run, what a great series. And only man I want to talk to you right now, it'd be Kenny on the stage of Blaze.
Yes, Miles, I got him. It is electric here. Everybody makes some noise in Minnesota Rocker and Kenny as they keep pressing on through this tournament. And Kenny, right off the rip, man, this whole venue chanting your name, you get a win on the main stage. How does that feel to be able to have this love coming back your way?
It obviously feels good. My teammates argue about who got most aura, but I mean, this proves a little bit of aura.
I think the aura speaks for itself as you shine purple on the stage.
Yeah.
Now, you know, we didn't get a chance to see you last event. You missed an event, but you're back with a new team, with the Minnesota Rocker, new squad. How are things coming along for you and the boys right now?
Yeah, obviously there's a few things that I came into the team like expecting from them and them expecting from me. I feel like our qualifiers didn't really show how good we were, bunch of round 11s, but I think our biggest thing is just trying to close out, a bunch of young guns. You know, the game you kind of get to them sometimes, but that's why I'm here. So that's just one thing I've been working on, especially in that match, like slowing us down, take a deep breath. Like we're winning by a lot. Like we don't really have to do too much. So that's the main thing right now. I think we're gonna have a smooth run if we can stay level-headed.
Hey, well said, okay? Keeping the young guns level-headed right there and making sure that you guys can stay cool, calm, and collected, bring it a few more of those game 5s, and you guys are right back on top.
Yeah.
How would it feel to make champs with this roster?
Oh, yeah. I mean, joining this roster, they made me fit, like, perfectly. I've been comfortable, been vibing with the boys. A lot of banter we got going, so it would feel amazing to obviously experience champs with them, and that's obviously the plan. So from now on, like, we're looking to, you know, beat whatever team is in front of us.
Hey, man, you guys got a lot of work to do, but you know what? You guys got some great fans behind you, right? Lastly, what do you want to say to them? And I'm going to let you get out of here and get ready for your next match tomorrow.
Obviously, shout out to y'all. Didn't get to see y'all last event, but I appreciate y'all as always. Thank you for the love.
That does it for me and Kenny on the stage. Chris, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and congratulations to Kenny in Minnesota. You finally take down the Royal Ravens. It was the third fight, but this time the Rocker come out on top. It wasn't just Kenny, though. Can we give some love to Nero and what that man brought to the table today?
Tweaking. He was disgusting. He was fired up, too, when he walked from backstage. This is their route, and he just looked at us. He went, let's go, man.
He was fired up.
He's ready to go, and that's like why we love this team is because they have so many players who can just take over at any moment in the blink of an eye. Nero being one of those guys just had an amazing series.
Allie, and it makes things a lot more interesting. Unfortunately for Optic, now you have Minnesota keeping pace in the event. How do they do it? Well, they actually gave up the first control win to Carolina in 8 matches. Carolina finally snaps that record, but then Minnesota Rocker seals the deal in a game 4.
Yeah, which is unfortunate because if you're a Carolina Royal Raven fan, you were probably watching that map 3 and being like, oh my gosh, it's going to be the reverse sweep of all time because we're finally winning a control, and it is the complete opposite. Minnesota Rocker now adding red card to their hardpoint map pool, and why that is such a big win. They're 2-6 on the season right now. Like, their last time playing it was a very close loss to Cloud9, and we know that that team hasn't been looking good at all. So for Minnesota Rocker, this is a huge win across the board.
It is, and listen, it's an outside chance. But if Kenny and Rocker take Optic's spot for top 8 champs, I'm going back to every dumbass in my mentions after I ranted on that one death segment. And everyone, Kenny's ass, Kenny's this, Kenny's that. I'm replying to every single one. I had thousands.
And just
of
lined them
tweets
up on the timeline. Hey, listen,
there's still work to do.
I saw all of it. I mean, I understand you, Clint, but yeah, this Rocker team, they were just search and destroy away from really, challenging some of the top teams we have in the game, and the search was masterful out of them in this series, right? You talk about the 1-3 in the game 5s. They're winning us these, Allie. They might not even be going to game 5. And then on the flip side, I think we should talk a little bit about Carolina. Man, they do not look like the same team when they had Vivid. I mean, you saw the map 1 performance from Slasher, the dynamic thrown off, he got slammed, and then that game 4 TJ. Like, what is going on?
What happened?
That's a dud.
The systems,
like
I feel like the system's kind of ruined.
Was that right?
Yeah.
You can say it later. For now, let's take a look at our Scuff play of the game, shall we?
Wait, about Dylon?
Anyway,
just through the system.
Take a look. Scuff play of the game.
Kylo Ken.
The world champ in the future. World champ Nero and Kenny take over performance throughout the series, but especially
Look, Maeve
the
was
search
ready
and
to
destroy.
marry Kylo Ken by the end of the series.
I will.
He said tomorrow.
I still, every single time I hear a Kenny chant, I think it's like one of the best tags. When I still think about the tag you want to change to Flavo, and I'll never forget that was the thing. But dude, the timing, by the way, at the beginning of that play for Kenny was insane. That was the most insane timing I've ever seen.
But if you saw a lot, I mean, they just had map control in almost every single one of those clips that we just watched, right? Like, Leadership, a really good map for them. It's going to be tough when you head into vetoes. Like, do you actually want to challenge them there?
Guys, I want to run off the set right now and find Nero and just hang out with the man. He has to be peak vibes right now. Let's take a look at Minnesota Rockers road in front of them. Maven highlighted.
Doable.
You could make a run to the top 4. Why is it possible? Well, you took down Carolina, who's been riding the struggle bus since adding in Dylan Rex. Now you're playing against Toronto Ultra, who has a fill-in for this event.
And then it'd probably be Breach. Well, I mean, that's the way it looks. Like, Breach, probably not Surge. So it's doable. Now, Breach have looked awesome.
Yes,
Hercules has looked great. This is by no means an easy run, but is top 4 realistic? Yeah.
That match is going down tomorrow between Rocker and Toronto Ultra, but tonight we have one more fight to go as we send 5 teams packing. It'll either be the #1 squad on those season standings or the team holding the door in 8th place. That's Optic Texas. Maven, I'm going to miss you.
And what's the difference? Wait, hold up. So if Optic get top 8 and Rocker get top 4, that's 30 points, right? Difference?
Yeah. Yep, 15 points per match win.
So they would be tied.
They'd be tied.
I mean, hey, Optic, if they win this series, though, give themselves
I
spot.
mean, I got to think, listen, Faze have been the better team this year, but they're probably at their low right now. This is a chance for Optic to catch them.
That was a close
chance.
We'll get into it when it's time to set
Hop on Twitter. Let Maven know your thoughts. It's at Maven. We'll be back with these guys and the other guys. It's Atlanta Faze, Optic Texas, El Clasico?
El Clasico.
I mean, come on, baby. Let's go.
So there's 12 teams in the Call of Duty League. I'm gonna give you guys the city name as a little hint, and you're gonna guess what the team name is. So let's go. So first up, we do have the Atlanta team.
Atlanta Faze.
Atlanta Faze, that's right.
The Atlanta Faze.
Atlanta Faze.
Let's go.
All right. That's already one correct. Next up, we have the Boston team.
It looks to me like Boston D-Generation X.
That's a good one. This one is Carolina.
Carolina Falcons.
Kind of looks like the Monarchs.
It's a combination of the two. It's the Carolina Royal Ravens.
Okay.
All right. This one is New York.
I'm going to go New York Infinity on that one.
That's a good one.
I'm going to do the New York Squiddy emoji.
Squiddy emoji, all right? It's one of the LA teams.
The Moon Knights.
The Moon Knights.
That would be
all right.
sick.
Vegas. Falcons. He has a Falcons.
Vegas Falcons. There you go.
Falcons.
All right, Big Justice is our winner.
On that one.
2 correct. My guy. All right, appreciate you. Can we get 5 big booms for the Costco's?
Big boom.
Boom! 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 Absolutely. All right, appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Got it.
Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. On match day, everything matters. What you focused on the night before, how you slept, what you ate. Players gather in the arena, ready to go toe-to-toe, fueled by the dedication, passion, and love of the sport. The mind has to be focused, clear, locked in. Any unknown variable can mean the difference between winning and losing. And when you have your pride on the line, every decision has to be perfect. Every movement calculated, and every shot on target. If you want to be remembered here, you have to make them believe. SCUF has been a proud and passionate supporter of Call of Duty esports for 14 years, and enables you to play like a pro. It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now.
Unforgettable. That's what you are. Unforgettable. Oh, near or far. That's why, darling, it's incredible that someone so unforgettable thinks that I am unforgettable too.
2025 Atlanta Faze team pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm that's easy as Faze. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Welcome back. It's that dad that whooped your ass in the gulag and his friends. I've got my friend Chance alongside my other friend Rosalie Parker, alongside my other friend Anthony Wheeler, a.k.a. Nameless. How we doing?
What's up, Papa Bear?
Just hanging out.
Dad, frying people in gulag.
Watch some COD today. So I'm told we got to jump right into this one because Chance.
Let's get into it.
It's going to a game 5. The
It
first
is
game 5 of the night happens right now.
You could try to speak that into existence, but it is not going to happen.
Atlanta
It should have
Faze.
went to game 5 online.
Best team in the game. If you're looking at the numbers, they have been on top of the leaderboard following major number 1. Now, that went to a game 7, round 11. Since then, Faze seem like they have separated themselves from the rest of the pack on land. This time around, though, they're in the losers bracket. We're not used to seeing Faze on a Friday.
We are not used to seeing Faze on a Friday, but I will say from what we have seen from them, they cleaned up quick when it came to those fundamentals in that series versus Cloud9. And don't mind Chance, he likes to be predictable. Debbie, I think this Optic versus Atlanta Faze match, no matter how bad either team or how good either team is doing, it always ends up being a bang across the board. They play up to each other, but Atlanta Faze, they've won the last 3 events. For them right now, it's do or die to try to make a legacy.
Did you say predictable, Debbie?
Yeah.
I like that. Deb, can you go next? What do you think about their opponent in this matchup?
I'm the wild card. Okay, when we had, at the very start of the year, Atlanta Faze was struggling. Sim 1v4 turned their year around.
Yeah.
I think this is an insurmountable series where Optic had 0 chance, but if they win it, it will literally turn their year around.
100%, right? And they would get the separation in terms of points. And, you know, when you look at the series that they played online, right? It's Hacienda they played. We're going to see it once again in this series. And Optic dominated that map. We get to that round 11 where they had a cruise missile. They absolutely threw that round away. And then it was a 6-point vault hard point, right? So Optic had chances in that series to take it. They could have won it 3-1. So they're pretty confident in the series. You saw Dashy had a good one. I think Optic feel like they can take this.
I've picked for Optic and against Optic. I have 0 correct predictions.
Oh, that's rough.
I'm going Atlanta Faze. They haven't let me down yet in the predictions outside of yesterday.
They're not going to. Atlanta Faze are going to dominate this series.
I'm going to stick with Atlanta Faze for show.
Not going to lie. I got Optic. Optic are winning the series.
Why?
Just because I believe.
Yeah, you absolutely
I know.
What?
I just broke it down, though. From the series that I saw
outside and
online,
stared at the sun,
I think they're going to clean up those small things. Like the round 11, they should have won that round without question. You look at the
Nameless
end of
has
that vault,
faith.
they had a
Miami,
great
do
chance.
you? Let's send to the stage with Blaze.
Miami, I know you got faith in this matchup. Y'all ready to get this one started? You know, some say it's bigger than red or green, but we all know when you start falling in love with esports, you were watching these 2 teams play on the main stage. So let's rock the arena one more time today. Coming out first, get ready for the 3-time champions.
Started with common sense. They gonna cry for acknowledgement. I got the team to conglomerate. Give it to Austin, not stopping it. I am the one, they not stopping him. No. Black boy, it's a different situation. Black tails when I pull up in the latest 101, so they never can replace them. This is not the attic, now we live in spaces. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Laser focus and the diamonds are canary. I try to tell them, but they didn't get the message.
Everybody throw it up, because here comes Atlanta Faze! Draza, Abizi, Sip, and Celium looking to make a run in this history books and come out with another dub.
Yo, that walkout was hard and low-key hella coordinated. Look, Atlanta Faze, they don't often find themselves in this position. They're already 3-time event champ winners. They're looking for their 4th, 1 for each member on this squad. And this is not a matchup they are not used to. They go through Optic all the time, making their way to grand finals, and they're looking to do it again. This time, though, it's just do or die, guy.
It's do or die for Faze on that side of the stage. And as the crowd erupts, we already know what time it is. Green Wall arise, because here comes Optic Texas. Ooh.
to stand tall because they're going to need your energy to get through this series. This could change the trajectory of their entire season. The points that they need, the confidence that they need, and the win that they need to propel themselves back on top. They got to take down the back-to-back-to-back champs. And something tells me that they feel confident.
Yeah, they looking confident over there in that stage, but if there's one thing I'm confident about is that this match is about to be absolutely insane. Florida, you guys ready to go? Jim Study, let's hit the flow.
A little bit of a different level of El Clasico coming through a battle to try to avoid going home at top 8. Optic catching a little bit of stride after the matchup versus Vegas, but the same can be said with Atlanta to start off the day versus Cloud9.
Yeah, both teams showed their teamwork today. Like, that was the biggest thing. For Optic Texas, they showed rotations in the hard point. They showed magnificent trades in the search to destroy, and then also the team slaying in the control, but this is a different beast, man. I feel like this matchup for the Green Wall is so tough due to the maps they are forced to play versus Atlanta.
Correct, and that's the biggest point that I think is really natural for us to go into. You kind of saw it there from what I heard the Just talked about a little bit. It's just in this head-to-head matchup this year, the map veto process has often not favored what Optic can bring to the table, mostly because of the advantages that Faze have really across a lot of the different modes. I think in particular, Control is a tough one to veto against this squad, and really this map layout had a lot of influence based on how the last time they played came through.
Yeah, that was so tough because obviously if you're Optic, you were hoping that you could get the redemption on that Hase in the search and destroy, but this time Atlanta Faze say, nope, you're not going to play that. And then they also were able to take down Optic on that Hase in the control, but so Optic were like, no, we're just going to get rid of it. And that only helps Atlanta because they do not play Volt. So if you're banning Hase and you're banning Volt, they're instantly getting their best control. So they have their 2 best search and destroys in this series. They have their best control, and they have a lot of reps on both the HPs that they play. This is going to be a tall task for the Green Wall.
I think the biggest thing about this, and we say this a lot when it comes to matchups that feel maybe like we're leaning towards one direction on a squad versus the other, you have to come out and put on a show.
Oh, yeah.
Map number 1 here if you're Optic, a team that has struggled this stage in rotating. You have to clean that up on a map like Hacienda, because if Atlanta can get the snowball rolling, it turns into an avalanche in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, and that's what they were able to do last go around. In the stage match online, they were able to dominate off the rotations, and then when they needed to find breaks, they were able to successfully find those as well.
Yep.
Atlanta usually always starts slow in map number 1s, but the Green Wall are looking for a massive W here to potentially change their season. Here we go into map 1.
Let's turn up Florida. We got Optic Texas. We got Atlanta Faze. El Clasico, a battle to try to avoid the top 8. Let's get it on. And the opening, perfect from the SMGs from Optic Texas. First 3 kills go their way, and Optic immediately hop the hill.
And they already are dominating that mid-map pressure. No one getting super aggressive. They are playing for that second wave of kills, and now Simp is forced to hit this long route through top flat. Everybody else now, you gotta go. Abizi finds an opening kill, but Hook the Nuke already off to a 4-0 start. Mid-map is his.
Yeah, this has been a fantastic start. Hook has really kind of not been able to, I would say, show up in the same ways that we saw early on in this season in critical matchups in particular. So a 4-0 start is miraculous in a lot of ways in terms of helping this Green Wall start off strong. But as we look over towards P2, Faze able to flip the spawns around, get themselves into position. Just comes down to what happens to this final spawner. And yeah, all 4 members from Faze will be here with the trophy system on P2.
Yeah, earlier in their series versus Cloud9, this is where they showed their adjustments because their hold percentage and their break percentage really isn't the best so far on the season. But when they need to have it, they are able to get it done. Now it's all on Simp though. He's going to get isolated through the back. So Optic are able to block those back spawns, now have the numbers for the early break.
Nice little look at that early teamwork stuff that we're talking about as well. Get your read, get your double chow, get your break. Draza, last one left. And now looking to try to hit this through trophy. He's got Simp trying to work with him, but the nade forces the challenge and Draza wins it. Now the focus towards back driveway. A couple of the tags are in. Faze still trying to get through checkers to help out on this hold as Optic trying to force their way in. Kills are back and forth. The Beezy stumble leaves it just down to Shotzi, who takes down 2. Nade will get the trade, but Optic have the spawns.
Oh yeah, this 15 seconds is going to be theirs. And now if you're Atlanta Faze, you want to try to trap them in towards the back. Don't overextend a little bit and potentially fall and then spawn at the back of this P2. You want to hold them in this position, but they find the opening kill onto Simp. The repinch, though, from Celium is going to go unread, and he's able to find at least 1 kill, but the spawns get mixy.
Yeah, and you get a boathouse spawn here late for Optic Texas. So for Faze, they're going to be kind of stretched coming across the map. Dashy the one trying to influence this rotation, but does not get any information whatsoever. So now down to Faze, trying to hold this from the front. The start is good, and they also take care of Optic on the low ground. Now it's just a battle for office.
Beezy gets the worst timing there to give it that top flat control when the teammate does fall, but now the repositioning in towards Din still causing a problem while your ARs are able to fill the proper gaps.
Atlanta already find the lead change, and the BZ has hit a whole different level so far in its opening HP.
9-3, 3 in a row. Faze solid in the first 40 seconds from the front. Optic scattered on these spawns, trying to make the most of it though. Shotzzy shut down. Now you've got Skies trying to work over to the front, but the hit is just mismanaged. It's just so sloppy, but it actually comes through chaotically, and Optic are able to salvage the gunfights, surprise Faze, and now there's a battle on rotation that goes the way of the green wall.
Oh, and that's a big one-on-one win right there from Dashy, and then Shotzzy able to keep his teammate alive, so Optic walk away with the final 15. They win the rotation over towards the most important hill on this map at Rock. Now you just don't want anyone to scam. No one die first, and that's instantly 2 dead.
See what happens with the spawns here for Optic. Here comes Faze full flooded. Shotzzy gets the first one, tries to free fire for the second, not going to happen, and the break is instantaneous for the Atlanta Faze. 3 members on the hill. You've got Simp trying to come off spawn to help, and he's thinking about hitting a route through mid as Faze. They're going to have to deal with this full 4-man hit from Optic from the front.
Yeah, there's no need to hit a route through middle. Let's just stack it up, play the trade fights, because all of Optic are funneling their way through the front, and Shotzzy is able to line up 3. You need this guy to get activated, and you can already see in the player cam, he's starting to chirp.
He's not chirping, Jay. He's screaming, letting it roar right now. There's just a different level of energy that comes with this matchup for this Optic squad, and now here they're trying to push out the rest of this Faze hit. It is absolutely perfect, and that's going to lead to a marginal lead as we look back over to P1.
Yeah, that's insane, because if you're Atlanta, you're not expecting them all to go through the front, but they got players like Shotzzy who can, with the Omni movement, find openings. So you're able to walk away with a majority of time here, keep a slight lead going over to the second half of this game. You can already see Optic Texas have those spiral spawns, just need kills through the middle of the map.
Faze holding off this play a little bit longer as a BZ and Sip clean up the high ground, leaving Skies as the last one alive, and he's going to just bail out over through Fireplace. That's going to set up now Optic trying to find a break largely just from the low ground. A BZ surprised though by Skies. That clears up some of the window angles that Faze are trying to hold on to, but it's just not enough influence for Optic to actually clean Selim off the hill yet.
Not at all, because they're not finding a gunfight through the top side of the hallway, but thankfully Hoop the Noob, who dominated at this P1 last go-around, finds a double, able to find the break, but a BZ responds with 2. Just no one from Atlanta are in position to contest this whole time. 15 seconds there here at P1. Atlanta just want to cut the map. Yep. No one die off this roto.
Yeah, simple, clean down to the play through P4. Selim following up top, and that is exactly what you want right in the right timing for Faze. Dashy, pistol, that'll work out. So starting to create an opportunity to stretch across map. P2 open, and Optic looking to break as we head to a Texas. Listen in.
Nice. I'm one shot. I'm one shot.
Yeah, I'm going around the back.
I'm already in the back. I'm waiting for you. Yeah.
You guys see anything?
I'm waiting side door. I'm waiting for side door for a bit. Get around.
Laying down.
I'm one side.
Laying down, dropping.
Nice. Side door head dead.
I'm gonna go front. Yo, one guy's definitely push out front. One guy's definitely push out front. By the way we spawn.
You shoot side door here. Side door. Big gates. I'm stunning naded.
Yo, he's on top of lambo. What's checkers? I think what's checkers?
No, deep back.
Behind the lambo.
Closer, you guys have
Side door, John.
I'm trying front again. Okay.
Side door. One shot, side door. Guys. He ran mid.
Yeah, I'm going in. We should rotate.
Get the first kill.
Yeah, rotate. They're gonna be in our mid shit. I'm getting 10.
I'm kind of close right. There's two.
I'm holding 10.
One guy's definitely like 30 somewhere.
I'm holding 10.
I'm checking our plot. I don't see shit.
Can they be under fire?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I'm checking. Yeah, he's behind us. Good comp. I got one.
What's B10? Nice. What's B10?
Block her. I'm blocking.
Maybe. I'm missing one more.
I have top plot.
He might be you or something.
Top.
Nice. There's no one there. We're missing one for referral. He's gonna be open on you, Brandon.
I give a plot, boys. I give a plot.
Dark, Zach. One shot dark. Absolute dark, okay? He's going plot.
I'm about to come help you guys.
Look at plot from
I think that you will.
I detonated plot.
Go dark.
Top plot side.
Dark again. Dark one plot. There's multiple plots.
Shoot top plot. Yo, one could have spawned in the back if you like.
I'll look at it.
Another one gonna be in our. They're both there. Both plot, guys. One shot. Nice.
One more plot.
They're gonna flood the fences after that.
Time, Sim, push out. He's absolute out of fence.
Pretty tough, Oh yeah, pitching. I'll see the pitching, top back. One guy's close to you.
Outer fence cell.
Absolute cell. Or Draza.
Nice. MCO's there too. I'm gonna go behind fire, cut the spawner.
Okay. There's definitely, Draza.
Please, it's side. There's side.
One shot, dead. Nice. Probably one more.
Skies quarterbacking a lot of the plays for Optic Texas, getting them back into this P4 as we switch over to Atlanta to see how they break into P4.
Yeah, I'm trying to come, Chris. Let's go. I'll team open. Come with the top. I'm nading the right, Chris. I'm one shot. time. Last side time. Goes, guys. Team. Charlie. Dead. One shot. Wait. One shot. Nice.
I bow.
I got stunned. Two. I got Ant. One shot. Ant. I heard her. Nice. I got it. Give him mid. Yeah, stand. Nice.
Go mid.
I'm blocking. She's chow me. One shot. Maybe one spot. Nice. So fucking stupid. I'm blocking. I hear. I see a power office. I'm still blocking. I see nothing at all.
I'm switching.
Oh, he's out bottom secret. Where'd he go? He went dark. He's going secret stairs. Secret stairs. Nice, Chris. I'm gonna get dark to me. I'm gonna get dark in there. They're you. Secret one shot. Secret to mid. Secret shit. Nice.
Spawning boat.
I'm gonna go left.
Yeah.
I'm gonna help you.
I'm gonna hit secret then.
Open it. One shot. Open it. Rock that.
All Faze getting fiery, even calling out Optic, making a couple of brain dead plays right there as Atlanta will get over the 200-point threshold.
The energy is so locked in. Remember, Atlanta started off the day playing the very first match. It's hard sometimes to always keep that energy up, but you know every time you're spawning in against the green wall, you want to be at your best form. And so far up by 60, currently are fighting for the rotation over towards New. Hook has a big play in front of him. You need to make it.
Yeah. Wow, the shots from Simp, unbelievable. So now it's on to Dashy. He's got to find something, and it's just Optic getting strung together a little bit here, a little bit there, staggered one by one. They come one by one, they fall. And now Atlanta, prime position to put the game away here.
Yeah, and Optic couldn't find a break last go around in towards P2. Their initial push through back well gets shut down, and they were forced to bombard their way through the front side. And at least thankfully, Hook is able to line up two through the side door. So now there's only one player in the hard point. You just got to flood your way on in.
Yeah, but numbers are still going to look good for Faze. Off spawn for Draza. Could also be a bit of an issue. And yeah, dude, Optic spawned all the way back Flowers. It's just going to take him so long to even get here. So this may be last legs. Shotzzy can only wait for so long. There's 240. Shots coming through the doorway, just trying to get some hit markers. But as Shotzi's shut down by the nade, it has to be Skies. It has to be Dashy. And Faze are fully prepared for where the hit's coming from. Last chance. Not going to happen to Beezy. A monster game at 28-17 sets the stage.
Man, you heard him in the comms. He was just telling everybody, all right, you guys are great players.
Yeah.
Like, you guys can really shoot with me. But Abizi just had one of those moments, one of those maps where every single time he's coming off the respawn, all of his timings are going correct. He's popping multi-kill after multi-kill. And Optic Texas were like playing from the back foot once we got to the second half of the game. Yep. And that's the same thing that Atlanta Faze did earlier versus Cloud9. First set, you were not winning a majority of your rotation. Second set and on, we're dominating P2s. We're early off the fights at P3. And then Money Hills at P4, we're winning every single trade fight. Just Atlanta a little bit more prepared there. Obviously, they were slaying with every single player on the roster. And Optic Texas just not having as much success as they wanted on the Money Hills. Unfortunately, taking out here on map 1.
I think just like going back to where this game starts to change is actually in the middle of that Optic Texas listening where P2's not going well.
Yep.
And you hear them make the call of just find one kill, like, and then get out of there. We have to rotate. But then Shotzi dives onto the hard point. He's the first one to fall.
Yeah.
Now, fortunately, in that moment, Optic rotate back to 3 and they clean up a couple of kills, but it just never set the line of scrimmage that they wanted to. And you can see that reflected. Again, that was that P1 to P2 right in the middle there. 50 points. You rotate over to 3. You're hoping you can match out some of that, but honestly, it's a 50-50 hard point where both teams come away with 20 to 30 points.
It's just one of those hills where, like, if your first push gets shut down, you're forced to do things you're probably not comfortable doing. So when you send 3 players through well, a team kill happens, and then you line up for Celium to basically pop 3, you don't really have time to work back through lobby, to hit the long route back through well. You are forced to try to work through that front door, and Atlanta Faze were fully set up, conga line, and were effective on the trades in that scenario. That was the difference in the game there. Just making the adjustments on their setup, not allowing Optic Texas to find breaks at the Money Hills. And this now only gets more difficult for the green wall, because I said it before the series, Atlanta Faze got 2 of their best search and destroys in this series, and they also have their best control. And you're down 0-1.
Yeah, that's not what the doctor ordered at all if you're Optic. And I think the thing about this is also kind of a categorized map that you look at and say this is the exact problems that Optic have had throughout stage 3 qualifiers, where they just get on the back foot and then there's no recovery. It's just everything starts to get out of hand. To be fair, that's what Atlanta does when they're playing at their best, is that they're going to continue to put you in the worst spawns possible. They're going to force you to take 3v4s, 2v3s that just don't feel good. But for Optic, that's been kind of the story all season long, where it's like in that calm moment, we aren't winning this scrap time. Let's make sure we win rotation. And then they don't win rotation. It's just so tough to see that.
Also, a tough thing is like when we jumped into their listening, you can tell like Hook is just trying to read the minimap while he's playing the game. So he's sitting there like, all right, they potentially can spawn behind us. No, they potentially can spawn in front of us. Because obviously the minimap is not that big.
Exactly,
you don't know
yeah,
what the spawns are going to be influenced, but just all those comms going down, it makes people think. And unfortunately, some of those reads don't come in, and it allows Atlanta Faze to always have the advantage.
There was a little bit of a back and forth there with Skies and Hook, where it's just like Skies is trying to quarterback the play, and then Hook threw something out, and Skies like, no, that's not actually what's happening. So this feels like, again, the chemistry not as where you need it to be at this point in time. But let's get out of that conversation and talk about the search and destroy, because I mean, again, for Atlanta, any year that you look at them, it's usually search and destroy is one of their best overall modes. This major, it's been a little bit, I don't know, 50-50, I guess is the best way of putting it. But one thing that has stayed consistent is Simp has been undeniable. A 2.0 KD. We kind of saw earlier in the matchup that Optic played versus Vegas. Shotzi's been great in the opening duels. It just comes down to following up off of those if you're Optic.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, man, because you're going into a map that you only have one rep on as a new squad. A red card, where you played it versus Vegas. You went all the way to a 6-5. Vegas found multiple successful rounds in their first bloods, but just really couldn't capitalize off of that. I think if you're Optic, you're looking for your offensive dominance again. They were able to find a lot of success in their post plans after they find opening duels, but you're just playing against Atlanta on a map that they really like to play and have so many different strategies. I just think if you're Optic, you need to shut down their constant strategy, which is Simp consistently pushing over towards Hedge, because when you give up all that space on the outskirts, they can work so many different plays on after that. So you have to contest them early on the outskirts.
And just to kind of combat the point we had made and what we saw earlier, highlighting Shotzi's ability to win an opening duel, that hasn't necessarily been the case versus this Atlanta team, because Simp 60% of the time is winning his opening duel. So good stuff out of Simp, as it often has been. Definitely feels like a year where he's right up there in terms of MVP conversations already. We'll see how things go, though. Atlanta will set the tone with an opening offense here on Red Card.
Yeah, that guy's always in the MVP conversation. Correct. It's been like that for like the last 6 or 7 years, but here we go into the map number 2. Atlanta on the attack. I love the early investments out of the attacks to back them down for their go-to play. But now Abizi taking a lot of space over towards this B site. Palm potentially going to start the rotate.
Problem is, Abizi's got an AR here.
Yeah.
So his ability to kind of crack in towards B would be made more difficult. And I was about to say, Dasher was getting a really good look in terms of what was happening through mid. Sky's following up with shots, and that just gets Shotzi through. It's really good stuff. Yeah, you kind of saw that in the opening exchange by the bus. Atlanta just not able to get over towards stage side. That allows Shotzi to push forward, and he takes advantage, finding 2.
Yeah, that's been their go-to. Every single time they play red card, Simp just throws his tags, takes control of hedges, slowly pushes up to their side. But this time they just don't allow it. Stuns connect on the back end. You take control of stage. Shotzi stays aggressive over towards hedge and finds the opening double. You don't allow Atlanta to get comfortable on round number 1. And just that pacing will definitely catch Atlanta off guard. You continue to play that way.
Absolutely. But there's also something to be said about that offense not having trophy systems, so you're very cautious about giving away information, all the things. Optic's turn. 4-man hit up Eskies. Okay. How about this for a little bit of a curveball? Right off the get-go, 4-man hit immediately down towards and through bleachers, and you can see what that's doing to Atlanta. They're getting a read at this. Defense is scrambling to come back through, but you don't have to commit if you're Optic. And look at the quick space that Skies and Dashy has reclaimed over towards the middle of the map.
Yeah, I love this. And then now you just want to leave Shotzi in this position.
Love it.
Drop the bomb, let Hook walk away with it, and potentially to be the guy to set up this late pinch. But just using your attacks is going to keep a lot of Atlanta Faze on this side of the map. We just got to be a lot faster over towards A.
But the thing about it is your ARs are winning these angles. So if you get an opportunity to scout information, you're going to be the first ones to the gunfights. And keeping Shotzi in position. Oh, yeah, he just saw the top of Abizi. So now you turn, if you're Dashy, perfect, good first blood, good intel read, and now you've got numbers.
And they have no idea that Shotzi was the person who gave him that call. Thankfully, Selly was able to make it a 3v3, but Shotzi is going to break him on this pinch.
This should be a round-winning play.
Oh, my God.
Stop it. Oh, we may have given him an assist on that one. Yep. Oh, Simp able to still push him away. Sky's on for the plan. 2v2. And Faze are here. Nade over the top. I don't know if that hits Skies or not. Looks like it may have, because Simp is trying to push forward to find the kill, but he can't find him. And now it's just back to the other side. Sulliam trying to rewrap, and I believe, yep, that's information from Simp. Sells scattered shots, though. Doesn't come through. This is taking a lot of time. Simp able to help out, and now it's just down to Skies for the 1v2. Still staying alive front side of the bomb. Just down to how much dancing can he do. He wins the first 1v1. Now the separation. Cell pushing forward. Sky's off the regen, off the reload. Nade toss just to get some space. He sees the read, just trying to use the clock as his ally. Not enough time, you would think, for Cell to get back, and no, Sky's finesses perfectly.
What a big round right there out of Caesar Skies Bueno. The nade connects on him as soon as he gets that bomb down. And you can know, you see it. Simp doesn't want to overextend too much because you most likely know Dashy, on the other hand, is definitely watching over his teammate. But when Cellian is able to isolate on that 1v1, Simp just disregards Skies.
Yep.
Like, he's like, all right, I'd rather have a 2v1 than a 1v1. Guarantee that kill, but then Skies finesses long enough around the site, wins the one-on-one, and then just plays the game clock beautifully. A massive round there from Optic Texas because they almost let that one get away.
Absolutely. And again, just in terms of pulling out play from the playbook, that was going to have Atlanta scratching their heads a little bit next time they're on the defense. But first things first, trophy system's now part of the play for Atlanta. Abizi with an SFG. And this is going to be a quick hit, it looks like, over towards there. At least a quick hit to make noise. And no, they're going to commit. Shots over the top of the bar. Decent. Hook still staying planted. Hi, how are you? Finds the first. Can he get the second? Lots of shots coming through. Help is on the way from Shotzi, but he gets turned away. It's just down to Hook. Oh! What a double from Hook! 3 in a row. Off the reload. Catches information on Celium, who's now committed to this play as the rest of Optic start to flood forward, but Celium gets the first. Pre-fire was there, but also so was Dashy.
Oh my God, big shout out to the nuke, man.
Skies, rather.
Lays down right on the bomb. You're not expecting him to be in that position, but when a teammate's wrap back, give him a little bit of assistance, has everyone weak. The nuke is able to line up 3 and then set up Skies there to close out the round, but the freebie onto Abizi. You know, an absolute chaos every time you walk in towards the cafe. Draza a little bit weak, and then you turn and find the one-shot kill onto Sim. The nuke, the deciding factor on that round. Optic Texas, 3-0.
And now the mind games. What do you pull here if you're Optic? Different break off, but same idea. Lots of focus towards B. Faze tossing early nades here defensively. That's not going to land. I don't even think they even got up to bleachers there. So you're going to get some really good control over the seats. Shotzi diving on in. Sim for 1. Spamming shots over to the other. Hook is caught tossing nades. And there's no trades, at least not initially for Optic. We go 3v2.
And now they're thinking that, okay, we have an opportunity to wrap our way back out of spawn, but already on the pinch is going to be Draza. He has Skies trapped again, but he's able to get out of dodge for now. 50 seconds to work with. Bond going to be down over towards B, but now he has info on both. We got to finesse longer.
Well, he still seems a little bit lost on where the second one is, but the knife is out, and just out of arm's reach. I think a collective gasp just took over the FAU arena here. As it was tight, it was narrow, but yeah, that break off is not as successful as the first time they tried it.
Yeah, it's just too many spots right there from Atlanta Faze, unchecked. They strike for the opening first blood. You're probably not expecting there to be that many players on that side of the map, especially right off the rip. When you hear the tax getting invested, it's 2 nades that blow up. So you know in that situation, we have a 4v2.
Yeah.
Nothing else gets invested, but Atlanta have 3 players on that position. They were prepared for that aggressive push. While you had Draza working the pinch, also giving the information. The play is definitely going to you guys. So they trapped them in, secure their first round, and now looking for a response here as well on the attack.
Sky's seen that range, but yeah, Draza also sees Shotzi, but Shotzi, whoa, how does he get that first kill? More importantly, how does he get the first kill and get out of here? So now he's going to take away all of the Hedge's space, and Atlanta has no bomb.
Shotzi's just making him feel so uncomfortable on this map, but Selling was able to catch Dashy again. Make it a 3v3, but Shotzi is going unknown.
Oh, Sky's pulling some attention, though. Shotzi trying to line up the shots. Does not connect fully, but Hook is able to capitalize on the damage dealt. 2v2. Bomb collected. As Abizi and Draza start to get to work. They are separated at the time being, though.
Yeah, just plant the bomb A. You know that both these guys are sitting at that B site. Draza already has the wrap back through their spawn. Gains info onto both players, at least able to take down one, but Abizi v Shotzi, 1v1.
Yeah, and Abizi has the major advantage here because he can determine how he wants to play this post plant. The longer this takes, the more treacherous it becomes for Shotzi. And that's the information. How good are the nade spots? Nade lands, pushes him off from the defuse. 20 seconds to fight. Abizi re-clears. Now all of a sudden he goes, wait, where did Shotzi go?
Oh, it's over with. Shotzi already lost it. 15 seconds, you're trying to clear out their spawn, and Abizi, all you had to do was throw an extra shoulder or check at 7. Shachi's just not going to have an opportunity. Once that nade is able to connect, Abizi plays it to perfection. You show Face on one side of the map, get him to reposition, and you push through over towards Sage. There's too many mind games right there. Shotzi was unable to read him. And Atlanta Face secure their offense. 2 rounds in a row now.
And that's just one of those, you win that round before the game even starts by just knowing your nade spots flat out.
It's just one of those situations when Shotzi gets that first blood aggressive over towards Hedge. It's no need for Dashy to back up, potentially to fight a gunfight through the middle of the map, because they can only be at mid or at B with all that stage control that you have. But just allowing them to make it a 3v3, to make it mixy, and then Shotzi not to guarantee that kill onto Celium as well when he took those premature shots in towards Ticket. Just made it more difficult for them to try to secure that round. But now Atlanta Face starting to come alive. Back on the defensive side they go, and this time they're taking Hedge away.
Yeah, this is one of those, again, after Optic has hit back-to-back B hits. You're going to commit a BZ to play inside the B zone. Trust that he can go at least 1-for-1. Cell's playing up top towards window, so you could rotate quickly if you needed to. But this is the interesting part about the setup. And wow, these stuns are going to land initially. I think Shotzi's got an idea that at least one player is here. Damage is in. The question will be, does he expect there to be a second? Oh, and the shots back come through. Shotzi's now stuck. He's in a really weird spot. Hook tried to help him out, but it's numbers advantage for Faze.
Early info onto Hook already. Bomb is going to be down as well where Shotzi does fall. So 40 seconds to go. You got to either eliminate all 3 or recover the bomb and get the objective down. But with 30 seconds, you got to make this play quick.
Oh, they do find a BZ. Oh, and now more information that Cell's still playing up top. And I believe Hook did see Draza playing over towards the backside of A arches. But how do you follow up on this with no clock really to play with if you're Dashy? And the answer is you don't. Cell just never leaves that position over towards top third.
Big first blood again from Celium. Onto Skies over towards stage. Shotzi tries to make up for it because he at least has the stun connect over towards Hedge. He has a nade connect over towards Hedge. The trophy system for Atlanta Face wasn't in the right position to block that. But then the overcommitment and then not guaranteeing that kill just made him trapped in that middle of the map, surrounded by players with red jerseys. Atlanta Face, 3 rounds in a row, tie the game.
Yep. Resets everything in terms of how the chess game has gone to this point as well. Crowd's loving it. A lot of Faze fans in the front rows. Throwing it up. Here we go. Offensive look. Again, we've seen Abizi make this route a couple of different times. He's going to get a read on towards Hook initially. Cell. Oh, gosh. Does he see a shoulder? Oh, it doesn't matter. He sees all shots he had on. I think Shotzi has mutual info, so never mind. Not interested in that.
Yeah, he said these guys are taking their time in their spawn. Let me just reposition myself and not give up my life for free. Already 30 seconds gone on the round. Information gained onto Skies. And now you're going to back him down from Hedge position, but Shotzi finds the timing on the pinch, opening first blood onto SL.
Well, let's look at BZ wants to try to make the same play happen, though, but Dashy catches up, and now Shotzi trying to take advantage of the changed focus of Faze. Doesn't really fully work out. No trade from Dashy. But Optic have vast control of the map right now.
And Dashy gains info on both players as well, so Dashy's putting himself potentially in a position to trap them over towards this A site. Everyone else waiting to potentially shut them down on the objective, but they realize, okay, Simp is right on me. We got to get this kill.
Yeah, Simp drops the bomb, trying to play forward. Skies in some trouble. Has Hook nearby to try to assist. Skies gets a read on both, and yep, now they know exactly what Draza is. Well done by Optic. Moment of caution and concern there a little bit, but you know, once Shotzi drops, you get dashed into the same position, making sure there's no exit. Works out well.
Yeah, it made me real nervous when you turn it into a 4v2 and then we just slide out the door, give up your life for free. But thankfully, Dashy at that moment gets the info on both players. He's able to set up the repositioning on the pinch, or your ARs, and everyone else on your team are just holding through your spawn. Skies with the info, gives the comms to Hook. You find the kill onto Simp. And in a 1v3, you stand no chance. Optic able to finally stop the bleeding. But is it due to the fact when Shotzi just finds an opening for that first
For real,
yep. It's like these risks can work if they work.
Yep, 3 first bloods for Shotzi. 6-6 overall. A little peak. They know Cell loves to play top third. The question is, how much support does he have? Are the SMGs playing in towards Ticket? Are they playing towards Heads? That's what Optic are trying to feel out right now.
So far, Atlanta have shown absolutely nothing. They're stacked in
Love
towards
this.
Ticket, watching crosses on both angles, and Optic are just like, okay, we're going to plant this bomb at A for free.
I love this route from Shotzi. Don't worry about topside hedge. Just play down low underneath the sidewalk angle and get the plant. So now the onus is on towards Faze. It's going to force Celium to likely have to get rid of this position at some point in time, as the SMGs still haven't really created much space. Abizi's trying for it, but there's just not a lot of intel. He's just hunting ghosts right now.
Yeah, he knows that he has to clear out this pinch, or at least give some information to his teammates. Early shots on the skies, not able to find the kill. Now Dash is in a position to find that trade, but Hook starts it off with the first blood. 20 seconds to go. Atlanta need to locate someone to give you.
It's messy here from Atlanta. They just don't know where Optic is. So now it's just down to Draza over the top of the bomb site, and Skies never fell backside stage. And I love that idea. I love that route from Optic. If Cell's gonna sit up top, if we don't see any information towards front ticket, let's just dive underneath the sidewalk. Let's get that plant down early. We know Faze aren't gonna try to contest stage.
It's beautifully played. All the information that they give you, they had no presence over towards A. You get the bomb down, and everyone plays rail spread on their post plant. That allows you to watch every single angle of approach. And even though Abizi was able to put down shots on the skies, you just had Dashi already behind him. SMG's aggressive up to the side of soccer, and then just way too much time wasted when Atlanta Faze were attempting that break because they didn't get the opening kill.
Yeah. Different look here for Atlanta. All 4 members up top through Eskies. 3 of them going to use a trophy system to try to push aggressively over towards B. But this is already being read by Optic, and they've got 3 defenders here immediately pushing it up. But look at the quick response. They know that this is going to be a commitment, so now they're in position to try to win over mid-map as Atlanta try to focus the rotation.
And this time they don't have any head control, so if you're Optic, you gain the info as well. Abizi knocked down to 35 HP, and Shotzi again finds an opening on the pitch.
Yeah, and he's going to take care of Celium. That should allow Hook to try to make a play for it, but how about Simp? As the bomb carrier pushes out, they get the isolation on Disguise. 3v2, the flank is an issue, and now they also know those shots where Hook is positioned, and Atlanta are looking for more kills.
Yeah, they're just gonna push through. They said screw planting it towards A. We get in B and we get this bomb down. We're gonna stand a pretty good chance. You're also not able to spot Hook there, so 35-second bomb is gonna be planted. Can the SMGs from Optic Texas clutch up?
What tools do they have available to try to retake this? Because the post plant is dynamic. Simp holding a corner, Draza just watching the initial cross. Abizi there to pop up when needed. Hook's gonna check with an AR first. They find Simp, but they don't find the kill immediately. Shotzi gets the trade to the 1v2. Has not seen either of the other 2 Faze defenders. Pops open, good prediction, but the crossfire setup too strong for Atlanta.
Easy mid-round adjustment right there from Atlanta. Start off with the aggression over towards B, realize, okay, Optic are stacking this site, so let's hit the rotation over towards A. Even though Shotzi was able to weasel his way through the pinch, find that opening kill. It's just an effective trade on the side of Atlanta Faze, and then Simp getting aggressive onto Skies to give them the numbers advantage. Just play your numbers to perfection. Don't give them an opportunity if you plant the bomb towards A. Let's wrap it back towards B, get it planted, because there's only 3 entrances, and everything is covered.
What do you call here if you're Optic? After finding success, getting a quick plant at A by way of just running through hedges. Looks like they're looking for something similar, but not before Dashi and Hook try to create a little bit of noise and pull some attention towards B. No nades tossed yet. Finally, the offense starts to throw a couple, and look what that's done. They haven't seen anything over towards stage, so all of Atlanta are backing up and re-wrapping towards B.
But not all of Atlanta. They know that they don't want to get caught off this rotation game again. So 2 players are going to stay strong over at this A point. Draza playing over towards stage. Just trying to watch the cross. It's already been 40 seconds gone on the round, and we're still relying on this 2-2 split.
Neither team has seen anything yet.
Nope.
So this is going to be just a blind flood hit for Optic. Nades down mid, just desperately thrown. Shotzi mantling at hedge. Draws a different angle. Works out nicely. Knows that Skies likes to play stage. Backs away. You keep your numbers. 4v3.
30 seconds to go. You don't really have opportunities to make a lot of decisions here. We need to find a kill. We need to get the objective planted. It's looking like the play is going to be committed over towards A. Players from Atlanta Faze stacked at that B site. Yeah, time to hit the rotation. 4v2, but Hook at least finds 1.
Yeah, great shots from Hook. He's got a little bit of space to plant. Dashi trying to watch over the top of him. Draws up, pushes forward. Catches Hook just before the bomb gets planted. And then an explosion finishes off the rest of the round. We're going 11.
Atlanta Faze with the adjustments. They said last time it was way too easy for them to just get the bomb down at A for free. So this time, let's start off initially by taking hedges away and investing our attack to gain the early information, but then just not biting on the trick right there was the biggest thing, because Optic was showing face at B. They were thinking about that rotation over towards A, but this time Atlanta Faze said, nope, not going to catch us slipping. We'll keep 2 players in this right position, and thankfully Draza stays strong in his situation. to find that opening first blood with only 30 seconds remaining on the round. Round 11, Optic Texas need this one.
And they're on the offense. And how about it? Did we just do what we did in round 1? No, instead. How about this? After Selim didn't play up top third this time, they're going to try to see if they can catch space over to the middle of the map. Help there for the ARs, pushes Selim off, but he's going to know that there's a threat here immediately.
Shotzzy slips through. Shotzzy goes unaccounted for. So it's truly on Shotzzy to make this play.
You cannot allow Skies to drop the bomb here at mid, though. Timing going to be everything. Hi, how are ya? Shotzzy for first blood, and when he finds first blood, Optic has looked good. But can he stay alive in this position as the bomb starts to re-wrap and reset?
What you got to do if you're Shotzzy is just be a nuisance. Value your life so you can't know more, but the bomb is starting to approach over towards this B site, and the BZ's in the same position that Hoop played.
Yep, he's just holding into a corner. Draws has been seen. Here's a BZ, first one, not bad. Gets he get away? Yeah, he does for a moment. As Draws is right there with Simp, and the play is shut down. It's just down to Dashy. 1v2.
The most cuts player in the CDL. 25 seconds, 1v2, and he's not going to get it. Atlanta Faze, 3 rounds in a row. Steal the search and destroy again. And now they're up 2-0 in the series.
That's such a heartbreak. Because yeah, Shotzzy gets sell, and you think there's no way Atlanta can wrap back over to be quick enough. He shouldn't be able to. If there's a member on the B zone, he's by himself. And if Easy getting his first is fine. It's just the fact that Simp is able to get into this site as quickly as he does. That's one of those things you just don't account for if you're Optic, because you take away that backside defensive defense spawn rotation point because of his position up top. But no, Simp able to sneak on in, find the trades. Draza follows up with an 11-6 overall. And after 4 first bloods from Shotzzy and 6 in total for Optic, it's the last round. That doesn't go the way of their numbers. And now Faze are up 2-0.
That's insane, man, because Shotzzy made such a risky play, and thankfully it worked out to find that first blood. Because at that point, you got Atlanta Faze scattered on their defense. They know that they're man down. They know that they have someone already in their spawn, and we still don't know where the play is actually going to develop at. But thankfully, again, they just don't sweat it. Like Atlanta Faze, without question. I don't know if we have the stats on hand, but whenever they're in a man disadvantage, they always seem to figure out a way. This what makes them probably one of the best S&D teams that we have in the league. And now off that clutch, you're up 2-0 in the series, feeling great.
Going to your best control map, things starting to look a little bit dire here for Optic as Faze find themselves 2-0, and we go over back to the desk.
It was 5-2. Everyone ran to the couches to put their headsets on. Except for Chance. You saw this coming.
I'm walking down the hallway being like, map's not over. Optic find new ways to scam every single time. And like, if Optic is lucky, they're playing like 2 different styles of Call of Duty, which isn't good. And when they're not lucky, they have 4 different ideas of what they want to do on the map. It's not good Call of Duty. They scam like crazy. They're not a good team.
I was really impressed in certain moments, though. And like, Hoop was frying. He's getting some nice entries. But where did it unravel for them?
I mean, well, let's just start with the final round. Legitimately, I think I could have watched that round 5 times and not know what Optic's objective was in that round. Like, in this situation, we'll get to it. We'll watch these highlights, and I'm sure it'll come up. But for Optic, they were trying to scam this map the entire time. Shotzzy throwing his life away left and right, just trying to be a hero, make huge plays. But in the end, they push all the way to the round 11. Like, they have a chance to 5-3 in this map. Like,
it's off of plays like this from Hoop, right? He gets that 2-piece, they go up. I mean, they're up 3-0 at this point. The adjustments from Atlanta Faze, you got to tip your hat to them because they just start kind of slowing the game down and forcing Optic to make mistakes. And also, I really enjoyed the post plant from the side of Optic Texas. This is not an easy map to go up against Atlanta Faze. They force themselves over towards that A site. Their post plants were incredible, but I think Ant made a really good point of just like the adjustments from Optic Texas, one, came way too late, and also were just all over the place. Like, sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. We saw Shotzzy hit that 1 round up mid that he pulled in that round 11, and he dies with bomb out in the middle of nowhere.
yeah, Atlanta did a good job. I mean, you saw, like, they got bullied at A1 round. It was Optic's best round in offense.
Final round here.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about this one. So in this situation, Dash is just in no man's land. He's just all the way out. I would have understood this round if Dashy were to went over towards soccer, or we audible and bring the bomb towards A so Shotzzy can help from up top. But they didn't either one of those chances.
Zero cohesion as a unit. No idea what they want to do as a team. And, like, I feel bad for Skies because he's just going to be made the de facto, like, scapegoat for the team. You have Kenny, a two-time world champion on the squad, doing the exact same thing. This squad is not good. Anyone you throw in there is going to be having the exact same type of problems. Like, it's a full team issue. And listen, it made it, like, they're not fixing it. It's not happening this quick.
Reverse sweeps.
Are not going to happen.
Not out of the cards.
Well, let's talk about how good Faze are, though, man. Like,
right there,
Atlanta they have an answer for everything. I mean, you talk about like this Hacienda to start off the tournament looks bad for them. You know, they have a lot of losses on this map. The last 2 times you've seen them play it, they keep going back to it. Their P2 is so good now. When they need a break, they get it. A huge break on Rock. Abizi comes behind, finds shots, then they collapse onto the time. Like, Atlanta Faze is seemingly always improving and ready.
And you can hear from the comms of Atlanta Faze, like on the P4s, where Abizi is directing traffic, telling Sullivan where to go, where to block, when to push, when to do that. And that means the team understands everybody's role at the same time. Optic is a team right now, they need the stars to align for things to work out.
I have to say, Draza has been frying. He is playing with confidence. Man is looking good against a team who has just had their number, regardless of what jersey he wears. Draza always seems to get the best of Optic Texas.
Absolutely, but you know what? I think it comes down to 2 things in that map number 1. One, Abe had an incredible map 1, which again, we talked about the SMGs in Atlanta Faze. They needed to have a slightly better showing here at major number 3. And also, 2, it came down to that final P4. Atlanta Faze breaking that hill is huge for them again, because they've sucked at it all stage long.
Nimbus, what's your prediction record today?
Ooh, I think I'm 2-1-2 or 2-1. I don't even know.
Oh, you think about that.
We'll figure it out.
We're going to the casters. When we come back, Nimbus will be at the bottom of the predictions leaderboard.
Oh,
it is what it is, brother.
This guy's faded. We've already had 4 matches being played. He's not doing 1 or 1 and 2.
He's not locked, bro.
Wow, he's already thinking about the draft. For us, we're thinking about the protocol control. And I think the biggest news here is, again, just based on how the vetoes have gone, Faze, there's so many advantages against Optic in this mode because you don't want to play them on 1. They don't want to play 1 at all, so you put them on their best control map.
Yeah, this is why it was difficult to play them to end stage 3, because it basically tells you what maps you don't and want to play against this roster. You obviously don't want to play Hacienda control because last time it didn't treat you well. So you auto veto that if you are Optic. And Atlanta Faze, it makes their job a whole lot easier because choosing Team B, they get to choose which search and destroy they want. They get to choose the control they want, and then the map number 5 is always going to be in their favor. So Atlanta Faze on this protocol control, 13-4, where Optic are like 2-7. So this is going to be tough, man.
Yeah,
you got to bring it
real
to
tough.
slaying.
It's going to be real tough. And I think in particular, it's just about, I think in specific against Atlanta, you cannot lose track of the 2 subs.
No.
You can't. Because the thing I think that Atlanta do better than maybe most teams on this map is that the ARs are going to dominate the outsides of the space, let the SMGs just work off one another, either down low or up top in the middle of the map, getting in towards 10, getting into lockers, getting that spawn trap into effect almost immediately. And I think the thing kind of reflecting on Optic and how they've played this map in the past, especially from the offensive side, they love to hit these little breakoffs towards B first, which if that doesn't go well, you're instantly screwed.
And that's the same thing that Atlanta Faze did in their series earlier on today.
True.
Like, it's the initial pushes over towards B. Atlanta Faze is doing a little bit better because they get a stack going once those kills start to go down. But if you are Optic Texas and you need this match, you need a map to potentially turn your season around. You know how important this 15 points is for your chance to make it in towards champs. You need to have a good run, but it needs to be through the slaying. You have to outslay Atlanta Faze on a map that they definitely never get outslayed on.
Never. They've been up there as one of the best on protocol control from start to finish in this league. And it will be Atlanta on the offense first. You called it. They love to try to hit these opening routes over towards B. Draza's first blood will start on that, but Hoop playing towards bottom PC has stopped the SMGs from being able to join them.
Wait a minute, did Shotzi just troll? Like, he just looked at Cellium in the spawn. Cellium wasn't moving, so he's thinking the game probably is going to end, but then Cellium just plugs his controller back in and wins that gunfight. And now they have the heavy numbers advantage at this B point. First segment already locked. Optic spawning all behind back grandmas. And they just need to win a couple gunfights to work their way back in.
First tick already in. Draza's still able to assist a bit over the top of where Abizi's getting to work, and this has been magnificent from the side of Faze. Draza for 2. Now he joins the point, and that's Optic pretty much fully wiped off the floor. All 4 members are here. This B zone is gone.
Yeah, it's gone. And now if you're Shotzi, you're forfeiting this B point to just stay alive in their base. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to work with. Thankfully, Dashy's able to catch a couple off the exit. But you cannot allow these guys to get lost. 3 players accounted for. Where has Simp gone?
Yeah, but I think the thing is you're saying let him do what he wants to do. We're going to put all of our members forward to get this life count even and start to deal with a little bit of the time off the clock to this point. Shotzi, though, overwhelmed. Faze taking their time. They're going to find another one. That's 3 dead immediately as Simp comes back to the play and now can get his boys out of spawn.
Yeah, he's still roaming through their base. So how much more can Simp get done Make it easier for his teammates to approach over towards this A point. They know that there's a couple players from Optic already working on the pinch, and everyone is starting to fall, starting to lose those one-on-one gunfights. Optic are able to stabilize in a big moment.
Oh, but again, losing track of one of the SMGs, a BZ. Finds an opener, stuns, revealed that he's still playing. Bottom side stairs as Optic once again take over to control 10. Tough gunfight for BZ, steps away, tries to call for help, but Shotzi's already gone. Draza can't hang with Hook, not with that battle between an AR and an SMG. Simp eventually finding Shotzi, but nothing more. Life advantage starts to accrue now for Optic.
Okay, just keep on trading if you are Optic Texas. The two players that are roaming in their spawn are streaking. Dashy eventually does fall on 4, but Hook's there to fill that gap. You've been able to make up for it in the lives remaining. You're currently up by 2. You have them overextending through that B point. It's already been a minute, wiped off the game clock.
Indeed. Draza pulls out an extra sub just to try to get out of spawn. Sky's caught on the reload. Follow up? No, not there. Shotzi, too slippery. Trades back and forth are fine for Optic. Simp has gotten through, but would have to be a hero again for Faze. Long-range shots to Hook are decent, but no kill means that Optic continue to just play forward.
Yeah, he sets up his teammate, though, for that kill onto Hook. So now it's on what can Simp get done in their spawn. Catches the time to jump out the window, but right into the pre-aim of an AR. 30 seconds to go. Flank on the horizon from Celium with the SMG in hand. He's able to get one, but his teammates are doing nothing off the respawn.
This has kind of been the story of everything since this B zone has been captured, is that Atlanta can get one member through, but Optic just continue to dominate them in their spawn. However, the second tick of progress very well may come through. Help is on the way here for Faze. No challenge for Optic on the zone. 7v4. Numbers are starting to mount here for Faze. Cell getting a read on the pinch play, but Skies clears off 2. 6v2 situation. Sky's seen at mid, but he gets that elimination on Draza. Team Nate is there. Cell's just trying to stay alive and see if he can just reduce this play to play it off the zone, but it won't happen. Yet still, I'm sure Faze are sitting there like, whoa, he still got 5 ticks.
Yeah,
not bad.
Definitely got 5 ticks. With Dashy camping over towards Heli, you're probably not allowed, or at least looking to secure that 5th segment, but they gift it to you. Definitely take it. Thankfully, Optic off of a mediocre break-off were able to stabilize in the middle of the game, even though time got extended pretty early. The SMG started to get activated. Dashy was also filling in the gaps, working on those pinches. So they were creating so many layers, and Atlanta Faze could just not find something off of the respawn while their teammates were pushed out on the opposite side to get anything going there.
Yeah. Silver lining, I think, with the bad break-off followed up by at least saving the round. But can you keep some momentum building into your first offensive break-off if you're Optic? Looking for the reverse sweep, looking to try to cement themselves right up there inside the top 8 comfortably in the CDL standings. The BZ shut down for first blood. Shotzi takes that kill and runs with it. Heads up top. Whoa, that's awkward, but Cell gets caught on the rope, trying to come back over the top. Draza still forward and towards the Optic spawn. As now Dashy takes the baton, tries to get through the A zone, while the rest of Optic are focused on B.
Yeah, they should at least allow almost 1 segment to be guaranteed here, because Hoop pushes aggressively through tower and is able to watch the cutoff through top mid. Now you can set up a stack at this B point to do the same exact thing Atlanta Faze just did to you on round number 1. But Draza on the pinch, Simp with the nade. You got the 4v2. Let's flood them out. Let's not give up this time for free.
Oh, Draza gets up top on the zip, takes care of Skies. Nice stun and follow-up on the Dashy as well. So 2 ticks secured. Spawn trap trying to come through. Shotzi on a pogo stick, deals with Simp. You got to find the rest of this phase off this defense, though, because they are still all over your front line. And, woo, a tough gunfight right there. Sky's able to win. That's not 4 down. That should be maybe even progress on both zones at the same time here.
And now if you're Shotzi, just influence the spawns a certain way. Thankfully, he's going to block the close one towards back grandmas. Everyone going to spawn over towards tower. And he's still being a nuisance behind enemy lines. Just to allow his teammates to stack that point. Extend time early on with a 4-kill lead.
Looking good here for Optic. Celium, one last look through sidewalk. That zone's not done yet. And now Hoop, just able to get on and capture. If he doesn't get that kill, that may have been an A zone that gets depleted, but instead the extra 60 comes through. Lifeline starting to amount. Shotzi working with both weapons off this flank, and little Omnium just dives onto the railing. And Hook following up now allows an opportunity for Optic to stack on B.
That's 3 dead. They already have all the kills. We just need to get everybody on the objective. It's already halfway to the 3rd segment. Hook the Nuke still getting it done on the objective side while Dashy is watching over. And Optic Texas backs against the wall. Currently up 2-0 on the control versus Atlanta, who are the best at this map. It's insane.
And it's been Hook this series. He has been everything Optic needs. As Boca Raton, some of them may not have been in Dallas when Hitch was hitting the drums, but they know the chant. Trying to fuel Optic to a map 4.
They need every ounce of energy that they can give them. Because this series is far from over if Optic are able to manage to close out this control. You're up 2-0. Get it done through all the segments, and you're currently up by 1. Just don't give Atlanta Faze any breathing room when you have them trapped again.
This time Optic gonna get a read, or at least attempt to get a read on what was that break-off play towards B for Faze. Doesn't work out. Faze has taken a bit of a pause, find their kills, and now 3 are dead. And the first tick's already gone at the A zone as Faze continues just to lock things down with the ARs get north.
Watching the long lanes. Faze already finds 2 in a row. Now Optic are gonna bank on this pinch. And at least able to find a trade on the selling so you can work the deep angles, but by the time you get into the play, A's already gonna be done and dusted. Now you might lose track of where Atlanta Faze go.
Nice shots from Draza on the skies. A BZ shut down, but the trade's there. Just down to Shotzi, trying to play through the play. A couple of shots towards Draza and then just gets out of there. Simp, though, getting forward over towards the lighthouse, finds one. Another one's nearby, hasn't been able to tally that information yet, but it doesn't make a difference. Simp still kicks Skies backwards, and now an opportunity for Atlanta to use their numbers, win out the battle at mid, and stack on the B point.
And Shotzi's also going to get caught, so now you know if you're Atlanta, everyone is coming off the respawn, lets you stack the point, play these trades. Who flies on in to get the first? You need everybody else from Optic to surround them.
Shot still coming through as now Cell's on a bit of a pinch on the backside, but Shotzi and Skies, a little 2v3 moment. Clean up the point and stop that second tick. Also a shutdown onto a BZ. Draza seen and dealt with. 18v16, Faze still an advantage, and there's still a minute 50 on the clock.
Yeah, now they got to waste a little bit of time to work out of response. Skies also finds one before getting traded. That's job well done. A minute and 40 to work with. If you're Atlanta, you know that Optic Texas aren't looking to scam here. Everyone just camp your corners, play for one-on-ones.
Draza gets the opener. Numbers for Faze starting to move across the map. Hook up top at ledge. The next focus is Simp tries to come around the back of this play. Still not able to see Hook. Shots come through. Now Simp makes his move onto the V zone, which had been fully depleted previously, so a chance for Optic to still get their defense in line.
Yeah, they got a lot of top mid presence. Potentially isolate onto Simp. They find that kill. Now the rest of Atlanta are working their way through bottom comms. They need to find this kill onto Shotzi. Thankfully, they're able to locate him without anyone falling. Now it's just the next wave right at tower.
Yeah, and Optic is just bunkered up around the zone. Abizi, overwhelmed downstairs, backs away, lets Celia pop up. The bait switch is so good. And they're going to find both kills. 13v9. Faze stacked up on the staircase, trying to make their move. Shotzi in their way. Hook on the pitch. Not fully read. Just down to Simp from inside the site. He catches the first. Shots on the Shotzi are good. But to the pistol, he's still got to worry about the players on the front side of the hill. But Faze have numbers, and they still have mid-map control.
Now you need this pitch from top mid to work out. Thankfully, Sky starts it off, wins the first gunfight. Second is already locked, and Optic cannot afford to fight everyone outside of the hill. We got to jump in, and they jump in at the right time.
7v5, 50 seconds on the clock, advantage to Faze. But they're losing out in a bit of map controls. Hook is in trouble. Does he have an exit? He sure does. Dashy there to help him. That is a critical life to keep if you're Optic. And Faze will have to take their time to get their next setup hit.
Yeah, they're just looking for an opening. Optic playing real safe on their setup. Dashy from top Grandma's is able to find Celium. Now Shotzi in the perfect position, but doesn't win the initial gunfights. No more respawns, 25 seconds to go.
And Hook has to worry about two things at once. He needs to help on the zone, but he also has to worry about that pinch. Abizi sees him up top, there's the kill. 6v3, Skies playing inside the tower, deals with one of the ladders, slips away. Does he get another one? Ooh, maybe not, because Dashy's right there with him. Clock stopped for a moment, 14.3. Skies still finessing. Progress is slow. Long route from Dashy around the backside of the play, but he falls. It's just down to Skies. Tries to slip into the zone, and Celium will meet him. Faze win an offense, extend the map.
So they have a total of 10 segments combined between both of their offenses.
Good point.
So if you're Optic, you secured all 6. If you obviously walk away with this attacking round, you're going to close off the match. But I think the big picture is let's just get 5 segments, put ourselves on the preferred side just in case we get to that round number 5. But Atlanta Faze this time around, just instead of going B, go over towards A. Maintain a lot of that mid-map control. Optic start to fight back with their SMGs, start to win some big gunfights, especially out of the nuke. There's just too much of an advantage there when Atlanta had a 3-life lead. Just continuously play trades, play their numbers perfectly.
called out the tally in terms of ticks that had already been earned. So this is not done yet by any stretch of the imagination if you're Optic. Good first blood though onto Draza as the troops start to amass over towards the bottom side at field, but Simpabizi right there to match up with the SMGs of Optic, leaving Skies by himself, and he's going to try to continue to play this play up in towards B. And a follow-up kill to Draza will allow him to at least pause the clock while the rest of his teammates try to fight out of spawn.
Yeah, and you're not going to have a fun time because
No.
Abizi's already roaming. Finds himself on 3 in a row. Selim is also there to assist him. He is going to fall, and now it's all into Abizi. At least able to find one. Some insane shots. Shotzi must have been one shot. At least Optic paused the game clock for now at the B point.
Yeah, Sid gets the cutoff, so it's just Sky still by himself on B. Shotzi putting some focus over towards the A zone as Skies will be taken off the point. Same can be said though for Shotzi. Clock continues to tick. Sip now back over towards the spawn. Trying to get a read, trying to move these spawns around just a touch and make a lot of chaos start to occur here for Optic. Good stun, good follow-up. Optic stave off the spawn trap for now.
Oh, and Abizi too aggressive on his flank there. Gives up his life for free, and Selim falls at the same time, so it's already 3 dead. Optic can hop on this 8 point. Get your trophies down because you know the nades are going to come raining over the top. Dashy has the OE covered. Second segment should be guaranteed.
Yeah, 3-man stack is making this go really quickly, and you can see Faze are trying to catch Dashy first. Draza now in for the contest, over the top. Good timing on this play, but Shotzi with the shutdown. Abizi able to follow up, but not enough to get Hook out of the point. So an extra 60 comes through. We're tied at 19 lives apiece.
And that's a big A capture to extend this time if you are Optic. You got 1:30 to work with, currently up by 1 life. A lot of space already being taken from the nuke. He's able to find a one-on-one. Was not prepared for Abizi to instantly be in towards lab, but now you have 1:20 with map control. You just need kills.
Shotzi shut down in his long play though. Moment of pause here for Optic as Faze continued to make sure no one has gotten through. Tied back at 14. Faze starting to work forward now with these kills. And there's really not much that Dashy can do. Hook able to stop at least 1 play out of Simp. Dashy gets another read onto Abizi. Isolation should be good, and it is. Numbers now for Optic, trying to move into B.
But Selim at least finds the one-on-one onto Hook, so numbers still even. Skies makes up for it, but now you're not going to be prepared for Draza on the pinch. He shows his play. He's already towards top 3, and all his job now is just stay alive.
Yeah, the problem is Optic a little bit stuck here bottom field. Skies trying to bail them out, but shut down. Numbers advantage for Faze. 40 seconds on the clock. Dashy catches one. Hook trying to make a play, but again, you called it. You know that Draza's behind you somewhere. You can't just stay here on stairs forever, but Draza will fall. Abizi also takes a couple of straight shots. Optic now know there's another player behind him as the clock gets paused at 29.4. 9v9. Hook still alive on the zone. Following up towards mid, but there it is. 3 dead. Draza, the last one standing, is trying to play this from the front. The stack is coming through.
Yeah, go help him. Go stack the point. Force them to make a quick decision off of the respawn. Draza's gonna fall. Everyone else off the respawn. You just gotta stack.
No trophy, but none of these nades have been hitting it to this point. Simpabizi. Oh, Simpabizi! A tiny tear's coming through clutch. 5v5. 20 seconds on the clock. The tick progression, you got to keep in mind, it's going to influence what happens in round 5 if we get there. 4v5 situation. Optic are stuck. They can't quite get out of spawn. Abizi just dancing. There's no kills for Optic. The last 2 players of Skies and Hook just trying to create something, but they're running out of time and they're running out of space to work with. Faze are going to hold on and set us to a 5th.
Now I'm pretty sure that ties us up in the segments, or at least you secure an extra one there if you're Optic. So you're going to be the team on the defense. Going into this round number 5, you had to get it done through the objective to give yourself the opportunity. Just that late round heroic push. But they find 3 kills in sync. Be able to stack for that second segment to be locked in. It should allow the green wall to go back on the defensive side to potentially close out this map.
It's been a tight affair, and you got to think back. It's a round 11 search and destroy, a 4v3 for Optic that doesn't come through, and now a round 5 where Optic will have the advantage again, this time on the defense. But I say advantage. It's hard to say that when FaZe looked as good as they did in their last attack.
Realistically, though, if you're Optic, you can't give Atlanta FaZe 2 minutes to work with at one of these points. The break-off needs to be perfect. Try to trap them in their spawn for as long as you possibly can. You see the round 5 records in control. Not the best for the green wall. Basically mid for Atlanta FaZe. But Selim starts off with the first kill. Already a lot of pressure at this B point, but Optic just take the opposite side of the map away, and they walk away with the majority of those fights.
Yeah, very fortunate they were able to catch angles onto the players onto B from that long route. Abizi changing things up as Selim pushes forward, has himself a sub and a 4 streak to work with. They know that Shotzi's through, they just don't know where he is. The hunt is on, though. This is taking time, so again, kind of what you call for. The recipe's starting to come through. Optic killing a lot of clock right now.
Yeah, this is perfect. And Shots is valuing this life so well in behind enemy lines, but now he falls by getting double chowed. Selim still aggressive with the SMG. It's already 2 dead, but here comes Skies on the pinch through spiral.
Yeah, Sky shut down, though, by Draza. Selim moving the spawns for Optic's defense around. Dashy, nice shots from Dashy. Whoa, okay, maybe an opportunity here. A lifeline for Optic to still contest this Faze up, but the second tick is already gone. Draza over the top has help from Sip. The team shots are in, and on the zone, still alive is Sip.
Gotta chill now if you're Optic. Do not contest this again. Just allow this one to get away from you unless you find an opening with the nade. Disguise was your safety net. He is going to fall, so Atlanta Faze are going to be able to extend the time. They're currently up by 3, but you cannot allow this transition, the kills, to go in favor of Faze.
Cell's watching the cross. Sip can play off the flank, and Abizi still on the zone, just watching towards the lighthouse. This is a perfect setup for Atlanta. Someone's gonna have to step up right here and right now if you're Optic. Sky shots to the door, tagging Draza. Gets him into a little bit of a place of uncomfortability, but still, a tick and a half has already come through. Optic working on a pitch. Shut down as Draza finds another. Stun stays, all going Draza's direction, but he's still not losing any gunfights. Sky's moving forward, and the ARs for Optic able to keep the defense alive.
Yeah, but you're so tight now on this setup. You need to win another wave of gunfights over towards tower, and the openings are here. 2-2 split, pinstripe kill feed, 1:30 to work with. Atlanta's still here to contest.
But Dashley's still fighting. He finds another before dropping. That's critical. It gives Optic a chance to just breathe a little bit coming out of the defensive spawn, but Faze unbothered as they start to make their way through field. Simp with a read over towards mid. Dashy finds the kill. Draza trying to clear up down low. He does at least find one trade, but no influence on the zone yet for Atlanta.
Now if you're Optic, just take space in their spawn. You're already down by 4 lives. Let's corner camp a little bit. Let's get a couple freebies. And thankfully, Dashy and Shotzi are able to find 2. A minute left to work with. Down by 3 lives. You have to take space in their spawn.
Draza's looking for that. Optic still controlling over largely on the north side of the minimap. And there's the read. They know the flank is well, truly being hit. Sky still on his backside, able to get the shut down. 8v9, 35 seconds on the clock. Faze coming out of spawn.
Oh, and Hookah's still being a nuisance. He's on 3 in a row, just roaming around Trips windows. Now he's trying to relocate himself, but does get caught. 25 seconds. Atlanta up by 1 life, and there's so much map control in favor of Optic.
Can't fall here if you're Skies. You cannot fall here if you're Skies. Turned around, Selim finds the kill. Now back to the front, just down to Shotzi. Literally just down to Shotzi. 1 member on the zone. Shotzi getting pushed from both sides, gets taken care of. And now you've got the stack on for Faze. A chance to win this right here. 7v3. Nades from the top not landing. Draws a shutdown at mid, but you have to contest the zone. You've got to get here. You've got to get them out of the zone. First 2 kills are there, but they can't get it in time. And Faze continue to dominate Optic on the year. This time to the tune of a 3-0.
An insane comeback in the Search and Destroy, being down 3 rounds. Down 2 rounds here in the control, and they are able to fight their way on back. It's just a different version of Atlanta Faze today compared to yesterday. Their teamwork is there, the clutch factor is there, and then when they need to have it, I feel like it's the best team to do it.
Yep.
When they have to have needed moments, they are always able to prevail in those situations. It came down to basically an 8v8. But then those kills start to go down. Optic are able to only find 1. Shotzi last man standing. Atlanta Faze were always in the advantage in the life column. So once they found that opportunity, all they needed was 1 trade to get the stack going, and they closed out this series in a clean 3-0 fashion. Optic played them tight, man. They played them tight.
Yeah.
The S&D, you're going to look back like, we should have definitely took that.
Yep.
This control, you had the advantage heavily. The only one you're going to be thinking about is that Hasi and the Harpo.
Yeah. I mean, that's been the story of Optic, I think, though, again, throughout this qualifier is wins that should come through don't. It's closer. It's a little bit better. It's still not enough.
Yeah.
And the time is running out. You know, now you've lost this series. You're on that 8 spot. Minnesota just had a convincing win with a chance to extend their bracket a little bit further to possibly bump and supplant this Optic team in the standings. So it's going to get really tight here. And with only 5 qualifier matches in the next stage as well, not a lot of time left for Optic to get things figured out as we head down to Blaze with their on-stage post-game reactions.
I got the man himself will be on the main stage. It's Draza and Atlanta Faze as they come out with a big W. Make some noise for him, Florida. How you feeling right now, Draza? This crowd is insane here for this matchup.
Yeah, the switch up is crazy, but I mean, I'm feeling great. We obviously lost Vancouver. I could have played a lot better myself. And I just know that we can, obviously we won 3 tournaments, we can win this tournament, and to not lose a map, and to win from 3-5 map 2, reverse sweep in the control, like, we're just too icy, and keep going crazy for the rest of this tournament.
Too icy indeed, and I'm happy you mentioned the switch up, because there's a lot of fans in here for you for this event. And now let's talk about it too, because the S&D winning those 3 rounds in a row and having to do that in control. Talk to me about what was going on in the comms. How were you guys having to deal with those pressure situations, and mainly for the control, because that one, man, a few times at the end of those rounds, it's single-digit lives right there, tied up at the end. A lot of attacking rounds you had to win there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just trust. Obviously, we're in losers, like, you know, starting from losers round 1, and it's just trusting. We've won 3 tournaments straight, going for the 4th, and we trust each other fully, and we know when it's time to lock in, that's what we do.
Man, now you guys look good. Do they look good, Florida? All right, a lot of CEO chants out there, man. What do you want to say to this crowd out here who's showing you so much love on this stage as you get ready to go for that 4P win this event?
Hey, I appreciate everyone out here showing love. You guys are sounding insane. Hey, much fucking love. We're going to try to win this tournament.
All right, you heard it here from Draza. They're going to try to win a tournament here this weekend. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Chris, take us away.
My God.
CEO chant here in Miami after just a day of FU Draza chants.
Yeah, the switch.
They turned the tide here pretty well on a Friday. I like what we see out of Atlanta. Faze, Optic, Texas, unfortunately, now exits the tournament. They do it in a top 8 spot chance.
Yeah, exactly what happened, and I just like watching Atlanta Faze play because they played good COD. Even when they're down in the control, when they're down in the S&D, it genuinely is the expectation, in my mind, for them to bring it back, and they deliver.
We're putting them on ice, Chris.
Yeah.
On ice?
I think they're on.
We got to remember to
in
do
the
this.
cooler.
Yeah,
They
they're
gotta
on
cool
ice.
out.
Optic, we'll see you.
I'll see you.
I mean, you were just in a very winnable game 2. Game 3, you just throw it away. You had the opportunity on that offense. You saw Skies, perfect spot to find a kill. Draza, in retrospect, you look at
Binky
it,
agrees completely.
laid it perfect. Yo, shout out to
Binky
Faze though, man.
completely
Bounce back.
agrees.
It's been that kind of day. We are over-caffeinated because we did not expect 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. Take a look at the most recent one. Optic up 2 rounds. 3 straight from Faze to seal the deal. What an impressive comeback.
Yeah, they're doing some crazy things. That read Simp had on Shotzi, like in the back computer's corner, unreal. But the awareness of Simp is something we talk about all the time. 99, absolutely phenomenal in that category. And even down 2-0, they start winning crazy gunfights. The amount of good situations Optic actually found themselves in to throw it in ridiculous ways. And I mean, players losing gunfights they shouldn't. We're probably going to see a highlight of the most ridiculous side-in 360. Players missing every single bullet just to die. It was a pretty nutty finish towards the end, but yeah, a dagger for the green wall.
Yeah, and it's even tough. Like, we would have went to a red card where Faze have a ton of reps, right? Probably would have closed it out anyway we get to that game 4. Optic, man, either looking at a roster change or potentially not making champs. They're in a very tough spot, but right now, no time to roast Optic. We got to talk about Atlanta Faze and what they're doing in the loose bracket, Alex.
Yes, no, I think their fundamentals have been on point. I know you want to turn tides over to Atlanta Faze and kind of their elimination bracket run. To me, it just looks like business as usual. I do want to touch on the fact for Optic Texas, like, this is the best I think I've seen them look, although they beat themselves in a lot of these situations, and it's just kind of like, why do you play up to Atlanta Faze, not down? And why does Miles and Binky not have the show right now?
Get yourself a Binky.
What a duo.
What a duo.
Ladies and gentlemen. The seagulls in the background. Primo stuff here. CDL at its best. We saw the best of the best. Atlanta Faze. Are they on track for another championship? Do they do it from the losers bracket?
It's going to be a little bit more difficult from the losers bracket because they don't have the veto advantage, which isn't a massive deal, but it's a little something, especially for the control. And I know LA Thieves, maybe the best control team in the game, would love to have that type of pick advantage. But that's only if it's the grand finals because Heretics look hot, Vancouver look incredible. So a lot of good COD left to be played now that we've eliminated the bottom teams.
I'm going to say right now, Atlanta Faze makes it to a championship Sunday because they are clutch in moments like this. It's round 11. Allie, walk me through it as Miles gets rowdy on his Flamingo.
It's just unreal because, you know, Shotzi did all the work of getting that first blood on the Celium, and then Atlanta Faze is just, it's like they're sitting ducks waiting for Optic Texas to slide on in. And Draza, I mean, incredible 2 out of him. I mean, just a heads-up play to watch over towards that backside and just kind of the trust that he had in aBeZy and Simp in that situation. I mean, he ends up going on a 5. Just unreal stuff out of the CEO.
It's just the tiny terror there is like they're just playing back-to-back in there. Each have a different lane, and they know when Optic's going to collapse on this, they're going to be staggered, right? Like they're not all going to be together, and they just get 2 individual gunfights. Like that's unacceptable enough stuff. I don't know if that's Faze being clutch or like Optic
being bad. I want to hear the comms in that moment. I feel
know,
like
it's
Dashy's sitting in the back like, hey guys, A-site's wide open. Guys, over here, A-site. And then the comms on the flip side, it's going to be insanity. It's not a cohesive team. They need to get on the same page.
Double dose of Atlanta and a double dose of Optic here on a Friday. Let's take a look, though, at the first appearance from Atlanta Faze on the stage today. It was up against Attach and Cloud9. Well, Civ, Attach, Kremp, all shut down in game 3. Atlanta Faze taking care of business. Cloud9, they're on self-destruct mode.
Yeah, it was the first look at Atlanta Faze testing Hacienda Hardpoint once again, and finding some success there, and that kind of expands a map pool that was already incredibly deep for them. That was maybe their weakest link, and now they've won 2 of them today, so that's big on the side of Atlanta Faze. For Cloud9, some moments you wish they would have pulled through, but it's just kind of the same story as like this team needs to make a change.
I mean, they should have won the search and destroy.
Yeah.
Attach literally went 1-9. You saw him dying on an island a couple of times. Very winnable rounds. I'm getting a lot of things
why
thrown
is
at
it
me
so
currently.
aggressive?
I don't know. Chris is ready to be done. But yes, Cloud9, they looking at a roster change. A lot of people are saying they should have made it prior to coming to this event, and now it's looking like Hercules, maybe the next man up. You'd be looking at him, looking at Craze.
I mean, they need something, because C9 to me looks like a broken team. Like, didn't really fight back too much in control. Like, Mac was the only one shooting back towards the end. It doesn't look like the vibes are good. We're on the flip side. The Tiny Terror's doing just fine. And the stats are crazy.
And that's what
I
they
feel like
needed.
they're nowhere near final form. Like, my eye test for Faze, like the normalcy, they don't look nearly as good as they can be, and they're dropping 1.2s and 1
The
point.
storylines were there today, unfortunately. Pred's revenge arc came to a short end, being able to play spoiler online, but not on land today. Optic Texas going back to Shotzi and Hook. The duo getting it done on the front line. Dashy, though, was in the argument for MVP. What do we think of the squad? Optic Texas, you got to think there's some pieces worth shining right now.
Yeah, I mean, Dash took over in that game 3. I mean, this was a clean series by Optic, right? They actually started to kind of play together. You saw this vault. Sky's getting active towards the end. The ARs played well. Like, this is the Optic team that we kind of expected the last time they played up against the Vegas Falcons. I would say more so in this series, it just didn't look like the same Vegas that we were used to seeing online. They were so clean, the HPs, everybody, playing off each other. Pred next to showing that hyper aggression. Obviously, we get to this control, and it's just excellent. The only guy who showed up to the party.
I want to expand a little bit on the search and destroy. I almost feel like Pred was trying to do it all. I think in search and destroy, he's kind of in this mode where he's like, I need to make a play, and if I fall, the likelihood of us closing out this round is extremely low. And maybe that's something he's kind of pulled from Dashy and Shotzi, because Shotzi kind of plays the same way, trying to be a playmaker, trying to do too much on the map. So it was a great series out of Optic early in the day. Unfortunately, it doesn't pan out later on, though.
So many world champions out of the tournament, including Kismet from the LA Guerrilla mates. They did not find any success as Toronto Ultra with the new guy, Hercules, having quite the performance.
He dropped double digits in the S&D as well. I mean, yeah, Toronto, they look good. 24 hours under their belt. Obviously, Genomate's not the hardest competition, but you talk about a Toronto team that can make a run. Like, I still see, like, this is a top team. Regardless of Beans not being here or not, like, Hercules definitely brought enough to the table for them to be able to make a run.
Low-key, I could see this team in the grand finals. It would be crazy for them to pull it off. Like, I do not think they're going to win. Like, that is too tall of a task, but like a top 3, a top 2, I actually think they could pull it off. He's filled into his slot very well. And as far as rookies go, it is the perfect team to have to fill into. The best comms you're ever going to get, some of the best teammates. And obviously, Joe Deceives, one of the best players in the game, has the takeover. And I love the vibes from Joe Deceives, almost like the big brother for Hercules, making sure he's not nervous, having good comms, because Joe Deceives, his rookie season, he got throttled. He was not his teammates that were on his side. He was dosed with a heavy amount of negativity. He's the positive light now for this team, which is one of the reasons why I think they can make a good run.
You heard Hercules say he gets us all with the dope phone when he yells, dead! Speaking of dead, Carolina Royal Ravens are looking like they are missing some wings right now after putting Dylan Rex in. And Vivid into challengers. This squad has lost 3 matches in a row. 2 of them to LA Thieves.
Maybe long-term it could pan out, Dylan Rex, because I've heard great things about him.
He had a 1-3 in challengers.
I mean, yeah, I hear you. So maybe long term, but in the short term, it looks like an
Chance, can I
insane
do my
decision.
job?
I don't fault them. You can do your job, Allie. I apologize.
I think Mercules' performance and what he did today for the Toronto Ultra is what they were hoping for out of Dylan Rex, and then they just got absolutely none of that across the board. Like, I'm going to keep it a buck. Rex had very high expectations getting plugged into a Carolina Royal Ravens roster that was already on the cusp of beating top 4 teams. Like, they were beating
Enough
everybody
Dylan talk.
below
We
them.
got Nero numbers on 24-9. The man, he was so hyped after this match win. Can you get this again?
Yeah, I mean, Nero's ridiculous.
He's true X factor in the league.
He's the true X factor. He can take over a moment. He can take over a map, and we saw that today. And really, everybody played well, though. Like, Kenny in the Search and Destroy dropped double digits, was popping off, and then Nero, man, like, when he gets a lane, he gets free. Good luck.
Allie, true or false, Nero has the best stats for Minnesota at the end of tomorrow, because right now he is the KD leader at Major 3.
I gotta go with yeah. I mean, Nero's been unreal. The consistency out of him is insane, but I will say a good shout is like at any opportunity, Astral or Geo could do the same.
I'll say it is a good day to be an Ohio boy. We got Merc out there vibing with the Browns draft picks. We got Nero, the top KD. Ohio still alive in the tournament. The bracket continues though tomorrow as we see LA Thieves versus the Heretics. A little early, Joe. Breach versus Surge. Rocker takes on Toronto Ultra, and Atlanta Faze waiting to find out who will drop out to them a little bit later. Nameless, which of these games is the closest?
Thieves Heretics is electric. Like, that I really hope goes to Game 5. Heretics have looked so good. Thieves as well. That's truly going to be a special match.
We also want to give a shout out to all of our Challengers players. If you want to watch them, we have a website for that. It's over on YouTube, and you can catch them 2:45 Eastern. We got balls galore. We have so much fun. It's
so
the CDL.
aggressive.
We got to
Thank
stop
you
giving
for
him
tuning
props.
in.
Yeah.
Today, number 2.
You're
we got 2 more to
confiscated.
go live from Miami.
See you guys later.
I need more EU Challengers talent in the league. EU Challengers, please.
Day 2.
Somebody save us, bro.
It's mine, no gimmicks, I'm down, let's win it, it's time, let's get it, it's all wins, no losses, it's mine, no gimmicks, I'm down, let's win it, it's time, let's get it, it's all wins, no losses, ayy, with it, I'm back to play, feeling like winning it back today, whole team with it, I'm glad to say, it's all wins, no losses, ayy, ain't cutting y'all no slack, okay, if y'all ain't with it, then back away, if everybody wanna get back today, it's all wins, no losses, it's all, I mean, come on, baby, no losses, it's all wins, all wins, no losses. All wins, no, all wins, no, all wins, no, all wins, no, all wins, no losses. Hey, I'm with it, running out L's, ain't got no limit. You say you got skills, but you're not gonna win it. Might start on the line, but you're not gonna finish. I'm top of the line, no top of the race. I'm here for the climb, you in for the chase. Ain't thugging behind you, saying the same, but you'll forever be second place. Yeah, you would do from the beginning, hit the line, then it's all gas, no talking. Be careful what you say, cause it's all fast, no pauses. You pick the pace and time, cause I'm all in, no tosses. My whole team came to play, and it's just all wins, no losses. It's all wins, no losses. It's all wins, no, 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 all wins, no losses.
Oh, baby! Breakdown! Holy shit! That's what I'm talking about, baby! Holy shit!
Bye.